Emergency Contact. By Aressa. Chapter 1, Adjacent Lives. The clay wouldn't cooperate. Silas stepped back from the sculpture, wiping rust-colored residue on their jeans, already paint-flecked, already ruined. The piece was supposed to be about connection, about bodies in orbit, but the forms kept collapsing inward. Too much weight on the left side. They'd been at it for 3 hours and the studio light was turning golden, late afternoon bleeding toward evening. Their phone buzzed on the workbench. Fletcher. Still good for tonight? Silas glanced at the sculpture, at their clay-stained hands, at the comfortable mess of their studio in the commune's converted barn. Yeah. They were good for tonight. Yeah. 8? Perfect. I'll bring bagels for after. Silas smiled despite themselves. Fletcher always brought bagels. 2 years of this, casual, uncomplicated, exactly what they both wanted. No feelings to navigate, no scripts to follow. Just bodies and laughter and falling asleep in their own bed after. They turned back to the sculpture, touched the curve where the two forms almost met but didn't. That was the point. The space between. The not touching that still held gravity. Their hands moved automatically, smoothing clay, building up the left side's foundation. The work settled them the way it always did, thinking in textures and weight distribution instead of words. Outside the barn windows, late September sun caught the commune grounds, vegetable garden gone to seed, Deo's ceramic studio with its kiln chimney, the main house where someone was probably starting dinner prep. 4 years here. The longest they'd stayed anywhere since leaving home. Leaving Lowell and his disappointment, his inability to understand why Silas couldn't just settle down with a nice girl, get a real job, stop with all this art nonsense. Silas had stopped trying to explain. Stopped trying to make their father understand that they weren't broken, weren't waiting to be fixed. That aromanticism wasn't a phase or a wound. Just who they were. The studio door creaked open. Knock knock. Deo's rich voice filled the space before she did, her long locks wrapped in a burnt orange scarf today. She carried 2 mugs, steam curling up. Thought you might need this. Silas wiped their hands on a rag and accepted the mug. Chamomile. She always knew. Thanks. Deo settled onto the battered couch Silas had dragged in last year, the one with springs that groaned but held. She sipped her own tea, dark eyes taking in the sculpture, the scattered tools, Silas themself. Reading the room the way she always did. How's it coming? It's not. Silas turned the mug in their hands. I keep trying to make them touch and that's not what this is about. Hum. Deo's version of I'm listening, keep going. It's about. Silas searched for words, artist brain fumbling in verbal territory. Proximity without merger. 2 things that matter to each other but don't lose themselves. Sounds like you know exactly what it's about. Deo smiled. Your hands just need to catch up with your head. Silas nodded. Took a sip of tea. The studio settled into comfortable quiet, one of the things they loved about Deo, about this place. No pressure to fill silence with noise. You filling out that grant application? Deo asked after a minute. Yeah. Mostly. Mostly. Silas grimaced. Got stuck on the emergency contact part. Deo's eyebrow lifted, subtle. You wrote my name, didn't you? Not a question. Silas shrugged. You're my emergency contact for everything. It came out defensive, which Silas hadn't intended. Studio insurance, gallery applications, all of it. Child. Deo set down her mug, leaned forward. I'm honored. You know that. But you've been here 4 years. You've got people. I've got you. You've got more than me. Gentle, firm. Fletcher. Maren. Ivy asks you questions about art twice a week. Silas looked at their tea. Fletcher's not my emergency contact. We hook up. And he's your friend. Yeah, but, they stopped. Tried to articulate the thing that sat heavy in their chest. It's different. Emergency contact means primary. It means you're the person who matters most. And I'm never that for anyone. Silence. Deo waited. I'm adjacent, Silas said finally. I'm important to people, but I'm never the main person. Fletcher has his actual close friends. You have your partners. Everyone's got their romantic relationships or their family or whatever, and I'm the artist friend. The hookup. The person at the commune who gives good advice about sculpture technique. Is that really how you see yourself? Silas met her eyes. It's realistic. I don't do romance. I don't want it. But that's what makes people primary to each other, right? So I'm always going to be secondary. Deo was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice carried something sad and knowing at once. Love takes a lot of forms, Silas. Romance is just the loudest one. She stood, touched their shoulder in that blessing-like way she had. Don't discount what you're building here just because it doesn't fit the script everyone else is following. After she left, Silas stared at the grant application on their laptop. Emergency contact field, cursor blinking. They typed Deo's name again. Deo Okonkwo, 5550147, friend/mentor. It felt hollow. They saved the document and shut the laptop. Checked the time, 6:47. Hour and change before Fletcher. Enough time to clean up, shower, change into clothes that didn't smell like wet clay. Silas washed their hands at the studio sink, watching rust-colored water spiral down the drain. Through the window, they could see people gathering on the main house porch for dinner. Ivy setting out plates, someone else bringing a steaming pot, probably Deo's curry, if the smell drifting across the grounds was any indication. They should go. Should be social, eat with the others. But the feeling from earlier still sat in their chest, that particular loneliness that wasn't about being alone. Their phone buzzed again. Not Fletcher this time. A text from Maren, the poet who'd been at the commune for 6 months now, the one with the auburn hair and the tendency to leave sticky notes with doodles everywhere. Studio dinner tonight. Deo made curry. Come eat with humans. Silas smiled despite their mood. Maren was good at that, reading when someone needed a nudge without making it weird. Be there in 10. They locked the studio and walked across the grounds. Early autumn air carried the smell of wood smoke from somewhere, turning leaves, earth getting ready for cold. The kind of evening that felt like it should be significant, though Silas couldn't say why. On the main house porch, Maren waved from her spot on the steps, that easy smile. She'd saved them space next to her, which meant navigating past couples touching shoulders, past inside jokes from people who'd known each other longer. Adjacent, always adjacent. But Maren shifted over to make room and handed them a plate like it was the most natural thing in the world. Glad you came, she said. Deo's curry is life-changing. Silas settled next to her, close enough to smell her perfume, something floral they couldn't name. She guilt me into it earlier. Good. You work too much. Maren bumped their shoulder lightly, casual touch that meant nothing and somehow meant something. How's the sculpture? Fighting me. All the best ones do. She handed them a serving spoon. Here, before Ivy eats all the naan. They ate and talked about nothing important, Maren's latest poetry draft, whether the commune should invest in a second kiln, the best bad movies to watch when you couldn't sleep. Easy conversation that required no performance, no pretense. Across the porch, Deo caught Silas's eye and smiled. Knowingly. They looked away. After dinner, people scattered. Ivy cornered Silas to ask about mixing metallic paint, the kind that looks like copper but isn't actual copper, and they explained about pigments while half listening to Maren talk to someone else about a teaching job at the community center. Her voice had that animated quality it got when she cared about something. So you'll come Friday? The other person asked Maren. Maybe. I'm terrible at parties but I'll think about it. A date offer. Silas recognized the cadence, the careful not quite asking. They focused on Ivy's questions about paint ratios. When the crowd thinned, Silas found Maren wiping down tables, and grabbed a rag to help without asking. "You don't have to," she said. "I know." They wiped curry residue from a table edge. "Are you going Friday? To that thing? The gallery opening?" Maren shrugged. "Probably not. I don't really know the artist and I'm not great at making small talk with strangers while pretending to understand conceptual photography." Silas almost said me neither, but that wasn't quite true. They were fine at gallery openings when it was their own work. Just hated them otherwise. Plus, Maren added, "I think David was asking me on a date and I'm not interested." Oh. Silas wasn't sure why that information settled something in their chest. "You could still go. For the art." "Nah." She grinned. "I'd rather stay in and watch you work on that sculpture you keep swearing at." "I don't swear at it." "You absolutely do. I can hear you from my studio." They shared space sometimes, Maren in the corner with her notebooks, Silas at the work table with clay or metal or whatever the piece demanded. Parallel work that felt comfortable in a way Silas couldn't quite name. Like the sculpture they were making. Proximity without merger. "Fair enough," Silas conceded. "It's not cooperating. Want to talk it through?" They did. Which was strange, because usually Silas worked through problems alone, thinking in images instead of words. But Maren had this way of asking questions that didn't feel invasive, that helped them articulate what they were seeing in their head. They ended up back at the studio, Maren perched on the couch with her tea, Silas explaining the sculpture's geometry while moving their hands through the air. She listened the way she did, full attention, those green hazel eyes tracking every gesture. "So it's about being connected without touching," she said when they finished. "Yeah. Two things that exist together but separately." She tilted her head, considering. "That's lonely and beautiful at the same time." Silas looked at the sculpture. At the two forms that would never merge but couldn't exist without each other's gravitational pull. "Yeah. I guess it is." Maren was quiet for a moment, then stood and moved to the sculpture. She didn't touch it, knew better than to touch work in progress without asking, but studied it from different angles. "I think it's almost there," she said. "But you're trying too hard to make the connection visible. The whole point is the invisible thing between them, right?" "Right. So stop building them toward each other. Build them as themselves. The space between will speak for itself." It was so simple it felt like a revelation. Silas nodded slowly, seeing it. Maren checked her phone. "Shit. It's almost 8. Fletcher's coming over." The words came out automatically. Silas never hid their hookups, saw no reason to. Sex was sex, uncomplicated and honest. "Oh." Maren grabbed her bag from the couch. "I should go then." "You don't have to." "No, it's fine. I need to finish a draft anyway." She headed for the door, paused. "Thanks for dinner." "Well, for showing up to dinner. Thanks for making me." She smiled, that warm one that crinkled her eyes. "Anytime." After she left, Silas stood in the studio alone. Through the window, they could see her walking back toward the main house, silhouetted against the last of the sunset. Something in their chest did a thing they didn't have words for. Their phone buzzed. Fletcher, texting from the driveway. "Here. Let me in." Silas went to unlock the studio gate. Fletcher appeared, tall and grinning, carrying a paper bag, the promised bagels, and wearing that expression that meant he'd had a good day at work and was ready to decompress. "Hey, man." He pulled Silas into a quick hug, then held them at arm's length. "You good? You look weird." "I'm fine. Just working. On that sculpture that's been kicking your ass?" "That would be the one." Fletcher set the bagels on the workbench, shrugged off his jacket. "Easy and familiar." They'd done this dance dozens of times. Comfortable in a way that romance could never be for Silas. No expectations, no performances, just this. After, lying in Silas's bed above the studio, Fletcher scrolled his phone while Silas stared at the ceiling. The sex had been good like it always was. Uncomplicated. But Silas's mind kept drifting back to the sculpture, to Maren's insight about building the forms as themselves. "You're distracted," Fletcher said without looking up. "Sorry." "Don't be." He rolled onto his side, propped his head on his hand. "You want to talk about it?" Silas thought about it. "Do you ever worry about being secondary?" Fletcher's eyebrows rose. "Secondary to what?" "To people. Like, you're important to them but never the most important." "Huh." Fletcher considered this. "I mean, I'm aromantic. I'm not trying to be anyone's most important person. That's kind of the point." "Yeah, but..." Silas struggled to articulate it. "What about emergency contacts? What about the person who shows up when everything goes to shit?" "I have people for that. My brother, my best friend from college." "Why?" "Just thinking." Silas turned onto their side to face him. "Do you ever want something more permanent? Not romantic, just someone who's yours?" Fletcher was quiet for a beat. "Sometimes. But I figure if I want that, I'll build it when the time comes. Right now this works." He gestured between them. "We work. We do. But you're asking because something shifted for you." It wasn't a question. Silas nodded. "With the poet?" Fletcher asked. "Maren, right? How did you..." "Dude. You talk about her like 3 times whenever I'm here. She left you a sticky note. She thinks your texture work is chef's kiss." He grinned. "It's not exactly subtle." Silas felt heat in their face. "It's not like that." "Like what?" "Romantic?" Fletcher's grin softened into something gentler. "I know. But it's still something. And that's okay." After Fletcher left, 1 a.m., both of them sated and easy, Silas couldn't sleep. They went back down to the studio, turned on the work lights, stared at the sculpture. Build them as themselves. Let the space between speak. They grabbed fresh clay, started building up the left form's foundation. Not reaching toward the other one. Just existing, solid, complete on its own. They worked until their hands ached and their eyes burned, until the piece finally looked like what they'd been seeing in their head. 2 forms, separate but bound by something invisible. The gravitational pull of chosen proximity. At 4 a.m., they finally climbed back up to bed. On their nightstand, the grant application stared at them. Emergency contact field still filled with Deo's name. Silas thought about Maren's text earlier. "Come eat with humans." Thought about her saving them a spot on the porch, about her insight into the sculpture, about the way she'd said anytime like she meant it. They picked up their phone, pulled up their emergency contacts in settings. Deo was listed for everything: insurance, bank, the works. Silas stared at the screen for a long time. Then they shut off the phone and turned out the light. Tomorrow. They'd think about it tomorrow. But as they drifted towards sleep, that feeling from earlier sat in their chest. Not loneliness exactly. Something else. Something that felt like possibility and terror at once. The feeling of wanting to matter to someone. Not romantically. Not sexually. Just, to matter. To be primary. To be chosen. Chapter 2, Sticky Notes and Studio Time. The sticky note wasn't there when Silas arrived at the studio Tuesday morning. They noticed its absence the way you notice a missing tooth, tongue probing the gap, brain insisting something should be there. For 3 weeks, there'd been a new note every few days. Small sketches, encouraging words, the occasional terrible pun. Yesterday's had been a doodle of a coffee cup with steam that looked like a ghost, captioned "Brew can do it." Silas told himself they weren't disappointed. Maren didn't owe them sticky notes. It wasn't a contract. They made coffee in the studio's battered percolator, the one that hissed and spat like it had a personal vendetta. Outside, October morning light turned everything amber. The sculpture from last week sat on the work table, finally finished. Two forms in gravitational orbit, the space between them speaking louder than any touch could. Silas had photographed it yesterday for the grant application. Submitted the whole thing before they could second-guess themselves. Emergency contact, Deo Okonkwo. The same as always. Their phone buzzed. Not Maren. A client asking about timeline for a commissioned piece, something about marriage, two figures intertwined. Silas read the description twice, felt that familiar tightness in their chest. They could do it. Could make beautiful work about romantic love even if the concept made their skin crawl. That was the job. They texted back, "Can do. Send reference photos and timeline." The studio door opened. Maren, carrying two travel mugs and a paper bag that smelled like cinnamon. She wore an oversized cardigan over a vintage band tee, her auburn hair in a messy bun with a pencil stuck through it. "Morning," she said. "Brought sustenance." Silas blinked. "It's 8 a.m. I know. I've been up since 5 working on a poem and my brain is fried and I needed human contact before I went fully feral." She set the mugs on the workbench, pulled out 2 enormous cinnamon rolls from the bag. "Also, I stress baked last night and made way too many of these." "You stress bake?" "Among other things." She handed Silas a mug, black coffee, the way they liked it, and settled onto the couch without invitation. Easy, like she belonged here. "I stress clean, stress organize, stress research obscure poets from the 1800s. Last week I alphabetized Deo's spice cabinet." Silas took a sip of coffee. "Perfect temperature. What are you stressed about?" "Teaching job interview tomorrow. Community center wants me to run poetry workshops for teens." She pulled her legs up under her, broke off a piece of cinnamon roll. "Which is great, I want it, but also I have to do a sample lesson in front of the hiring committee and I'm terrified I'll forget how words work." "You won't. You don't know that. You're a poet. Words are kind of your thing." Silas grabbed the other cinnamon roll, surprised by their own hunger. "What's the sample lesson about?" Maren's face lit up the way it did when she talked about writing. Using concrete images to convey abstract emotions. "I'm having them write about loneliness without using the word lonely or any synonyms." "Huh." Silas thought about that. About their sculpture, about the space between forms. "That's good." "Yeah. Yeah. Makes them think differently." They took a bite of cinnamon roll. "Still warm. This is really good. Thanks. I make them when I can't sleep." She watched Silas for a moment, that assessing look she got sometimes. "You're up early too." "Couldn't sleep." "The sculpture?" She gestured at the finished piece. "Finished it. Submitted the grant yesterday." "Silas, that's amazing." Maren jumped up, moved to the work table to look at the sculpture properly. She circled it slowly, seeing it from all angles. "It's exactly what you wanted. The space between, it's like you can feel the gravity." Something in Silas's chest loosened. "Thanks. What's the grant for?" "Artist residency in Vermont. 3 months, stipend, studio space. They focus on sculptors working with alternative materials." 3 months in Vermont," Maren said softly. Still looking at the sculpture, not at Silas. "That's a big deal. If I get it." "Probably won't." "Don't do that." She turned to face them. "Don't diminish it before you even hear back." Silas shrugged. Took another bite of cinnamon roll to avoid responding. Maren came back to the couch, brought her mug with her. They sat in comfortable quiet for a minute, the kind of silence that didn't need filling. Through the window, Silas could see Ivy hauling canvases across the grounds, probably heading to Deo's studio for critique. "Can I ask you something?" Maren said finally. "Yeah. Why'd you stop leaving sticky notes on my door?" Silas froze. "What?" "Last month. You left 3 notes on my studio door. Little sketches, couple of words. Then you stopped." She wasn't looking at them, focused on her coffee. "I wondered if I'd done something wrong." Silas had to reorient, brain struggling. "I thought I was being weird. You didn't respond to them, so I figured you didn't want." "I loved them." Maren looked up, eyes bright. "I kept every one. I just didn't know if I was supposed to respond or if that would make it a whole thing. I'm not great at knowing the rules for stuff like that." "There are no rules. See, I always think there are rules and everyone knows them except me." She smiled, self-deprecating. Social interactions, a mystery in 12 parts. Silas felt something shift, settle. "I thought the same thing. About your sticky notes. That maybe I was supposed to respond but I didn't know how." "Oh." Maren laughed, bright and surprised. "We're both disasters. Apparently. Okay, new rule." She held up her mug like she was making a toast. "We both keep leaving notes and neither of us worries about responding or not responding. Notes exist in their own ecosystem. No rules, no expectations. Deal." Silas clinked their mug against hers. They drank coffee and ate cinnamon rolls while early morning light turned the studio golden. Maren asked about the commission, the marriage piece, and Silas explained what the client wanted. 2 figures merged, becoming one. "Sounds romantic," Maren said. "Yeah. Not my thing but I can do it." "Does it bother you? Making art about romance when you're romance repulsed?" Silas considered that. Most people didn't ask directly, either assuming they knew or too uncomfortable to broach the subject. Maren just asked, matter of fact, like she was asking about coffee preferences. Sometimes, they admitted. When it's really performative stuff. But this is just about connection. "I can do connection. You're good at it." She gestured at the sculpture. "This whole piece is about connection. Different kind. Still counts." Silas studied her face, trying to figure out what she was really asking. But Maren just looked curious, open. No judgment, no agenda. "Can I ask you something?" Silas said. "Always." "That date offer. Last week, at dinner. The gallery thing. David?" Maren made a face. "Not actually interested. He's nice enough but there was no spark. Also he called poetry pretty words and I'm petty enough that it bothered me." "Pretty words," Silas repeated, deadpan. "Right? Like, technically yes, but also fundamentally missing the point." She grinned. "I'm allowed to be precious about my art form." "You should be." "What about you?" Maren asked. "When's the last time someone asked you out?" Silas snorted. "People don't really ask me out. They ask if I want to hook up, which is different." "And that works for you?" "Yeah. It's honest." They drained their coffee. No pretense, no romance narrative, just mutual attraction and clear boundaries. "Sounds nice actually." Maren tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Straightforward." "It is." Silas paused, then decided to push slightly. "You date much?" "Not really. I go on first dates sometimes but they rarely go anywhere." She shrugged. "I think I want romance but then I get in the middle of romantic gestures and it feels performative. Like we're both following a script instead of actually connecting." "Yeah, that's the part that kills me. The script." "Exactly." Maren leaned forward, animated. "Like, why do we have to do dinner and a movie and the goodnight kiss attempt? Why can't we just exist near each other and see what happens?" Silas felt something click into place. That's what I like about hookup culture. Everyone knows what it is. No guessing, no script. See, I want that clarity but with more. I don't know. Emotional intimacy? I want to matter to someone. But I don't want to perform matching, if that makes sense. It does. Silas thought about the emergency contact field, about Deo's words. About being primary versus adjacent. I want to matter too. Just not romantically. What would it look like? Maren asked. Mattering without romance? Silas looked at the sculpture. At the space between forms. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. They sat with that for a moment. Outside, voices, Deo and Ivy, probably. The commune waking up, people starting their days. I should go, Maren said, though she didn't move. Let you work. You can stay. If you want. The words came out before Silas could second-guess them. I'm just doing prep work for the commission. It's not precious. Yeah? Yeah. Bring your laptop, work on your lesson plan. I can help if you get stuck. Maren's smile was slow and warm. Okay. But I'm getting my stuff from the house first. And making more coffee because that pot is a crime against caffeine. After she left, Silas stood alone in the studio. The feeling from last night, that possibility terror thing, sat in their chest again. But smaller now. Less frightening. They pulled out their sketchbook and started roughing out ideas for the marriage commission. Two figures intertwined, becoming one. The opposite of their sculpture. The opposite of what they understood. But they could do it. Could make something beautiful about a concept that didn't fit them. When Maren came back, laptop, better coffee, her own well-worn notebook, she settled into the corner of the studio like she'd always been there. She worked in silence, occasionally muttering to herself or typing rapidly. Silas prepped clay, sketched, thought about forms and weight distribution. An hour passed. Then another. Comfortable parallel work, the kind Silas had done alone for years but somehow felt different with another person present. Not intrusive. Just there. How do you say, the feeling of being understood without words without being cheesy? Maren asked suddenly. Silas looked up from their sketching. Why does it have to not be cheesy? Because it's for 14-year-olds and they can smell insincerity from a mile away. Then don't avoid the cheese. Lean into it. They'll respect honesty more than cool. Maren typed something, nodded. Good call. They went back to their work. Silas's phone buzzed, Fletcher, sending a meme about sculptors. Silas grinned and sent back a laughing emoji, then caught Maren glancing over. Fletcher, she asked. Yeah. You two seem good together. We are. Just not together. Silas set down their phone. It works because we both know what it is. No scripts, Maren said. No scripts. She went back to typing. Silas went back to sketching. But the conversation sat between them like another form in the room, shaping the space. Around noon, Silas's stomach growled audibly. Maren looked up, laughing. Lunch, she suggested. There's leftover curry in the house fridge. Perfect. I'll grab it if you find plates. They ate at the work table, pushing Silas's sketches aside. The curry was even better reheated, spicy and complex. Maren told a story about her college poetry workshop, about a professor who told her she wrote like she was apologizing for taking up space. And then what happened? Silas asked. I wrote the angriest, most space-taking poem I could. Submitted it. Got an A. She grinned. Sometimes spite is the best motivation. I feel that. My dad told me sculpture wasn't real art. Too much like manual labor. Silas gestured around the studio. Here I am. Spite artists unite. Maren raised her fork in salute. They cleaned up together, easy choreography of shared space. Maren washed while Silas dried. Through the window, afternoon lights slanted golden across the grounds. This was nice, Maren said, handing Silas the last bowl. Working together, I mean. Yeah. It was. Can we do it again sometime? I work better when there's another person around. Keeps me from spiraling into existential dread. Silas smiled despite themselves. Yeah. Anytime. Anytime, Maren repeated, like she was testing the word. I like that. After she left, heading back to the house to practice her lesson plan out loud, she said, Silas stood at the worktable looking at their sketches. Two figures intertwined. The commission the client wanted. They picked up their pencil, started a new sketch. Two figures separate but close. Existing in their own space but shaping each other's gravity. Not what the client asked for. Just what Silas was thinking about. Their phone buzzed. A text from Maren. Thanks for letting me invade your space. Your texture work really is chef's kiss, by the way. Silas stared at the text. At those words. Chef's kiss. The sticky note from weeks ago. They pulled open their desk drawer, found the notes they'd kept, the ones Maren had left on their easel. Small doodles, encouragement, observations about their work. They'd told themselves they were keeping them for no reason, just scraps of paper. But they'd kept them. Silas pulled out a sticky note from their own pad. Drew a small coffee cup, added steam. Wrote underneath, your poetry makes people feel less alone. That's everything. They stuck it on Maren's studio door on their way to submit the commissioned sketches to the client. The door was covered in quotes and images she'd printed and taped up, other poets' words, photographs of trees and water, a postcard from someone named Britt. Silas's sticky note looked small among all that. But it was there. That evening, working late again, Silas found a new note on their easel. A simple drawing of two coffee cups, steam rising, sitting side by side. Underneath, coffee is better with company. Same time tomorrow? Silas took out their phone. Yeah. Bring those cinnamon rolls. The response came immediately. Deal. I'm stress baking tonight anyway. Interview tomorrow, remember? You'll be great. Thanks. That helps. Silas looked at their phone for a long moment. At this easy back and forth, this comfortable thing they were building. Not romance. Not a hookup. Something else entirely. They added Maren's number to their favorites in their phone. Not as emergency contact, not yet. Just, there. Accessible. Important. Before bed, they scrolled past Deo's name in their emergency contacts. Let their thumb hover over it. Tomorrow. They'd think about it tomorrow. But tonight, they fell asleep thinking about sticky notes and parallel work and the way Maren said anytime like she meant it. Like Silas might actually be someone's primary, even without romance. Like matching might not require a script after all. Chapter 3, The Person Who Shows Up. The gallery opening was in 3 hours and Silas's shirt had paint on it. Not a lot of paint. Just a smear of ultramarine blue on the left cuff, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. But Silas knew, and that meant everyone else would see it, and this was their first solo show at a real gallery, not the commune, not a group show, but their own work, and they couldn't show up with paint on their fucking shirt. They stood in their studio apartment, staring at their closet. 3 button-ups, all variations of the same muted colors. 2 pairs of nice jeans. The boots they wore to openings because they were the only shoes they owned that weren't paint-spattered. Their phone buzzed. Fletcher. Good luck tonight. Sorry I can't make it, work thing. You'll kill it though. Silas typed back, thanks. It's fine. It was fine. Fletcher had his own life, his own obligations. That was the whole point of what they had, uncomplicated, no expectations. If Silas wanted someone to come to gallery openings, they should have cultivated different relationships. Another text, this one from Deo. So proud of you, child. I'll be there with bells on. Literally. I'm wearing my bell earrings. That made Silas smile despite their nerves. Deo would be there. That was something. They settled on the least paint-stained shirt, dark jeans, boots. Checked their reflection in the bathroom mirror. They looked like themselves, which was either good or terrible depending on whether the gallery crowd wanted authentic artist or professional sculptor. Too late to worry about it now. The gallery was downtown, a converted warehouse space with good light and white walls. Silas had spent the last week helping install their work, 6 sculptures, ranging from small table pieces to the large installation that took up the back wall. The theme, according to the gallery owner, was connection and distance. Silas had nodded and not mentioned that it was actually about aromantic love, about mattering without merging, about the space between bodies. Let people interpret it however they wanted. They arrived an hour early to check the pieces one more time. The gallery owner, Patricia, was already there, directing her assistant on wine placement. Silas. She air-kissed near their cheek, a gesture they'd learned not to flinch at. Everything looks perfect. I've had 3 people ask about purchasing already and we haven't even opened. That's good. Good. It's excellent. She squeezed their shoulder. This is going to be a wonderful night. Just relax and enjoy it. Relax. Right. Silas walked through the space, checking each sculpture. The lighting was good, the placements made sense. Their artist's statement was printed on the wall in a font they didn't hate. Everything was as ready as it could be. Their phone buzzed again. I'm assuming you're there already, stressing. Stop it. Your work is brilliant. Maren. Silas found themselves smiling. They'd been texting more the last 2 weeks, not constantly, but regularly. Maren sending poems she was working on, Silas sending photos of works in progress. Easy exchanges that didn't require deep thought. How did the interview go? Silas texted back. Maren's teaching interview had been last week. Got the job. Start next month. Currently panicking about curriculum planning. You'll be great. That's what everyone keeps saying. I'm choosing to believe you all. Silas was typing a response when the gallery doors opened and the first guests trickled in. Collectors, art students, people Patricia knew from the scene. Silas pocketed their phone and switched into opening mode, polite, available, willing to discuss their work without explaining too much. A woman in expensive jewelry asked about the large installation. 2 steel forms, curved and separate, suspended from the ceiling by nearly invisible wire. They hung close enough that air currents made them sway, almost touching but never quite. It's about longing, the woman said confidently. Silas nodded. Let her have that interpretation. More people arrived. The gallery filled with that particular buzz of opening night, wine and conversation and people pretending to understand contemporary art. Silas answered questions, accepted congratulations, felt like they were performing a role in a play they hadn't fully memorized. Deo arrived in a swirl of vibrant fabric and yes, bell earrings that chimed when she moved. She pulled Silas into a hug that smelled like sandalwood and home. Child, this is beautiful. She gestured at the installation. You've really found your voice. Thanks. That means a lot. I brought reinforcements. Deo stepped aside and Ivy appeared, nervous in a vintage dress, clutching a small wrapped package. I made you something, Ivy said, thrusting the package at Silas. For good luck. I know the opening's already started but I wanted. Thank you. Silas took the package, genuinely touched. They unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a small painted canvas, abstract shapes and colors that reminded them of their studio, clay rust, steel gray, the particular blue of morning light through dusty windows. It's perfect, Silas said. Really? Ivy beamed. Deo put an arm around her, maternal and proud, and they moved off to examine the sculptures more closely. The evening wore on. Silas talked to collectors, to critics, to art students who asked earnest questions about process and meaning. Patricia kept appearing with people to introduce, contacts to make, potential sales to discuss. It was good. It was going well. But Silas felt that familiar adjacent feeling. All these people interested in their work, in the sculptures, but not really in them. They could leave right now and the opening would continue just fine without them. They were checking their phone, no new messages, when the gallery door opened again. Maren. She stood in the doorway, scanning the crowd, and when her eyes found Silas she smiled. Not a polite gallery smile. The real one, the one that crinkled her eyes. She wore a green dress Silas had never seen before, something vintage and flowing, with boots and a leather jacket over it. Her auburn hair was down for once, loose around her shoulders. She looked beautiful in a way that made Silas's chest do something complicated. Not attraction. Not romance. Something else entirely. Maren navigated through the crowd toward them, carrying a small bouquet of flowers. Not roses, not the typical opening night arrangement. Wildflowers, autumn colors, something that looked like it had been picked from a field rather than bought from a shop. "Hi," she said when she reached Silas. "Sorry I'm late. I was stress baking and lost track of time." "You came." The words came out more surprised than Silas intended. "Of course I came. This is huge." Maren held out the flowers. "These are for the gallery, not you. I know you don't do romantic gestures, but I figured the space could use some life." Something in Silas's chest loosened. "Thank you. For coming, I mean. Thank you for inviting me. Well, for mentioning it was happening." Maren looked around the gallery, taking in the sculptures. "Can you show me around? Or are you too busy with important art people?" "I can show you." They walked through the space together, Silas explaining each piece. Maren listened the way she always did, full attention, asking questions that made Silas think differently about their own work. She stopped in front of the large installation, the suspended forms that almost touched. "This is the one you were working on," she said. "When I first got to the commune. You were swearing at it in your studio." Silas remembered. 6 months ago, frustrated and stuck, and Maren had poked her head in to ask about borrowing a stapler. They'd ended up talking for an hour about negative space and how sometimes the most important part of a piece was what you didn't include. "Yeah. You helped me figure it out." "I did?" "You said something about how the empty space between things could be louder than the things themselves." Silas looked at the installation, at the almost touching forms. "That's when I understood what I was trying to make." Maren was quiet for a moment. "I'm glad I could help." They stood together, looking at the sculpture. Around them, the opening continued, conversation, wine glasses clinking, Patricia's laugh carrying across the space. But in this moment, Silas felt grounded. Present. Like they were actually here instead of adjacent to their own life. "There's wine," Silas said. "And those tiny quiches that all gallery openings seem to require. I'm more interested in the art, but tiny quiches sound excellent." They found food, found a corner that wasn't too crowded. Maren asked about the sales potential, about what happened after the opening, about Patricia and how Silas had connected with the gallery. Real questions, genuinely interested. "This is really good for you," Maren said. "Like, career-wise. Right?" "Yeah. If some pieces sell, if I get good reviews, it opens doors." Silas ate a tiny quiche. "Patricia thinks I should apply for more residencies. Bigger opportunities. Like the Vermont one? That's more medium-sized. She means places like the Skowhegan residency, or international programs. Places that could really launch a career. Would you want that?" Maren asked. "The launching?" Silas considered. "I want to make work that matters. If that requires launching, then yeah. Your work already matters. To the commune. To people who know me. To me, Maren said quietly. And I didn't know you when I first saw your work. I just knew it said something true. Before Silas could respond, Patricia appeared with a collector in tow, someone interested in the installation, wanted to discuss commission possibilities. Silas excused himself, fell back into professional mode. The conversation took 20 minutes. When it finished, potential commission, contact information exchanged, very promising, Silas turned to find Maren again. She was standing in front of a smaller sculpture, one of the early pieces. Two clay forms, rough and unfinished looking, leaning toward each other without touching. A man was talking to her, gesturing at the piece, clearly trying to impress her with his art knowledge. Silas watched Maren's face, polite but not engaged, the expression she got when someone was missing the point but she was too kind to say so. The man moved closer, invading her space slightly. Silas walked over. Hey, they said to Maren, deliberately not acknowledging the man. I need to show you something in the back. Oh, perfect. Maren's relief was visible. Excuse me, she said to the man, and followed Silas toward the gallery office. Once they were out of the main space, Maren laughed. Thank you. He was explaining my own interpretation back to me like he'd invented it. Happens at every opening. Silas leaned against the wall. You okay? Yeah. Just not great at extracting myself politely from conversations. She smiled. You're good at that. The extraction. Practice. They stood in the quiet hallway, away from the crowd noise. Maren had a smudge of something, paint? Ink, on her wrist. Her dress was slightly wrinkled like she'd pulled it from the back of her closet. She looked real in a way that made everyone else in the gallery feel like cardboard cutouts. I'm really glad you came, Silas said. I wouldn't have missed it. Maren touched Silas's arm lightly. You texted me first when you got the gallery date. Before you told Deo, before Fletcher, before anyone. I noticed. Silas had. They'd gotten the confirmation email from Patricia and immediately texted Maren. Not consciously thinking about it, just automatic. You're the person I wanted to tell, Silas said. You're the person I wanted to tell about the teaching job. Maren's hand was still on Silas's arm. Not romantic, just there. When I got the call, you were the first person I texted. Something shifted in the air between them. Not attraction, not romance, but recognition. The same thing Silas had been trying to capture in their sculptures, this invisible pull, this matching without merging. We should get back, Maren said, but she didn't move. Yeah. They stood there for another moment. Then Maren dropped her hand and they returned to the main gallery space. The rest of the opening passed in a blur. More conversations, more potential sales, Patricia glowing with success. Deo and Ivy stayed until the end, Deo buying one of the smaller pieces, for the commune, for inspiration. Maren stayed too. Not hovering, not demanding Silas's attention, just there. Present. When Silas got cornered by an overeager art student, Maren appeared with a glass of water and a convenient excuse. When Silas needed a moment alone, she seemed to know, giving them space without making it obvious. By the time the official opening ended, Patricia shooing out the last lingering guests, Silas was exhausted in that good way. The way that meant they'd done something significant. That was wonderful, Patricia said, kissing Silas's cheek again. We'll talk numbers tomorrow, but tonight, you should celebrate. You've earned it. Outside the gallery, the October night was cold and clear. Deo and Ivy had already left, heading back to the commune. Silas stood on the sidewalk, breathing in the sharp air, feeling wrung out and alive at once. Maren emerged from the gallery carrying her jacket and the wildflowers, which Patricia had put in a vase. These are going home with me, Maren said. Patricia tried to claim them but I pulled rank as the person who actually brought them. Silas smiled. Want to get food? Real food, not tiny quiches. God yes. I'm starving. They found a diner 3 blocks away, the kind of place with cracked vinyl booths and coffee that tasted like it had been sitting since morning. Perfect. They ordered burgers and fries and coffee, slid into a booth near the back. The post-opening adrenaline was fading, leaving Silas pleasantly empty. So, Maren said, dumping sugar into her coffee. That was your first solo show. Yeah. How do you feel? Silas thought about it. Like I did something real. Like my work exists outside my head now. It always existed outside your head. But now other people get to see it. Maren took a sip of coffee, made a face. This is terrible. The worst. I'm going to drink all of it. They ate and talked about nothing important. Maren told a story about stress baking last night, about how she'd made so many cinnamon rolls she'd had to give them away to the whole commune. Silas described the collector who'd wanted to commission something romantic, and how they'd had to gently redirect toward something about connection. You're allowed to say no to commissions, Maren pointed out. I know. But I can make connection pieces. Just not romantic ones. What's the difference? Silas considered. Romance has an agenda. It's trying to convince you of something. Connection just is. It exists because two things exist near each other. No convincing necessary. Maren nodded slowly. I like that. Connection without agenda. Is that what you want? Silas asked. When you date? I think so. But dating has so much agenda built in. First date, second date, kiss goodnight, exclusivity talk. All these steps you're supposed to follow. She pushed fries around her plate. I keep trying to do the steps and then feeling like I'm performing instead of connecting. What would non-performance look like? This. Maren gestured between them. What we're doing. Just existing near each other and seeing what happens. Silas felt that thing in their chest again. That possibility terror feeling. I'm not trying to, Maren started, then stopped. I know you're aromantic. I'm not asking for romance. I just mean that this, whatever we're building, it feels more real than most of the dates I've been on. It feels real to me too. They finished eating. Maren insisted on paying. You just had a gallery opening, this is celebration food, and they walked back toward where Silas had parked. The streets were quiet, most people already home for the night. Thank you, Silas said when they reached the car. For coming. For staying. For just being there. That's what people do, Maren said. When someone matters to them. They show up. Silas thought about that on the drive back to the commune. About showing up. About mattering. About Maren in her green dress, staying through the whole opening, running interference with awkward conversations, being exactly what Silas needed without being asked. Fletcher had sent another text. How'd it go? Good. Potential sales, good crowd. Awesome. Told you you'd kill it. Fletcher was a good friend. Genuinely happy for Silas, supportive in his own way. But he hadn't been there. Hadn't shown up. Maren had. Back at the studio, Silas stood in the doorway looking at the space. Their phone buzzed. Maren. Got home safe. Thanks for dinner. Your work tonight was extraordinary. You should be really proud. Silas typed, couldn't have done it without you there. Then deleted it. Too much. Not enough. They settled on, thanks for showing up. Meant a lot. The response came immediately. Anytime. I mean that. Silas looked at their phone for a long moment. Then they opened their emergency contacts in settings. They didn't change anything. Not yet. But they looked at it. Considered it. Tomorrow. They'd think about it tomorrow. But tonight, they fell asleep thinking about Maren in her green dress, about wildflowers instead of roses, about someone who showed up not because they had to but because they wanted to. About mattering. About being someone's first text. About the slow, terrifying possibility that maybe they didn't have to be adjacent forever. Chapter 4, What We're Calling This. Maren's date was going badly. Silas knew this because she texted them from the bathroom. He just said he doesn't get poetry. Like it's a puzzle he's supposed to solve. Silas looked at their phone, at the text that had interrupted their welding work. It was Wednesday night, almost 9, and they'd been in the studio since lunch working on the commission piece. The marriage sculpture. 2 figures intertwined, becoming one. It still felt wrong, but the client was paying well. Why are you on a date with him then? Silas texted back. Good question. Britt set us up. Said he was cultured. Is he? He pronounced Sylvia Plath like it rhymes with the math. Despite everything, Silas smiled. They could picture Maren's face, that particular expression she got when someone was fundamentally missing the point. You could just leave. That seems rude. Being on your phone in the bathroom is also rude. Good point. Okay, going back. Wish me luck. Good luck. Silas set down their phone and picked up the welding torch. But they couldn't focus. They kept thinking about Maren on a date with someone who didn't get poetry, who probably didn't see what was extraordinary about her. Not that it was Silas's business. Maren could date whoever she wanted. That was the whole point of what they had: friendship, collaboration, no claims on each other's romantic lives. Except Silas's chest felt tight thinking about her across the table from someone else. They turned off the torch and sat on the studio couch. Through the window, they could see lights on in the main house. Probably Deo hosting one of her dinners, the kind where everyone brought something and stayed too late talking. Silas had skipped it tonight, citing work on the commission. Really, they just hadn't wanted to be social. Their phone buzzed again. Okay, I'm leaving. He asked if I really make money from poetry. I told him I had a headache. Do you have a headache? I do now. Silas hesitated, then typed, Want to come to the studio? I have terrible coffee and I'm stuck on this commission. The response came quickly. Yes. Give me 20 minutes. Silas stood and looked around the studio. It was a mess, tools everywhere, half-finished sketches, metal scraps from the welding. They did a quick cleanup, putting away anything dangerous, making space on the couch. Not because Maren was coming. Just because the studio needed organizing. They made fresh coffee in the terrible percolator, found 2 clean mugs. Put on music, something instrumental, the kind of thing that helped them think. Stood looking at the commission piece, trying to see what was wrong with it. The figures were technically good. The welding was clean, the forms balanced. But something about the merger bothered them. Where one figure ended and the other began, the seam was too obvious. Too forced. The studio door opened and Maren came in, still wearing her date outfit, a blue dress and cardigan, boots, her hair half fallen from whatever style she'd attempted. She looked beautiful and frustrated and somehow more real than the polished version that had left earlier. Hi, she said. Hi. How bad was it? On a scale of 1 to 10? Solid 8. She dropped her bag on the couch, accepted the coffee Silas handed her. He spent 20 minutes talking about his investment portfolio. Then asked what I do for real work since poetry is just a hobby. What did you say? I explained that teaching poetry to teenagers is real work, actually, and that my published poems are real writing, and that his definition of real seemed very narrow. She took a sip of coffee, made a face. This is terrible. I know. I'm going to drink all of it. She moved to where Silas was standing, looking at the commission piece. This is what you're stuck on? Yeah. It's technically fine but it feels wrong. Maren circled the sculpture slowly, studying it from all angles. Silas watched her face, the way she processed visual art, always looking for the emotional truth underneath the technical execution. The seam is too visible, she said finally. Where they merge. It's like you're trying too hard to show the connection instead of letting it just be. That's what the client wants. Two becoming one. But you don't believe in two becoming one. Silas looked at the sculpture. At the forced merger, the obvious seam. No. I don't. So make what you believe in. Maren turned to face them. Make two staying two, but choosing to be together anyway. That's not what they're paying for. Then make both. Make what they asked for, but also make the version you actually see. Even if it's just for you. Silas considered that. Looked at the metal and the tools and the possibility of making something true instead of something commissioned. I might do that, they said. Good. Maren settled onto the couch, curling her legs under her. Can I stay while you work? I promise not to be distracting. You can stay. Silas went back to the welding table, but instead of working on the commission, they pulled out fresh metal. Started sketching ideas for the second version, the one Maren had suggested. Two figures, separate but choosing proximity. They worked while Maren sat on the couch, scrolling her phone at first, then pulling out a notebook and writing. Comfortable parallel work, the kind they'd fallen into over the past few weeks. The kind that felt more natural than anything Silas had experienced in years. Can I ask you something? Maren said after a while. Yeah. What did Fletcher say when you told him I was coming over tonight? Silas looked up from their sketching. I didn't tell him. Why would I? I don't know. Because we're. She gestured vaguely. Whatever we are. What are we? Maren was quiet for a moment. I don't know. Friends? More than friends? Not dating but also not something? Silas set down their pencil. This was the conversation they'd been avoiding for weeks, the one that required words and definitions and all the things they weren't good at. I don't do romance, they said carefully. You know that. I do know that. And you're romantic. You want romantic relationships. I do. Or I think I do. Maren set down her notebook. But the thing is, most of my dates feel less real than this. Than us sitting here, you working and me writing, not performing anything. Connection without agenda, Silas said, remembering their conversation at the diner. Exactly. Maren stood, moved to lean against the work table near Silas. Every date I go on, I'm thinking about whether this is going somewhere. Whether he's going to kiss me goodnight, whether I should text first, whether we're exclusive yet. All this noise. And this isn't noisy. No. This is quiet. She looked at Silas directly. But it's also not nothing. Right? Silas's chest felt tight again. It's not nothing. Okay. So what is it? I don't know. Silas struggled to find words. I want you to matter to me. You already do matter. But I can't give you romance. I can't do the date nights and the relationship escalator and all of that. I'm not asking you to. Then what are you asking? Maren was quiet, thinking. When she spoke, her voice was careful. I'm asking if we can just see where this goes. Without definitions, without scripts. Just us, being honest about what we want and what we can give. What do you want? I want someone who shows up. Someone I can text when my date goes badly. Someone whose studio I can sit in without it being weird. She paused. I want what we already have. I just want to acknowledge that it's something. Silas looked at the sculpture, at the two forms they'd been sketching. Separate but choosing proximity. What if it's not enough for you? What if you meet someone who can give you actual romance? What if you hook up with someone who becomes more important than me? That's different. Hookups are just physical. And romance is just emotional performance, Maren countered. It's not automatically more real than what we have. Silas hadn't thought about it that way. Had always assumed romantic relationships were the real thing, that what they had was somehow lesser. Adjacent. I don't want to lose this, Silas admitted. Whatever this is. Neither do I. Maren reached out, touched Silas's hand where it rested on the worktable. Not romantic, just contact. So let's not lose it. Let's just be honest with each other and see what happens. No scripts. No scripts, Maren agreed. We make it up as we go. Silas looked at their hands, Maren's on top of theirs, casual contact that somehow felt more intimate than sex. More honest than any romantic gesture. Okay, Silas said. Let's see where this goes. Maren smiled, that warm, genuine one. Okay. They stood like that for a moment, hands touching, something understood between them that didn't need more words. Then Maren stepped back and Silas went back to sketching. But something had shifted. The air felt different, clearer. Like they'd acknowledged what was already true and now could just exist in it. So about these dates you keep going on, Silas said, not looking up from their work. What about them? Are you going to keep doing that? I don't know. Maybe. If someone interesting asks. Maren returned to the couch. Are you going to keep hooking up with Fletcher? Yeah. We're good together that way. And that doesn't feel like a betrayal of this? Of us? Silas considered that. No. Because sex isn't romance for me. It's just physical connection. It doesn't compete with what we have. Okay. Maren opened her notebook again. I might still go on dates sometimes. Not because this isn't enough, but because I'm still figuring out what I want. That's fair. And you'll tell me? If something changes for you? If this stops working? Yeah. I'll tell you. Silas looked at her. You'll tell me too? Always. They worked in silence for a while. Silas sketched and welded, building the second version of the sculpture, the honest one. Maren wrote, occasionally reading a line aloud to test how it sounded. Around midnight, Maren yawned. I should go, she said. Let you work. You can stay. I mean, you can work here if you want. Silas gestured at the couch. I'm going to be here a few more hours anyway. Yeah? Yeah. Maren settled back into the couch, pulling a throw blanket from the back. Okay. But wake me if I fall asleep. I don't want to be creepy studio furniture. You wouldn't be creepy. I'd be a lumpy throw pillow that occasionally snores. Silas smiled despite himself. You don't snore. How do you know? Because I can hear you breathing when we work and it's quiet. Maren went still. You notice my breathing? Silas realized what they'd said. I notice a lot of things. Like what? Like you tap your pen 3 times before writing a new line. And you touch your hair when you're thinking. And you make this small humming sound when you read something you like. Maren was quiet for a long moment. I notice things about you too. Yeah? Yeah. You touch your wrist scar when you're nervous. And you tilt your head left when you're really looking at something. And you do this thing where you hold your breath right before you start welding, like you're centering yourself. Something warm spread through Silas's chest. Being known. Being noticed. Not romantically, just seen. I like that you notice, Silas said quietly. I like that you notice too. They went back to their work. Maren stayed on the couch, writing and then eventually dozing, the notebook resting on her chest. Silas worked on the sculpture, the real version, the one that felt true. 2 forms, separate. But placed so the negative space between them created its own shape. The emptiness wasn't absence. It was presence. Around 2 a.m., Silas finished the basic structure. They stood back, looking at it, and felt that rare thing, satisfaction. This was right. This was what they'd been trying to say. They looked over at Maren, asleep on the couch. Her face was soft in sleep, peaceful. The notebook had slipped to the floor. One of her hands was tucked under her cheek. Silas picked up the notebook carefully, set it on the coffee table. Found a better blanket, the thick one they kept for cold nights, and draped it over her. Maren stirred but didn't wake. "Thanks," she mumbled, still asleep. Silas stood there for a moment, just looking at this person who'd shown up to their gallery opening. Who texted from bad dates. Who understood the space between forms. Their phone was on the work table. Silas picked it up, opened settings, went to emergency contacts. They stared at Deo's name for a long time. Then, before they could overthink it, they added a second contact. Maren Lindley. 5550293, not replacing Deo. Just adding. Both of them there. Both of them matching. Silas looked at the screen, 2 names now instead of 1, and felt something settle in their chest. Not romance. Not performance. Just truth. They turned off the work lights except for one small lamp, grabbed a pillow from the upstairs loft, and settled into the old armchair across from the couch. They could sleep here. Could let Maren sleep too. In the morning, they'd have the conversation about what this meant. About where they were going. About all the things that needed words. But tonight, this was enough. 2 people, separate but choosing proximity. Creating something between them that wasn't romance but was still everything. Silas fell asleep watching Maren breathe, listening to the quiet of the studio, feeling for the first time like maybe they weren't adjacent anymore. Maybe they were exactly where they were supposed to be. Chapter 5, Gestures and Boundaries. Silas woke to the smell of coffee and the sound of Maren humming. For a moment, they were disoriented, studio armchair, blanket they didn't remember grabbing, morning light slanting through dusty windows. Then memory returned, Maren on the couch, the late-night sculpture work, adding her to their emergency contacts. They sat up. Maren was at the small kitchenette area, doing something with the terrible percolator. She'd changed out of her dress into clothes she must have gotten from her room, leggings and an oversized sweater, her hair in a messy bun. She looked comfortable. Like she belonged here. "Morning," she said when she noticed Silas was awake. "I'm trying to make this coffee machine produce something drinkable. So far I'm losing. It's a lost cause. I refuse to accept that." She fiddled with the settings. "There has to be a way to make it not taste like burnt rubber." Silas stood, stretched. Their back ached from the armchair. "What time is it?" "Almost 8. I have to teach at 10, but I figured I'd attempt breakfast first." She gestured at the counter where she'd laid out bagels, cream cheese, and what looked like homemade jam. "I raided the commune kitchen. Hope that's okay." "When did you do that?" "About 20 minutes ago." "You sleep like the dead." She finally got the percolator working, poured 2 mugs. "Try this and tell me if I've achieved the impossible." Silas took the mug, sipped. It was better. Still terrible, but less aggressively so. "It's an improvement," they admitted. Victory. Maren grabbed a bagel, started spreading cream cheese. "So. We fell asleep in your studio." "Yeah. That's new." "Yeah." Silas got their own bagel, buying time while they figured out what to say. "Is it weird?" "A little. But good weird?" Maren looked at them. "You added me to your phone last night." Silas froze. "You saw that?" "I woke up around 3 and you were asleep in the chair with your phone in your hand." Screen was still on. She smiled softly. "Emergency contacts. Me and Deo." "I should have asked." "No. I'm glad you didn't ask. It would have made it a whole thing." Maren took a bite of bagel. "It is a thing, obviously. But asking would have made it a bigger thing." Silas nodded slowly. That made sense. It felt right. After last night. After we talked about what this is. Or what we're not calling it. Right. They ate in comfortable silence for a minute. Outside, the commune was waking up, voices, footsteps, the sound of Deo's ceramic studio kiln starting up. Normal morning noises that usually Silas experienced alone. "I have to tell you something," Maren said. "And it might make things complicated." Silas's stomach tightened. "Okay. I almost kissed you last night. When you were showing me the sculpture, when we were talking about what we are." She set down her bagel, met Silas's eyes. "I wanted to. Not because it felt romantic, but because it felt like the right gesture. Like it would mean something. But you didn't." "No. Because I remembered your romance repulsed and a kiss would be coded that way even if I didn't mean it romantically." She paused. "But I wanted to tell you. That the impulse was there." Silas processed this. "Thank you. For not doing it. Does it bother you? That I wanted to?" "No. I mean, yes, if you had done it that would have felt bad. But you didn't. You thought about what I need." Silas took a breath. "That matters more than the impulse." "Okay. Good." Maren picked up her bagel again. "I might have more impulses like that. Romantic gestures that feel natural to me. I need to know, do you want me to tell you about them, or just not do them?" This was the conversation Silas had been dreading. The one about boundaries and gestures and how to navigate the space between Maren's romanticism and their own romance repulsion. "I need you to not do them," Silas said carefully. "The romantic-coded ones. But I want to know if you're feeling restricted. If this isn't working for you. What if I reframe them?" Maren asked. "Like the flowers at your gallery opening." "I brought flowers, which is romantic-coded, but I framed them as being for the space, not for you." It was still a gesture, but not a romantic one. Silas thought about that. That worked. Because it wasn't about me fitting into a romantic script. "Okay. So I can do gestures, but they need to be reframed as friendship or partnership or whatever we're calling this. Can you do that? Reframe them without feeling like you're suppressing yourself?" Maren was quiet for a moment. "I think so. Because the gestures aren't really about romance for me. They're about showing I care. And I can show that in lots of ways. Like stress baking cinnamon rolls." "Exactly. Or leaving sticky notes. Or showing up to gallery openings." She smiled. "Those all say, you matter to me, without saying, I want to date you. And that's enough for you?" "Yes. Actually, it's kind of a relief." Maren leaned against the counter. "Most of the time when I do romantic gestures, they feel performative. Like I'm following a script of what I'm supposed to do. But the non-romantic ones feel genuine." Silas felt something ease in their chest. "I can do non-romantic gestures too. I'm just not good at them. You made me coffee this morning." "You made the coffee. But you have coffee here at all because you know I drink it when I visit." Maren gestured at the percolator. "That's a gesture. You created space for me in your studio." Silas hadn't thought about it that way. But she was right, they'd bought better coffee beans after Maren started visiting regularly. Had cleared a permanent spot on the couch for her. Had started keeping extra blankets around. Small gestures. Non-romantic but still meaningful. "What about hookups?" Maren asked suddenly. "Are those gestures for you?" "No. Those are just physical. Uncomplicated." Silas thought about Fletcher, about their easy dynamic. "It's different from what we have." "How?" "Fletcher and I show up for sex and conversation. We're friends, but there's no emotional investment beyond that. No wanting to tell each other things first, no thinking about each other when we're apart." Silas looked at Maren. "With you, I think about telling you things when they happen. I save up observations to share with you." Maren's eyes were bright. "I do that too. I'll see something and think Silas would appreciate this and I'll make a note to tell you later. So that's the difference. The hookups are just present moment connection. This is ongoing. This is choosing each other daily, Maren said softly. They stood in the studio kitchen, bagels half eaten, coffee cooling, looking at each other. Silas felt that pull again, the gravitational thing, the invisible force that made them want to be near Maren without touching her. I have to teach in an hour, Maren said. But can I come back tonight? I'm working on a new poem and I think better when you're here. Yeah. I'll be here. Okay. She grabbed her bag, started gathering her things. Oh, I almost forgot, I'm going on a date Saturday. Just so you know. Silas felt a small twist in their chest. Okay. Are you okay with that? Yeah. We said we'd be honest about this stuff. Silas forced themselves to ask, who is it? Someone from the community center. We met at orientation last week. They seem nice, actually interested in poetry. Maren paused. I don't know if it'll go anywhere. But I want to find out. That makes sense. And you'll tell me if you hook up with someone new? Not Fletcher, but if you meet someone? Yeah. Silas had a hookup app on their phone that they checked occasionally, though they hadn't actually met anyone new in months. I'll tell you. Okay. Maren moved toward the door, then stopped. This is weird, right? Navigating this? Yeah. But good weird. Good weird, she agreed. She smiled, that real one. I'll see you tonight. After she left, Silas stood in the studio alone. They felt unsettled in a way they couldn't quite name. Not jealous, they didn't have a claim on Maren's romantic life. But something. Their phone buzzed. Fletcher. Hey, want to hook up tonight? Been a minute. Silas looked at the text. They did want to see Fletcher, had been weeks since their last hookup. But tonight Maren was coming over to work. Tomorrow night? Silas typed back. Sure thing. My place? Yeah. Silas set down their phone and looked at the two sculptures on the work table, the commission piece the client wanted, and the honest one they'd made for themselves. Two versions of connection. One forced merger, one chosen proximity. They worked on the commission piece all morning, getting it to a place where the client would be satisfied. Technically proficient, emotionally dishonest. But it was what they'd been hired to do. Around noon, they took a break. Checked their phone, a text from Maren. First day teaching went great. The kids actually engaged with the poetry exercise. One of them wrote something that made me cry. In a good way. Silas smiled, typed back, told you you'd be great. You did. Thanks for believing in me. Always. They stared at that word. Always. It felt big. Felt like a promise. Another text came through, also I'm bringing dinner tonight. That okay? You don't have to. I know. I want to. I'm trying out a new recipe and I need a victim. Victim implies it might be bad. It might be. Hence the need for a brave volunteer. I'm brave. The bravest. See you at 6. Yeah. Silas went back to work feeling lighter. Spent the afternoon finishing the commission piece, photographing it for the client, boxing it for shipping. Then they cleaned the studio, actually cleaned, not just shoved things aside. Made space. At 5:30, they showered in the small bathroom upstairs, changed into clean clothes. Not because Maren was coming. Just because they'd been working all day and felt gross. It was absolutely because Maren was coming. She arrived at 6 carrying 2 paper bags and wearing that oversized cardigan Silas was starting to recognize as her favorite. Her hair was down, still damp like she'd showered too. I made pasta, she announced. From scratch. The pasta, not just the sauce. I'm very proud of myself. You made pasta? I stress cook when I'm nervous. She set the bags on the counter, started unpacking containers. First day of teaching made me anxious, so I made enough pasta for 6 people. What were you nervous about? Everything. What if the kids hated me? What if I'm a terrible teacher? What if I forget how to talk about poetry in a way that makes sense? She pulled out plates, serving spoons. The usual spiral. But it went well. It did. One kid wrote a poem about loneliness using only concrete images: rain on a bus window, empty chairs in a cafeteria, a phone screen with no notifications. It was devastating and beautiful. Maren's whole face lit up when she talked about it. That's why I teach. From moments like that. They ate the pasta, which was genuinely good, way better than anything Silas could make, and talked about the class, about the kids, about poetry as a way to make sense of feeling. Maren was animated, gesturing with her fork, telling stories. Silas mostly listened. They were good at that, listening, noticing, being present. And Maren needed to talk, to process her excitement. After dinner, they fell into their usual routine. Maren on the couch with her laptop, working on a new poem. Silas at the work table, starting sketches for a new piece. Comfortable parallel work. Around 8, Maren's phone buzzed. She checked it, smiled. Saturday date confirming time and place, she said. Silas felt that twist again. You excited? A little. Nervous mostly. I'm bad at dates. You'll be fine. Maren set down her phone, looked at Silas directly. Does it bother you? Me going on this date? Silas considered lying. But they'd promised honesty. A little. Not jealousy, exactly. Just. I don't know what it is. Fear that I'll find someone romantic and you'll become less important? That was exactly it. Silas nodded. I won't, Maren said firmly. Even if this date becomes something, even if I end up in a romantic relationship, you're still my person. The one I text first, the one I want to tell things to. That doesn't change. How can you know that? Because what we have isn't about romance. It's about choosing each other. And I'll keep choosing you. She paused. Unless you stop wanting to be chosen. That's the only thing that would change it. Silas felt something settle. I want to be chosen. Then you are. They went back to work, but the air felt different. Clearer. Like they'd navigated something difficult and come out okay. Around 10, Maren yawned. I should go. Let you sleep. You can stay. The words came out before Silas thought about them. I mean, if you want. The couch is comfortable enough. Maren looked at them for a long moment. Is that okay? With boundaries and everything? Yeah. We fell asleep here last night and it was fine. Okay. But I'm stealing all your blankets. That's fair. Maren went to her room to get pajamas and her toothbrush while Silas cleaned up the dinner dishes. When she came back, wearing soft pants and an old t-shirt, face scrubbed clean, Silas felt that thing in their chest again. That warm, complicated feeling that wasn't romance but was still everything. They gave her the good blankets and took the scratchy one for themselves. Settled into the armchair while she curled up on the couch. Silas, she said in the dark. Yeah? Thank you. For making space for me. For letting me be romantic-ish in my own way without making me feel like I'm too much. You're not too much. I've been told I am. By people I've dated. They were wrong. Silas said it firmly. You're exactly right. Silence. Then, soft, you're exactly right too. Silas fell asleep listening to Maren breathe, thinking about gestures and boundaries, about chosen proximity and daily choosing. About someone who brought homemade pasta and stayed on the couch and promised not to let romance make them secondary. About matching. About being exactly right. In the morning, they'd navigate more of this. Figure out how to maintain what they had while Maren explored romance and Silas maintained their hookup culture. It would be complicated. It would require constant communication. But it would be worth it. Because for the first time in their life, Silas wasn't adjacent. They were primary. They were chosen. And that was everything. Chapter 6, Emergency Contact, the first time. The insurance renewal form sat on Silas's desk for 3 days before they opened it. It wasn't procrastination exactly. More like avoidance. The form represented a decision they'd made but hadn't fully processed yet. Adding Maren to their phone's emergency contacts felt private, invisible. Changing official paperwork felt permanent. It was Friday afternoon. Fletcher was coming over tonight, their first hookup in weeks. Maren was on her date tomorrow. Everything was continuing as normal, as agreed upon. Silas picked up the form. Studio insurance, annual renewal. Same coverage as always. Same questions. Emergency contact name, ___________________ relationship, phone number, Their hand hovered over the paper. They could write Deo's name again. Safe, expected, what they'd always done. Instead, they wrote, Maren Lindley. Relationship, partner. The word looked strange on the page. Not wrong, just unfamiliar. Partner could mean anything, business partner, artistic collaborator, life partner. It didn't specify romance. It just said, this person matters. Phone number, 5550293. Silas set down the pen and stared at what they'd written. Their hands felt shaky, though that was ridiculous. It was just paperwork. It didn't change anything real. Except it did. It made invisible things visible. It said to the world, if something happens to me, call her. They signed the form before they could second-guess it. Sealed it in the return envelope. Walked it out to the commune's mailbox and raised the flag. Done. Back in the studio, Silas tried to work on sketches for a new piece. But their mind kept drifting to the form, to Maren's name in official documentation, to what that meant. Their phone buzzed. Maren. How's your day going? Silas looked at the phone for a long moment. Should they tell her? About the insurance form, about making it official? Good. Just send in my studio insurance renewal. Exciting paperwork times. Yeah. They almost left it there. Almost didn't mention it. But they'd promised honesty. I put you as my emergency contact. On the form. The 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, really? Yeah. Is that okay? Of course it's okay. I'm honored. A pause, then another message. I have you listed on my teaching contract emergency contact. Added you last week when I filled out the paperwork. Something warm spread through Silas's chest. She'd done the same thing. Without discussing it, without making it a big production. Just quietly choosing them. We're each other's emergency contacts. Yeah. We are. Silas stared at the texts, at the simple truth of it. They were each other's people. The ones who showed up. The ones who mattered. Still good for tonight? Fletcher's text came through, interrupting the moment. Yeah. 8? Perfect. I'll bring Thai food. Silas looked between the 2 text threads. Fletcher, uncomplicated and easy. Maren, complicated and essential. Both mattering, just in different ways. They worked until 7:30, then showered and changed. Fletcher arrived right on time, carrying bags of takeout and wearing that grin that meant he'd had a good week. Hey, man. He pulled Silas into a hug, familiar and comfortable. Missed you. Missed you too. They ate first, pad thai and spring rolls, sitting on the floor of the studio because Silas still hadn't bought a proper table. Fletcher told stories about work drama, about a bad date he'd gone on with someone who'd somehow missed that he was aromantic despite Fletcher stating it clearly 3 times. He kept trying to plan our second date during the first date, Fletcher said, laughing. Like, dude, I told you this is casual. There might not be a second date. Was there? Nope. Too pushy. I need people who get it, you know? Silas nodded. They did know. That was what made Fletcher work, mutual understanding, no pressure to be anything other than what they were. After food came sex. Good sex, the familiar kind where they knew each other's bodies, knew what worked. Easy and uncomplicated, exactly what Silas needed. After, lying in Silas's bed, Fletcher scrolled his phone while Silas stared at the ceiling. They felt good, sated, relaxed, comfortable. But also aware of something missing. Not from this, from Fletcher. This was exactly what it was supposed to be. The missing thing was somewhere else entirely. You're thinking about her again, Fletcher said without looking up from his phone. What? The poet. Maren. He glanced over, amused. You get this look. Distant but not in a bad way. Like you're thinking about something important. Silas felt heat in their face. I wasn't. Dude, it's fine. I told you, I'm happy for you. Fletcher set down his phone. How's that going anyway? You two figure out what you're doing? We're seeing where it goes. No scripts. And that's working? Yeah, I think so. Silas turned onto their side to face him. She's going on a date tomorrow. How do you feel about that? Weird. Not jealous, exactly. Just. I don't know. Fletcher nodded. Scared she'll find someone romantic and you'll stop being primary. Basically. That's fair. But if she's like you say she is, if she actually gets what you two have, a romantic relationship won't erase it. He paused. I've got people I hook up with regularly and people I have deeper friendships with. The hookups don't threaten the friendships. Different things, different needs. Yeah, but romance is culturally coded as more important than friendship. Doesn't mean it actually is. Fletcher stretched, cat-like. You two have something real. Romance is just, it's one flavor of connection. Not inherently superior. Silas thought about that. You really believe that? I have to. Otherwise being aromantic means I'm automatically settling for less, and that's bullshit. Fletcher's voice was firm. What I have with my close friends, what you have with Maren, that's not less than romance. It's different. Sometimes it's more. More how? More honest. Less performative. Built on actual compatibility instead of just chemistry and cultural scripts. He grinned. Plus, no pressure to move in together or merge your lives or any of that shit. Maren and I might merge our lives. Just not romantically. Exactly. On your own terms. That's the dream, man. Fletcher sat up, started gathering his clothes. I should go. Early morning tomorrow. They dressed and said goodbye at the studio door. Fletcher hugged Silas tight, kissed their forehead platonically. For what it's worth, he said, I think you and Maren are building something really cool. Don't let fear fuck it up. After he left, Silas stood in the quiet studio. Through the window, they could see lights on in the main house. Friday night commune dinner, they'd skipped it for Fletcher's visit. Their phone buzzed. Maren. How was your night? Good. Fletcher just left. How was yours? Stressful. Been planning tomorrow's date outfit for an hour. Everything I own is either too casual or too formal. What's the date? Coffee shop, then maybe walking around downtown if it goes well. Wear the green cardigan. The one you had on Tuesday. The oversized one? Yeah. It looks good on you. A pause, then, thanks. I'll do that. Silas stared at their phone. They'd just given Maren fashion advice for a date with someone else. That should feel strange. Should feel wrong. Instead, it felt like caring. Like showing up in the small ways. Good luck tomorrow. Thanks. Nervous but trying not to spiral. You'll be great. They'd be lucky to get a second date. You're biased. Doesn't make it less true. Another pause. Then, can I come over after? Regardless of how it goes? I think I'll need to debrief. Yeah. Anytime. Thanks. You're my person. Silas looked at those 3 words. You're my person. Simple and absolute. The same way Maren was theirs. They thought about the insurance form, about their names on each other's emergency contact lines. About Fletcher's words, building something cool, something honest, something on their own terms. Before bed, Silas went to their desk and pulled out the copy of the insurance form they'd kept for their records. Looked at Maren's name written in their handwriting. Emergency contact, Maren Lindley. Relationship, partner. They pinned it to the corkboard above their desk. Not hidden, not private. Just there. Visible. Real. Saturday morning, Silas woke to sunlight and the sound of their phone buzzing. A text from Deo. Commune meeting tomorrow, 10 a.m. Financial update. Important that everyone attends. Silas stared at the text. Financial update usually meant the commune was struggling. They'd known it was coming. Deo had mentioned months ago that funding was getting tight, that they might need to make changes. Still. The timing felt ominous. They spent the morning working on a new sculpture, trying not to think about Maren's date. Coffee at 2 p.m., she'd said. It was noon now. 2 hours. Their phone buzzed again. Not Maren. Ivy. Hey, can you help me with a sculpture technique question? I'm trying to do this thing with wire and it keeps collapsing. Come over. I'm in the studio. Ivy appeared 10 minutes later, carrying a mess of wire and clay. Silas helped her problem solve, explaining weight distribution and how to create a stable armature. It was good to focus on something concrete, something they could fix with their hands. You okay? Ivy asked after a while. You seem distracted. Just thinking about the financial meeting tomorrow. Yeah. Deo looked worried when she mentioned it. Ivy wound wire carefully around her sculpture's base. This place matters, you know. It's the first time I've felt like I belonged somewhere. Same, Silas said quietly. They worked together in comfortable silence. Around 1:30, Ivy finished her piece and headed back to her own studio. Silas tried to keep working, but their eyes kept drifting to the clock. 2 p.m. Maren was at the coffee shop now. Meeting her date. Silas told himself it didn't matter. She'd come over after, they'd debrief, everything would be fine. This was the arrangement they'd agreed to. But their chest felt tight anyway. At 2:47, their phone buzzed. Maren. Date's fine. He's nice. Going to walk downtown like planned. Silas stared at the text. She was checking in. Mid-date, she was thinking about them. Have fun. Will do. See you later. Silas set down their phone and went back to work. But the tightness in their chest eased slightly. She'd texted them. In the middle of a date with someone else, she'd texted them. That meant something. The afternoon crawled. Silas worked on the sculpture, cleaned the studio, started prep for a new commission. Anything to keep busy, to not watch the clock. At 5:23, their phone rang. Not a text, an actual call. Maren's name on the screen. Hey, Silas answered. Hey. Maren's voice sounded tired. Date just ended. Can I come over? Yeah. Of course. Thanks. Be there in 10. She arrived in 9 minutes, still wearing the green cardigan. Her hair was windblown, her face flushed from cold or emotion or both. She looked beautiful and exhausted. Hi, she said. Hi. Come in. Maren dropped onto the studio couch like her strings had been cut. That was a lot. Silas sat in the armchair across from her. Good lot or bad lot? Confusing lot. Maren pulled her knees up, wrapped her arms around them. He was nice. Actually nice, not nice in that condescending way. He liked poetry, asked good questions, seemed genuinely interested in me. That sounds good. It was good. That's the problem. Maren looked at Silas. We walked around downtown for 2 hours. He told me about his work. He's a librarian, which is perfect for me. He made me laugh. He asked about my teaching, about the commune, about my writing. All the right things. Silas's chest felt tight again. So you're seeing him again? He asked for a second date. I said yes. Maren paused. But the whole time, I kept thinking about you. What? Not in a romantic way. Just. I kept seeing things and wanting to tell you about them. There was a sculpture in a shop window and I thought, Silas would love that. Someone's dog was wearing a ridiculous sweater and I wanted to take a picture to send you. We passed your gallery and I almost mentioned your opening but caught myself. She laughed, but it sounded hollow. I was on a date and spending half my brain time thinking about someone else. Silas didn't know what to say. Is that bad? I don't know. Is it? Maren looked at them. Is it okay that I'm dating someone else but still thinking about you constantly? I think about you constantly too. And I just hooked up with Fletcher last night. That's different. Hookups are just physical for you. And dates are just exploration for you. Right? Maren was quiet. I thought so. But then I'm sitting across from this perfectly nice guy and I'm cataloging things to tell you later, and I realize, this is backwards. If I'm interested in him, shouldn't I be present with him? Were you not present? I was. Mostly. But there was this part of my brain that stayed with you. She rubbed her face. God, this is so confusing. Silas moved from the armchair to sit on the couch next to her. Not touching, just closer. You're allowed to be confused. I don't want to mess this up. What we have. You're not messing it up. How do you know? Because you came here after. Because you're telling me about it instead of pretending it didn't happen. Silas thought about Fletcher's words. We said we'd be honest. You're being honest. Maren leaned her head against the couch back. Do you think about me when you're with Fletcher? No. But that's because sex is separate from emotion for me. It's just bodies. Silas paused. But before and after? Yeah. I think about you. Before and after? Before, I'm wondering if you're okay, if your day went well. After, I want to tell you about something Fletcher said, or share an observation. Silas looked at her. Your background music. Constant. Background music, Maren repeated softly. I like that. They sat in silence for a moment. Outside, evening was settling in. Through the window, Silas could see people heading to the main house for dinner. Are you going to see him again? Silas asked. The librarian. I said I would. Second date next weekend. Maren turned to look at them. Is that okay? Yeah. We agreed you could date. I know what we agreed. I'm asking if it's okay with you. Emotionally. Silas thought about that. It's scary. But not because I think you'll leave me for him. More because I don't know how to navigate this. Dating and hookups are supposed to be the primary thing, and what we have is supposed to be secondary. But for us it's reversed. So we're already breaking the script, Maren said. We never had a script. Exactly. She smiled slightly. We're making this up as we go. Is that enough for you? Making it up? It's better than following someone else's rules. Maren shifted slightly closer. Can I tell you something? Always. When I was walking with him downtown, I realized something. I like romance theoretically. I like the idea of romantic gestures and sweet moments and all of that. But in practice? In the actual doing of it? I felt like I was performing. She paused. With you, I never feel like I'm performing. Same. Even when things are confusing, they're honest. Honest is better than easy, Maren said. Yeah. It is. They sat on the couch as darkness fell, not talking, just being. Eventually, Maren's stomach growled audibly. Dinner? Silas suggested. God, yes. I'm starving. Date lunch was just coffee and a muffin. They walked to the main house together. The Friday dinner crowd was smaller than usual, some people gone for the weekend, others working late. But Deo was there, and Ivy, and a few others. Deo caught Silas's eye across the table and smiled knowingly. Like she could see what was happening between them, what they were building. After dinner, they walked back to the studio together. Maren didn't ask if she could stay. She just came in, settled onto the couch, pulled out her laptop. I need to write, she said. Process today. Is that okay? Yeah. I'm working on sketches anyway. They fell into parallel work. Maren typing, occasionally muttering to herself. Silas drawing, losing time in the work. Comfortable silence, the kind that didn't need filling. Around 11, Maren yawned. I should go to bed. You can sleep here. If you want. She looked at him. You sure? Yeah. It's late. And tomorrow's the financial meeting. Might as well already be here. Okay. She closed her laptop. But I'm claiming the good blankets again. They're already yours. Maren went to her room to get pajamas while Silas cleaned up the studio. When she came back, they settled into their respective spaces, her on the couch, him in the armchair. In the darkness, Maren's voice, Silas? Yeah? Thank you. For being okay with today. With all of this. Thank you for telling me about it. Always. Silas listened to her breathing slow and deepen. Thought about emergency contact forms and insurance paperwork. About their names written on official documents, saying to the world, this person matters. They thought about Maren on a date, thinking about them. About herself coming here after, choosing to debrief with them instead of processing alone. About being each other's constant background music. Tomorrow they'd deal with the commune's financial crisis. Tomorrow they'd navigate whatever came next with Maren's dating and Silas's hookups and this strange, honest thing they were building. But tonight, this was enough. Two people, separate but choosing proximity. Emergency contacts. Partners. Primary. Chapter 7, The Commune's Financial Crisis. The commune meeting started 15 minutes late because people kept arriving in anxious clusters, whispering speculation. Silas sat next to Maren on the main house porch steps, both of them nursing coffee. Maren had slept on the studio couch again, and they'd woken to Deo's text reminder about the meeting. Neither of them had talked about it being the third time in a week Maren had stayed over. It was just becoming normal. You think it's that bad? Maren asked quietly, watching Deo arrange chairs in a circle on the lawn. Deo doesn't call emergency meetings for small things. Around them, the commune gathered. Ivy looking worried, clutching a notebook. A few of the ceramicists who'd been there longer than Silas, already wearing expressions of resignation. The painters, the writers, the metalworkers, all the artists who'd found home here. Deo waited until everyone was seated. Her locks were wrapped in a deep purple scarf today, and she wore her reading glasses on a beaded chain. She looked every bit the matriarch, but also tired in a way Silas hadn't seen before. "Thank you all for coming," Deo said. Her voice carried across the lawn without her needing to raise it. "I'm not going to soften this. The commune is in trouble." Murmurs rippled through the group. "We've known for a while that funding was tight," Deo continued. "The grants that sustained us for the first 15 years have dried up. We lost our major donor last year when the Johnsons moved overseas. And property taxes in this area have tripled since we bought the land." She pulled out a folder, reading glasses sliding down her nose. "The numbers. We have enough in our reserves to cover basic costs for another 6 months. Maybe 8 if we're very careful. After that." She looked up. "After that, we'll need to sell the property." Silence. Heavy and shocked. "There has to be something we can do," someone said. One of the ceramicists. "Fundraisers, grants, something." "We've applied for every grant we qualify for," Deo said. "I've been doing fundraisers quarterly. It's not enough. The reality is that we need a significant capital investment, someone willing to buy into the property, or a major donor willing to fund operations for at least 5 years while we rebuild sustainability." "How much?" Silas heard himself ask. Deo looked at them. "To buy in as a co-owner? We'd need at least 200,000. That would cover the tax debt and give us operating capital for 3 years. 200,000. Silas's entire life savings was maybe 30,000, accumulated slowly from sales and commissions. The gallery opening had been good, but not that good. "To rent as we do now," Deo continued, "we'd need to raise monthly costs significantly. Triple what you're paying now, which I know most of you can't afford." Maren's hand found Silas's, squeezed. "Not romantic. Just grounding. How long do we have to figure this out?" Ivy asked, her voice small. 6 months. Maybe 8. Deo's voice was gentle but firm. "I'm telling you now so we have time to plan. Time to look for solutions. But I need everyone to be realistic. This place, it might not survive." The meeting continued, discussion of options, of possible fundraising ideas, of whether they could downsize to a smaller property. But Silas heard it distantly, their mind churning. This place was home. Had been home for 4 years. Their studio, their space, the community that had accepted them exactly as they were. If the commune failed, where would they go? After the meeting dissolved, people scattered in small groups. Some heading back to their studios, others gathering to talk urgently about possibilities. Silas stood on the lawn, hands still in Maren's, staring at the buildings that made up their world. "Walk with me?" Maren said quietly. They walked the commune grounds in silence. Past the vegetable garden, past the ceramic studio with its kiln chimney, past the main house with its wide porch. Past Silas's studio barn, Maren's smaller workspace in the converted garage. "This place matters," Maren said finally. "Not just to us. To Ivy, to everyone here. It's the first time a lot of us have felt like we belonged. I know. There has to be something we can do." Silas thought about their savings. About Maren's, probably similar. About $200,000, an impossible sum. "Let's go back to the studio," Silas said. "Think about this." Back in the studio, Maren made coffee while Silas pulled out their laptop. They opened their bank account, looked at the numbers. $32,417. Years of careful saving, of taking commissions they didn't want, of selling pieces at prices that felt too low. Not even close to enough. "How much do you have saved?" Silas asked. Maren looked up from the coffee maker. "Maybe 20,000. I just started teaching, and poetry doesn't exactly pay well." "Same. Well, a bit more. But nowhere near 200,000. Maren brought over coffee, sat next to them on the couch. "What if we pooled resources? Everyone here? Most people are broke. That's why we're here, affordable studio space while we build our careers. Silas did quick mental math. Even if everyone contributed their life savings, we'd maybe get to 70,000-80,000. And that's assuming everyone even has savings. Loans? For what collateral? None of us own anything. Silas closed their laptop. And even if we could get loans, we'd be paying them off forever on artist incomes. They sat in frustrated silence. Outside, autumn wind rattled the studio windows. October was bleeding toward November, everything getting colder. What if someone buys it? Maren said. The property. Someone who'd let us stay. That's what Deo's hoping for. A buyer who wants it as a commune instead of development. Silas leaned back. But that's a long shot. This land is worth more as condos or commercial space. Maren pulled her knees up, wrapped her arms around them. I can't imagine leaving here. I just got here. I just started teaching, started figuring out who I am. She stopped. Looked at Silas. I just found you. Something in Silas's chest cracked open. I know. Where would you go? If this place closed? Silas had been avoiding that question. I don't know. Find another studio space somewhere. But it wouldn't be the same. This place isn't just about the space. It's the community. It's Deo and Ivy and everyone who gets it. It's home, Maren said quietly. Yeah. It's home. They sat with that for a long moment. Then Maren's phone buzzed. She checked it, made a face. The librarian. Confirming our second date for next Saturday. Silas had completely forgotten about Maren's dating life. The commune crisis had pushed everything else aside. You going to go? They asked. I should, right? I said I would. Maren set down her phone. But honestly, right now I can't imagine caring about dating when the commune might disappear. Life doesn't stop for crises. Maybe it should. She rubbed her face. Sorry. I know I'm being dramatic. It's just, this place matters. You matter. The thought of all of it going away. Silas reached out, put their hand on her shoulder. We'll figure something out. How do you know? I don't. But we have 6 months. That's not nothing. Maren leaned into the touch slightly. You're my optimist now? Apparently. Over the next few days, the commune buzzed with anxious energy. People had emergency meetings in small groups, discussing options. Ivy started a spreadsheet of everyone's financial resources. The ceramicists drafted a letter to local arts organizations asking for support. Silas kept working, commissions, new pieces, anything to keep their hands busy. But their mind kept returning to the problem. $200,000. An impossible sum. On Wednesday, they got an email from the Vermont residency. Their grant application had been accepted. 3 months, full stipend, studio space. Starting in February. Silas stared at the email. This was huge. This was career launching. The kind of opportunity that could lead to gallery representation, to major commissions, to actually making a living as an artist. It also meant leaving for 3 months. Leaving the commune. Leaving Maren. They forwarded the email to Maren without comment. Her response came 5 minutes later. Silas, this is amazing. You have to go. 3 months in Vermont. I know. But it's Vermont. It's the residency you wanted. Yeah. You're going, right? Silas looked at the email again. At the dates, February through April. 3 months away from here, away from their studio, away from Maren. 3 months of career advancement at the cost of daily proximity. I don't know. With the commune crisis. The crisis doesn't change the fact that this is an incredible opportunity. You should go. You'd be okay with that? A longer pause this time. Then, I'd miss you. A lot. But I'd be okay. We'd be okay. Silas set down their phone and looked around their studio. This space, this life they'd built. Maren sleeping on the couch, their parallel work, the easy intimacy of chosen proximity. 3 months away felt like too long. But 3 months of focused work could change their career. Could give them financial stability. Could maybe even give them resources to help with the commune. They picked up their phone again. Can I come over? Need to talk this through. Already at your studio. Look up. Silas turned. Maren was standing in the doorway, laptop bag over her shoulder, that soft smile on her face. I was coming to work here anyway, she said. Figured you'd need to process. She settled onto the couch while Silas paced, thinking out loud. Maren listened the way she always did, full attention, asking questions that helped Silas clarify their thoughts. It's 3 months, Silas said. February through April. Right when the commune might be at crisis point. Or right when the commune needs you to be building your career, Maren countered. Better sales, better commissions, more resources to potentially help. But I'd be gone. If something happened. I'd be here. Deo would be here. The community would be here. Maren paused. And we have phones. We have video calls. You wouldn't actually disappear. Silas stopped pacing. You really think I should go? I think you should do what's right for your career. And this is a huge opportunity. She looked at them directly. I don't want you resenting me or the commune because you gave up something important. I wouldn't resent you. Maybe not consciously. But if the commune fails anyway, and you turn down Vermont? You'd wonder. You'd regret it. Silas sat down in the armchair, suddenly exhausted. I don't want to leave you for 3 months. I don't want you to leave either. But I want you to thrive. Maren's voice was gentle. That's what people do when they care about each other. They want the other person to succeed, even if it's inconvenient. 3 months is more than inconvenient. It's temporary. We're not. She said it with such certainty that Silas felt something settle. You go to Vermont, you do amazing work, you come back. And I'll be here. We'll be here. Silas looked at her, cross-legged on their couch, laptop open, already making herself at home in their space. The person they texted first, the person who showed up, the person whose name was on their emergency contact forms. Okay, they said. I'll accept it. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. This is important for my career. Silas paused. But can we talk about it? The logistics, I mean. How we make 3 months apart work. Absolutely. We'll figure it out together. They spent the evening making plans. Video calls twice a week at minimum. Daily texts. Maren could visit if her teaching schedule allowed. Silas could come back for a weekend if needed. It felt manageable. Not ideal, but manageable. Around 9, there was a knock on the studio door. Deo, carrying a bottle of wine and wearing a tired smile. Heard about the Vermont residency, she said. Came to celebrate. They sat on the studio floor, Silas, Maren, Deo, passing the wine bottle and talking about art and community and the future. Deo told stories about the commune's early days, about how hard they'd fought to build this place. We'll fight again, she said. We always do. But it's getting harder to keep believing it'll be enough. What happens if we can't save it? Maren asked. Deo was quiet for a long moment. Then we scatter. We find new places. We build new communities. She looked around the studio, at the sculptures and tools and evidence of creative life. But this, what we have here, it's rare. Worth fighting for. After Deo left, Silas and Maren sat in the quiet studio. Outside, night had fully fallen. November was coming, bringing cold and change. I'm scared, Maren said quietly. About the commune. About you leaving. About all of it. Me too. But we'll be okay. Right? Silas thought about emergency contact forms and Vermont and 3 months apart. About the commune that might not survive and the community that might scatter. Yeah, they said, hoping it was true. We'll be okay. Maren stayed on the couch that night. Silas in the armchair. Both of them falling asleep thinking about the same thing, this place they'd found. This home they'd built. This fragile, essential thing that might not last. And each other, separate but choosing proximity, trying to believe that some things survived even when everything else fell apart. Chapter 8, What This Looks Like. Britt arrived at the commune on Thursday with questions and suspicion. Silas knew this because Maren texted them from the main house. Britt's here. She wants to meet you. Prepare yourself. For what? The interrogation. Silas had heard about Britt, Maren's best friend since college, the one who didn't quite understand what they were doing. The one who worried Maren was settling. They found Maren and Britt on the main house porch. Britt was exactly as described, petite, stylish in a vintage blazer and cropped pants, asymmetrical purple hair catching the afternoon light. They looked up as Silas approached, and their eyes were assessing. So you're Silas, Britt said. Yeah. You're Britt. I am. They stood, extended a hand. Silas shook it. Firm grip. Maren talks about you constantly. Britt, Maren started. I talk about her constantly too, Silas said. Britt's eyebrow raised. Good to know. They turned to Maren. Can we talk? The three of us? Maren looked at Silas. Silas nodded. They moved to Silas's studio, neutral territory, sort of. Britt took in the space with sharp eyes, the sculptures, the tools, the couch where Maren clearly spent time based on the blanket and the stack of her books on the side table. Nice space, Britt said, settling into the armchair. Very you, Maren. Very cozy. I spend a lot of time here, Maren admitted. I've noticed. Britt looked at Silas. Okay, I'm going to be direct because that's who I am. What exactly are you two doing? Silas glanced at Maren. She gave a small nod. Your call. We're figuring it out, Silas said. We're not dating. We're not romantic. But we're also not just friends. What does that mean in practice? It means we're each other's emergency contacts. We spend most evenings together. We text each other first when things happen. Silas thought about how to explain it. We're choosing each other daily without romance. Britt processed this. And you're aromantic. Yeah. And you, Britt looked at Maren. You're romance positive. You want romantic relationships. I thought I did, Maren said carefully. But I'm realizing that what I actually want is connection and intimacy without the performance. And I have that with Silas. But you're still going on dates, Britt said. You texted me about the librarian. I am. Because I'm still exploring what I want romantically. Maren looked at Silas. We agreed to be honest about that. I can date, Silas can hook up. We're not exclusive. Britt's expression was hard to read. And you're both okay with that? Mostly, Silas said. It's complicated. But we talk about it. Okay, but, Britt leaned forward. Maren, what happens when you fall in love with someone? When you meet someone who wants a romantic relationship and you have to choose between them and this? They gestured between Silas and Maren. I won't have to choose, Maren said firmly. Because what Silas and I have isn't less than romance. It's different. It's foundational. That's what you say now. That's what I'll say then too. Maren's voice was steady. I know you're worried about me. I love that you're worried. But I need you to trust that I know what I'm doing. Do you know what you're doing? No. But I know what I feel. And I feel more real with Silas than I've felt with anyone I've dated. Maren reached over, took Silas's hand. Not romantic. Just contact. That matters. Britt looked at their joined hands, then at Silas. What about you? What happens when you hook up with someone and it becomes more than physical? That's not how it works for me, Silas said. Sex and emotion are separate. I can have physical intimacy with Fletcher and it doesn't threaten what I have with Maren. How is Maren supposed to compete with that? With easy, uncomplicated sex? She's not competing. Silas squeezed Maren's hand. Fletcher gives me physical connection. Maren gives me emotional intimacy. They're both important. They don't cancel each other out. Britt was quiet for a long moment. Okay, but here's my real question. Maren, you almost kissed them. You told me about that. You have romantic feelings. Maren flushed. I have feelings. I don't know if they're romantic or just intense care. What's the difference? Romance has an agenda, Maren said. It wants specific things, dates, escalation, eventual cohabitation and life merging. What I feel for Silas is just wanting to be near them. Wanting them to thrive. Wanting to build something together on our own terms. That sounds like love, Britt said. It is love. Just not romantic love. Maren looked at Silas. Right? Right, Silas said. Though the word love still felt complicated, still felt loaded. But also true. Britt sighed. I'm not saying this to be cruel. I'm saying it because I love you and I don't want to see you hurt. But Maren, you've always been romantic. You write poetry about longing. You cry at weddings. You believe in romance. I believe in connection, Maren corrected. I thought that meant romance. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe romance is just one way to connect, and I've been forcing myself into that framework because it's what I'm supposed to want. Or maybe you're forcing yourself out of that framework because Silas can't give it to you. The words hung in the air, sharp and pointed. Silas felt their chest tighten. That was their fear exactly, that Maren was compromising, settling, pretending to not need romance because they couldn't provide it. That's not what's happening, Maren said, but her voice was less certain now. How do you know? Britt asked gently. How do you know you're not just adapting to what's available? Maren was quiet. Silas could feel her hand in theirs, could feel the tension in her body. I guess I don't know for sure, Maren said finally. But here's what I do know, when I'm with Silas, I feel seen. When I go on dates, I feel like I'm performing. That's real. That's data. Data can be misleading, Britt said. Maybe you just haven't met the right romantic partner yet. Maybe. But I'm not putting my life on hold waiting for that. Maren's voice was stronger now. What Silas and I have is good. It's real. It's enough. Is it? Britt looked at Silas. Is it enough for you? Silas thought about that. About Vermont and 3 months apart. About Maren on dates with other people. About hookups with Fletcher that felt increasingly hollow compared to evenings on this couch. I don't know what enough means, Silas admitted. But I know that what we have matters. And I know I want to keep building it. Even though you can't give each other everything? Nobody can give anyone everything, Silas said. That's the romantic myth. That one person should be your everything, partner, best friend, sexual connection, emotional support, intellectual companion. It's too much pressure. So you're both getting your needs met elsewhere, Britt said. Maren dates, you hook up, and you come back to each other for, what, emotional intimacy? Yes, Maren said. Is that wrong? I don't know. I'm trying to understand. Britt rubbed their face. Look, I want you to be happy. Both of you. I just don't want either of you to get hurt because you're trying to force something that doesn't work. We're not forcing anything, Silas said. We're just being honest about what we can give each other. And when that stops being enough? Then we'll be honest about that too, Maren said. We promise to tell each other if things change. If this stops working. Britt looked between them. You really trust each other that much? Yeah, Silas said. We do. Britt was quiet for a long moment. Then they sighed, something softening in their expression. Okay. I don't fully understand this. But I can see that you both believe in it. And Maren, I can see that you're happy. Happier than I've seen you in a while. I am, Maren said softly. Then I'll try to be supportive. Britt stood. But I reserve the right to say I told you so if this blows up. Fair enough, Maren said, standing to hug them. Britt hugged back, then turned to Silas. Take care of her. I will. And let her take care of you. That's part of this too. Silas nodded. They'd been working on that, letting Maren care for them, accepting gestures and support without feeling like a burden. After Britt left, Silas and Maren sat on the studio floor, backs against the couch. That was intense, Maren said. Yeah. Do you think they're right? That I'm just adapting to what you can give instead of getting what I actually need? Silas thought about honesty, about the promises they'd made. I don't know. Only you know what you need. I think I need this. What we have. Maren turned to look at them. But I also think Britt has a point. How do I know I'm not just convincing myself? What does it feel like? When you're with the librarian, when you're on dates? Like I'm following a script. Like I'm supposed to feel butterflies but I just feel observed. Like I'm being evaluated for relationship potential. And when you're here? Like I can breathe. Maren smiled slightly. Like I don't have to prove anything. I can just be. That matters. But what if I'm avoiding romance because it's scary? What if I'm using you as an excuse not to be vulnerable with someone who could actually love me romantically? Silas felt that like a physical blow. Do you think that's what you're doing? I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know my own motivations well enough. They sat in silence. Outside, evening was settling in. November cold seeping through the studio walls. What do you want to do? Silas asked finally. Keep seeing the librarian? Explore that? I think I have to. For my own peace of mind. To know if what Britt said is true. Silas's chest felt tight, but they nodded. Okay. Are you okay with that? No. But I understand it. Silas looked at her. You need to know if you're settling. I need to know too. And if I find out I do want romance? If I fall for him or someone else? Then we'll figure it out. We said we'd be honest. Maren leaned her head on Silas's shoulder. I don't want to lose this. Neither do I. But we might have to change it. Yeah. We might. They sat like that as darkness fell. Silas thought about Britt's questions, about enough and settling and whether what they had could survive the pull of romantic love. Can I tell you something? Maren said. Always. When I was with the librarian, walking downtown, he tried to hold my hand. And I let him because that's what you do on dates. But it felt wrong. Not because of him, he was nice. But because it wasn't you. Silas's breath caught. Maren. I know. That sounds romantic. But I don't think it is. I think it's just, you're my person. My hand knows your hand. It felt wrong to hold someone else's. Is that different from romance? I think so. Because I don't want to kiss him. I don't want the romance narrative. I just want my hand to be in yours. That specific connection. Silas lifted their head, looked at her. What if that is romance? What if what you feel for me is romantic and you're just calling it something else because I can't reciprocate? Do you think that's what this is? I don't know. I can't tell the difference between intense platonic love and romance. I've never felt romance. Maren was quiet. Then, what do you feel for me? Silas thought about that. Really thought about it. I feel like you're necessary. Like my day isn't complete until I've talked to you. I feel protective of you but also proud when you succeed without me. I feel comfortable in a way I've never felt with anyone. And I feel scared that I might lose you. That's how I feel too. So what is it? If it's not romance? Maybe it's just us. Maren took Silas's hand. Maybe we don't need to fit into existing categories. Maybe we're making our own thing. You think that's possible? I think we're already doing it. Silas looked at their joined hands. Thought about emergency contact forms and Vermont and 3 months apart. Thought about Brit's concern and the librarian and the question of enough. I'm going to Vermont in February, they said. 3 months away. I know. What if that changes things? What if being apart shows us this doesn't actually work? Or what if it shows us that it does? That we can be apart and still choose each other? Maren squeezed their hand. I don't know what's going to happen. But I know I want to try. I want to see if this survives distance and time and all the things that kill normal relationships. This isn't a normal relationship. Exactly. So maybe it survives differently too. They sat on the studio floor until their backs ached and their legs fell asleep. Until they'd talked through every fear and question and doubt. Until they'd promised again to be honest, to communicate, to keep choosing each other as long as it made sense. When Maren finally left for her own room, late, both of them exhausted, Silas stood at the studio window watching her walk across the grounds. The person who challenged them, who questioned them, who refused to let them hide in easy answers. Their phone buzzed. Maren, already texting from halfway to the main house. Thank you for not making that easier than it needed to be. Silas typed back, thank you for asking the hard questions. That's what people do when they love each other. They don't let each other hide. Is that what this is? Love? I think so. Just not the kind we have words for. Silas looked at that message for a long time. Love without words. Connection without category. The most honest thing they'd ever built. I think so too. That night, alone in their studio, Silas pulled out their sketchbook. Started drawing 2 forms, separate, distinct, but creating something new in the space between them. Not romance. Not friendship. Something else entirely. Something true. Something theirs. Chapter 9, Comfortable Distance. 3 months later, Silas stood in their studio looking at routine made visible. It was mid-January, a month before Vermont. The studio had accumulated evidence of their life with Maren, her favorite mug on the drain board, a stack of poetry books on the side table, one of her cardigans draped over the couch back. The blankets were permanently hers now. Silas had bought new ones for themselves. They'd fallen into rhythms. Tuesday and Thursday evenings, Maren taught at the community center and came to the studio after to decompress. Wednesdays, they had dinner with the commune. Weekends were flexible. Sometimes Maren had dates, sometimes Silas had hookups, sometimes they just worked side by side. It worked. It was enough. Mostly. Silas's phone buzzed. Maren. Running late. Class went long. Be there in 20? Yeah. I'll make coffee. You're the best. Silas made coffee and thought about the past 3 months. Maren had been on 7 dates with the librarian, whose name was David, which Silas tried not to think about too hard. They'd progressed from coffee to dinner to a weekend antiquing trip that Maren had texted about in real time. Each date, Maren came back and debriefed with Silas. Telling them what worked, what didn't, how she felt. It should have been torture. Sometimes it was. But it was also honest. And Silas had promised to support her exploration. Meanwhile, Silas had maintained their hookups with Fletcher. Less frequently than before, maybe once every 2 weeks instead of weekly. Fletcher had noticed but didn't comment, just adapted to the new rhythm. The studio door opened. Maren, looking windblown and energized. She always looked like this after teaching, lit up from inside, alive with the work. Sorry I'm late. One of my students wanted to talk about slam poetry and I couldn't just blow her off. Maren dropped her bag, accepted the coffee Silas handed her. How was your day? Good. Finished the commission for the Chicago Gallery. Shipped it this morning. The abstract figures? Yeah. I think it turned out well. I'm sure it's beautiful. Maren settled onto the couch, her usual spot. What are you working on tonight? Prep for Vermont. I need to photograph my current work for the residency portfolio. Something flickered across Maren's face. Right. Vermont. 1 month. They'd been avoiding talking about it, both of them. The reality of 3 months apart felt too big, too disruptive to their careful equilibrium. We should talk about it, Silas said. Make an actual plan. Okay. Maren set down her coffee. What do we need to plan? Communication. Visits. What happens if one of us meets someone while I'm gone? I'm not going to meet someone in a month. You might. You're still seeing David. Maren was quiet. Then, actually, I need to tell you something about that. Silas's stomach tightened. Okay. He asked me to be exclusive. Last weekend, after the antiquing trip. He said he really likes me and wants to try a real relationship. What did you say? I said I needed to think about it. Maren pulled her knees up. I'm still thinking about it. Silas sat down in the armchair, needing the distance. Do you want to be exclusive with him? I don't know. He's great. He really is. He's thoughtful and funny and he loves poetry and he wants the same things I thought I wanted. Romantic relationship, eventual cohabitation, all of it. But when he asked me, the first thing I thought was, I need to talk to Silas about this. Maren looked at them. Not because I need your permission. Because you're my person and I process everything with you. What did the second thought say? That being exclusive with David means less time here. Less time with you. And that feels wrong. Silas's chest ached. You shouldn't give up romantic relationship for me. That's what Britt said. When I told her about it. Maren smiled slightly. She said I'm using you as an excuse not to be vulnerable with David. Are you? Maybe. I don't know. Maren rubbed her face. Here's what I know, when I'm with David, it's nice. Really nice. But when I come here after, I feel like I can finally breathe. Like I've been holding tension I didn't realize I was holding. That's probably just because this is familiar. Comfortable. Or because this is home and that's just dating. Maren looked at them directly. What do you want me to do? I can't answer that. Why not? Because if I say don't be exclusive with him, I'm the person keeping you from romance. And if I say be exclusive with him, I'm pushing you away to prove I'm not selfish. Silas leaned forward. You have to decide what you want. What if what I want is this? Us, exactly as we are? Then you tell David that. But you have to be sure. You have to know you're not just scared of romance. Maren was quiet for a long moment. I think I am scared. But not of romance itself. Of losing what we have. David already wants more time together. Wants me to meet his family. Wants to plan a summer trip. All these escalations that would mean less time here. That's what relationships do. They escalate. But what if I don't want to escalate? What if I want to stay exactly here? That's not realistic. Things change. I'm leaving for Vermont in a month. The commune might close. Everything's changing whether we want it to or not. Maren flinched. I know. I want to freeze this. This moment, this balance. Before everything gets complicated. It's already complicated. I know. She stood, started pacing. God, I'm so bad at this. Britt's right. I should just commit to David, try a real relationship, stop using you as my safety net. I'm not your safety net. Aren't you? You're the person I run to when dating gets hard. When I need to feel grounded. That's textbook safety net. Or it's textbook partnership, Silas countered. People in healthy relationships have outside support systems. But you're not outside. You're central. More central than the person I'm actually dating. Maren stopped pacing. That's the problem. David should be central. That's how romance works. Says who? Says everyone. Says culture. Says the entire romantic narrative. Fuck the romantic narrative. Silas stood. You get to decide what's central in your life. Not David, not culture, not Brit. You. What if I decide wrong? There's no wrong. There's just what works for you. Maren looked at them, eyes bright with frustration or tears or both. What works for me is you. Being here, having this. But everyone keeps telling me that's not enough. That I should want more. Do you want more? I want this to be enough. I want to stop feeling like I'm supposed to want something else. She crossed to Silas, stood close enough that they could smell her perfume. Can I ask you something? Yeah. If you could feel romantic attraction, would you want to date me? The question landed like a physical blow. Silas stepped back, needing space. That's not fair. I know. But I need to know. Am I your person because we're compatible or because I'm the only option for someone aromantic? You're my person because you're you. Because you show up and you understand and you don't need me to be anything other than what I am. Silas's voice was firm. If I could feel romantic attraction, I'd still choose this. Because romance would fuck it up. It would add expectations and performances and all the shit that makes connections feel fake. How do you know? You've never felt it. And you have. Multiple times. With multiple people. And you keep coming back here. Silas looked at her. What does that tell you? Maren was quiet. That maybe what I want isn't romance. It's just this. Us. Or that you're scared and I'm safe. Can't it be both? Silas thought about that. Maybe. But you still have to decide about David. What if I say no to exclusivity? What if I tell him I need to keep things casual? Can you do that? Keep it casual when he wants more? Probably not. He's already catching feelings. If I say no to exclusivity, he'll probably end it. And how would you feel about that? Relieved, Maren admitted. Which probably tells me everything I need to know. They stood in the studio, close but not touching, the space between them charged with all the things they weren't saying. Outside, January wind rattled the windows. A month until Vermont. A month until everything changed. I should go, Maren said finally. Process this. Figure out what to tell David. Okay. Can I come back later? After I talk to him? Anytime. Maren grabbed her bag, headed for the door. Paused. Silas? Yeah? I'm going to tell him I can't be exclusive. That I need to keep my options open. She looked back at them. But we both know that's a lie. I don't want to keep my options open. I want you. I'm just too scared to admit that what we have is what I actually want. After she left, Silas stood in the empty studio. They should feel relieved. Maren was choosing them, choosing this. Instead, they felt scared. Because choosing them meant Maren was closing doors. Doors to romantic love, to the relationship escalator, to all the things she'd always thought she wanted. What if she regretted it? What if in a year or 5 years she looked back and wished she'd chosen differently? Their phone buzzed. Fletcher. Hey, want to hook up this weekend? Been a while. Silas looked at the text. Thought about uncomplicated physical connection, about something that didn't require this much emotional navigation. Yeah. Saturday night? Perfect. My place? Yeah. Silas set down their phone and went back to work. They photographed sculptures for their Vermont portfolio, trying to focus on composition and lighting instead of the conversation with Maren replaying in their head. 3 hours later, another text. Maren. Talked to David. Told him I can't do exclusivity. He said he needs to think about whether casual works for him. I think it's over. How do you feel? Sad. Not heartbroken sad. Just sad that I couldn't be what he wanted. Sad that I keep disappointing people by not wanting romance. You're not disappointing anyone. I'm disappointing Brit. She thinks I'm sabotaging myself. What do you think? A long pause. Then, I think I'm choosing what's real over what's expected. And that's scary but also right. Can I come over? I'm already halfway there. Silas smiled despite everything. Of course she was. She arrived 10 minutes later, looking exhausted. They sat on the couch together, comfortable distance, not touching but close. Maren told the whole story, the conversation with David, his disappointment, his confusion about why she wouldn't just try. He said I'm choosing to be lonely, Maren said. That I have someone right in front of me who wants to love me and I'm too scared to let him. What did you say? That I'm not lonely. That I have someone who sees me completely and that's worth more than romance. She looked at Silas. I told him about you. About us. About what we are. How did he react? He didn't understand. Called it a friendship. Said I was using you as an excuse not to date seriously. Maren's voice was bitter. Just like Brit said. Maybe they're right. Stop that. Stop giving me permission to doubt this. I'm not. I'm just, Silas struggled to articulate it. I don't want you to wake up in 5 years and regret choosing me. Why would I regret it? Because you gave up romance for someone who can't give it to you. Because you adapted to my limitations instead of finding someone who could meet all your needs. Maren turned to face them fully. Listen to me. You're not a limitation. You're not a compromise. You're what I want. Her voice was fierce. I know you don't believe that. I know you think I'm settling. But I'm not. I'm choosing. There's a difference. How can you be sure? Because I've tried the alternative. 7 dates with a perfectly nice man who wanted to give me everything romance promises. And I kept coming back here. She took Silas's hand. That's not fear. That's clarity. Silas looked at their joined hands. What if Vermont changes things? 3 months apart might show you that you actually do want romance. Or it might show us that this works even across distance. Maren squeezed their hand. I'm not asking you to promise forever. I'm just asking you to trust that I know what I want right now. And right now, this is it. They sat in silence. Outside, the commune was settling into night. Lights in the main house windows, smoke from someone's chimney. Home. Okay, Silas said finally. I trust you. Yeah? Yeah. But you have to promise me something. What? If that changes, if you wake up one day and realize you do want romance, you tell me. You don't protect me from it. I promise. Maren paused. Same for you. If this stops being enough, if you want something different, you tell me. I will. They sealed it with linked pinkies, like kids making a pact. It should have felt silly. Instead, it felt sacred. Maren stayed that night. And the next night. And most nights that week. It was becoming harder to remember when this hadn't been their routine, her on the couch, Silas in the armchair, both of them falling asleep thinking about the same things. A week later, Silas got confirmation from Vermont, housing assignment, studio space, welcome packet. 1 month away. They showed Maren the packet that night. She read through it, face carefully neutral. "This is really happening," she said. "Yeah. 3 months. Yeah." Maren set down the packet. "We should make a plan. For communication, for visits, for how we maintain this across distance." So they planned. Video calls Tuesday and Friday nights. Daily texts at minimum. Maren would visit once if she could swing it with teaching. Silas would come back for a weekend if the residency allowed. It felt manageable. It felt possible. It felt like goodbye. 1 month, Maren said that night, lying on the couch in the dark. "I know we keep saying it. But it feels too soon." "I know. Promise me something else." "What?" "That we don't let the anticipation of you leaving ruin the time we have left." "Okay. What does that look like?" "Living in the moment. Not treating every night like it's the last one." Maren's voice was soft. "Just being us." "I can do that." So they did. For the next month, they just existed. Worked side by side, shared dinners, talked about art and poetry and everything except the approaching separation. Pretended that February wasn't coming. Pretended that their comfortable equilibrium wasn't about to be tested. Pretended that 3 months apart wouldn't change everything. Chapter 10, Primary. The day before Silas left for Vermont, Maren brought flowers. Not to the studio. To the commune's small garden plot, the one that had gone dormant for winter. She stood there in the February cold, planting bulbs that wouldn't bloom until spring. Silas watched from the studio window, confused. When Maren came in 20 minutes later, hands dirty and cheeks flushed from cold, Silas asked, "What were you doing?" "Planting tulips and daffodils." Maren washed her hands at the studio sink. "They'll bloom in April. When you come back." Something in Silas's chest cracked open. "You planted flowers for when I come back." "Yeah. Is that weird?" "It felt like something I needed to do." Maren dried her hands. "Plant something that says, 'I'll be here when you return.' Make it literal." Silas couldn't speak for a moment. The gesture was so Maren, romantic but reframed, intimate without being performative. "Thank you," they managed. "You're welcome." Maren looked around the studio. "Are you packed?" "Mostly. Need to finish loading the car tomorrow morning." "I made you something." She pulled a small package from her bag. "You can open it now or wait until you get there. Your choice." Silas took the package. It was wrapped in brown paper, tied with kitchen twine. "Light. What is it?" "Open it and find out." Inside was a small notebook, handmade. The cover was collaged with images Silas recognized, photos of their sculptures, sketches from their work, a sticky note with one of Maren's doodles. Inside, she'd written on the first page, "For 3 months of observations, questions, and things to tell me later. Distance doesn't change being each other's person." Silas's throat felt tight. "This is perfect. I have one too. For poems and thoughts and things to tell you later." She pulled out an identical notebook. "We can compare them when you get back. See what we both noticed." 3 months, Silas said. It had felt abstract until now. Tomorrow they'd drive to Vermont. Tomorrow this would be real. 87 days, Maren corrected. "But who's counting?" "You are, apparently." "I made a calendar. With countdown." She laughed. "I'm aware that's intense. It's sweet. Sweet's just code for romantic, and we both know I'm not supposed to be romantic with you. You're allowed to miss me. That's not romance." Maren looked at them for a long moment. "What if it is? What if missing you, planting flowers for your return, making matching notebooks. What if that's all romantic and I'm just calling it something else? They'd had versions of this conversation for weeks. Ever since Maren had chosen them over exclusivity. The question of whether what they had was romance without the name. Does it matter what we call it? Silas asked. I don't know. Maybe not. Maren sat on the couch. Britt called me yesterday. Last-minute lecture about how I'm making a huge mistake. How I should be using these 3 months to date seriously, find someone who can actually love me romantically. What did you say? That I have someone who actually loves me. Just not romantically. She looked at Silas. I said the word. Love. Out loud. To Britt. Silas's heart was doing complicated things. What did she say? That platonic love isn't the same as romantic love. That I deserve the full package. Maren's voice was bitter. Like what we have is diet romance. Romance light. Settling. Is it? No. God no. Maren started pacing. What we have is more honest than any romantic relationship I've been in. More stable. More real. How is that settling? Because I can't give you everything. Romance, sex, the relationship escalator. I don't want those things from you. I want what we already have. Why is that so hard for everyone to understand? Because it's not the script, Silas said quietly. Because culturally, romantic love is supposed to be the ultimate goal. Everything else is just friendship or settling. Fuck the script. Maren stopped pacing. You know what? I'm done apologizing for this. Done letting Britt make me feel like I'm broken for not wanting traditional romance. This works. We work. That's enough. Is it? Really? Silas had to ask. You're going to spend 3 months here without me. You'll probably meet people. Someone might ask you out. And I'll say no. Why? Because I'm not available. We're not exclusive. Maybe we should be. Maren said it suddenly, like the thought had just occurred to her. Not romantically exclusive. But primary exclusive. We're each other's primary person. Everyone else is secondary. Silas thought about that. What does that mean in practice? It means I don't date. You don't hook up. We're committed to this, to each other, even if it doesn't look like traditional relationships. What about Fletcher? Do you want to keep hooking up with him? Silas thought about it. The truth was, they hadn't wanted to in months. The physical connection was still good, but it felt increasingly hollow compared to what they had with Maren. No, they admitted. Not really. Then don't. Be with me. Just me. Maren crossed to them. I know we said we could see other people. But that was when we were figuring this out. I'm figured now. This is what I want. You. Primary. No one else. That's a big commitment. Especially right before I leave for 3 months. It's the commitment I want to make. Maren took their hands. I know you're scared I'll regret it. That I'll wake up wanting romance and resent you for not providing it. But I won't. Because this isn't compromise. It's choice. Silas looked at their joined hands. Thought about emergency contact forms and planted flowers and matching notebooks. About someone who showed up, who stayed, who chose them daily. Okay, they said. Okay? Yeah. Primary exclusive. Just us. Maren's smile was brilliant. Yeah. Yeah. Silas pulled her closer. Not romantically, just near. You're my person. I don't want anyone else either. They stood like that, close but not cuddling, both of them breathing carefully around the enormity of what they'd just committed to. We should tell people, Maren said. So they understand. So Britt stopped setting me up on dates. What do we tell them? The truth. That we're partners. Not romantic, not dating, but committed. Primary to each other. People won't understand. They don't have to. We do. Maren pulled back to look at them. Do you understand what this is? Silas thought about it. Really thought. I think it's love. Just not the kind that fits existing categories. Love without romance. Committed without dating. Primary without the relationship escalator. Love, Maren repeated softly. You've never said that before. I've never been sure what it meant before. But if love is choosing someone daily, showing up, making them primary, then yeah. I love you. Maren's eyes were bright. I love you too. In whatever way this is. They sealed it with foreheads pressed together, breathing the same air. Not a kiss, never a kiss. Just proximity. Just chosen closeness. That night was their last together before Vermont. They didn't make it precious or performative. Just existed as they always did, Maren on the couch with her notebook, Silas finishing last-minute packing. Comfortable parallel presence. Around 11, Silas's phone buzzed. Fletcher. Hey man, heard you're leaving tomorrow. Good luck in Vermont. You're going to kill it. Thanks. Also want to say, I think what you and Maren have is really cool. I'm glad you found your person. Silas stared at the text. Fletcher knew. Had probably always known. Thanks. For everything. For being uncomplicated when I needed that. Anytime. Hit me up when you get back if you want to grab coffee as friends. No benefits necessary. I'd like that. After Fletcher, Silas texted Deo. Leaving tomorrow. Wanted to say thank you. For everything. Her response came quickly. Child, you don't need to thank me. Just go make beautiful work and come home when you're ready. We'll be here. Is the commune going to be okay? I don't know. But we're fighting. That's all we can do. Silas looked at Maren, curled on the couch with her notebook. Thought about coming back to planted flowers and this person who'd reordered their entire understanding of love. What are you thinking about? Maren asked, catching them staring. That I don't want to leave. I know. But you have to. This is important for your career. You're important too. I'll be here when you get back. That's the whole point of the flowers. She closed her notebook. Can I stay tonight? Last night before you go? I was hoping you would. They settled into their usual spots. But sometime in the night, Silas woke to find Maren had moved closer. Not touching, just near. Close enough that Silas could hear her breathing, could feel the warmth of another person in the space. Primary. Chosen. Theirs. In the morning, they loaded Silas's car with sculptures and supplies. Maren helped, not talking much, both of them aware of time running out. The commune gathered to say goodbye, Deo with fierce hugs, Ivy with a handmade good luck card, others with well wishes and promises to follow their work. Maren stood off to the side, letting everyone else have their moment. When it was just them, she walked Silas to the car. 87 days, she said. You'll visit? If I can swing it with teaching. Maybe in March. Okay. Silas didn't know what else to say. How to articulate goodbye to the person who'd become necessary. Hey. Maren touched their face gently. This isn't goodbye. This is see you soon. See you soon. Video call Tuesday night? Yeah. I'll let you know when I get there safe. You better. Silas got in the car. Started the engine. Looked at Maren standing in the commune driveway, arms wrapped around herself against February cold. Their emergency contact. Their primary person. Their love without a name. 87 days, Silas called through the window. Maren smiled. I'll be counting. Silas drove away, watching her in the rearview mirror until she was too small to see. The commune disappeared behind trees, behind distance. 3 months of Vermont ahead. 3 months of proving that what they had survived separation. On the passenger seat, Maren's notebook sat next to their own. For observations, for things to tell each other later. For maintaining connection across distance. Silas thought about planted bulbs that would bloom in April. About someone who made futures literal. About being chosen as primary by someone who could have had romance but picked this instead. The drive to Vermont was 8 hours. Silas spent it thinking about what they'd built, what they were testing, what they were becoming. Partners. Not romantic. Not dating. But committed. Primary. Real. Somewhere between Pennsylvania and New York, Silas pulled out their phone at a rest stop. Updated their emergency contact in their phone settings, adding a second line. In case of emergency, contact Maren Lindley, 5550293, partner, primary. Primary. In writing. Official. They took a photo of the screen and texted it to Maren. Made it official. Her response came immediately. Same. You're my only emergency contact now. The only person who matters most. Silas sat in the rest stop parking lot, looking at those words. The only person who matters most. Primary. Chosen. Theirs. They got back on the road toward Vermont, toward 3 months apart, toward testing whether love without romance could survive distance and time and all the things that killed normal relationships. But they weren't normal. And maybe that meant they survived differently too. Chapter 11, The Cracks Show. The wedding was at a vineyard 2 hours north, all string lights and tulle draped over arbors. Silas had gone because Maren asked, because the bride was one of her college friends, because it seemed like the thing people did when they were each other's person. He stood at the edge of the reception, nursing a beer that had gone warm in his hand, watching Maren across the patio. She was dancing with Britt, both of them laughing, her green dress catching the late afternoon light. She looked happy. Entirely, unself-consciously happy. The ceremony had been traditional. The vows had been traditional. Love and cherish, sickness and health, all the words that didn't leave room for alternatives. When the couple had kissed, the crowd had erupted in applause, and Silas had felt the familiar detachment settle over him like a familiar coat. Not bitterness. Not judgment. Just the quiet understanding that this wasn't his world. But then he'd glanced at Maren beside him, and she'd been crying. Not sobbing. Just silent tears tracking down her cheeks, her hands clasped in her lap. She'd caught him looking and had smiled, a little embarrassed, wiping at her face with the back of her hand. Sorry, she'd whispered. I always cry at weddings. He'd squeezed her knee briefly, a gesture that felt safe, and turned his attention back to the altar. But the image of her face had stayed with him. The softness in her expression. The way she'd leaned forward during the vows like she was trying to memorize them. Now, watching her spin under Britt's arm, he felt something uncomfortable unfurl in his chest. Is she giving up too much for me? The thought arrived fully formed, unwelcome. He took a drink of the warm beer, grimacing. She could have this, he thought. The white dress, the tears, the vows that everyone understood. She could find someone who wanted to marry her, who'd get down on one knee with a ring and all the romantic gestures she loved. Someone who could give her everything she gave them. You look like you're at a funeral, not a wedding. Fletcher materialized beside him, holding 2 fresh beers. He handed one to Silas and clinked their bottles together. Just thinking, Silas said. Dangerous. Fletcher followed his gaze to where Maren was now being spun by the bride's brother, both of them laughing. She looks like she's having fun. Yeah. Fletcher was quiet for a moment, then, you good, man? Silas shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. That's convincing. It's a wedding, Silas said. Weddings make people weird. True facts. Fletcher took a long drink. You know what's funny? I've been to like 15 weddings in the last 3 years. Every single one, someone asks when I'm getting married. Like the whole point of witnessing two people commit is to make everyone else do it too. Do you ever want to? Fletcher snorted. Fuck no. I like my life exactly how it is. He paused. Do you? No. The answer came automatically, reflexive. Then, quieter, but I wonder if Maren does. Have you asked her? Not directly. So ask her. Fletcher shrugged. I mean, you two talk about everything else. Did they? Silas turned the bottle in his hands, condensation dampening his palms. They talked about art, about teaching, about commune gossip and weird customer interactions and what to order for dinner. They talked about his hookups and her occasional dates, both navigating those conversations with careful honesty. But they didn't talk about this. About whether what they had was enough. About whether it would ever be enough. The song changed to something slow, and couples drifted onto the dance floor. Maren caught his eye across the patio and waved, gesturing toward him in question. An invitation. Silas shook his head, offering a small smile that he hoped looked genuine. She nodded, understanding, and turned to Britt instead, the two of them swaying together platonically, heads bent in conversation. I should go, Fletcher said, finishing his beer. Marcus just texted. We're meeting up later. Have fun. Always do. Fletcher clapped him on the shoulder. Talk to her, Silas. Seriously. Worst case, you figure out what you're both actually thinking. Best case, you stop torturing yourself with hypotheticals. After Fletcher left, Silas stayed at the edge of things, watching. The bride and groom cut the cake. Maren caught the bouquet, laughing as she held it up triumphantly. She brought it over to show him, her face flushed from dancing. Look what I got, she said, slightly breathless. The bouquet was roses and eucalyptus, tied with cream ribbon. Traditional. Romantic. Congratulations, Silas said. She tilted her head, studying him. You okay? You've been quiet all night. Just not my scene. I know. Thanks for coming anyway. She touched his arm briefly. Want to get out of here soon? We could grab food on the way back. Yeah. That sounds good. She smiled and headed back to her table to say goodbye to people. Silas watched her go, the bouquet dangling from her hand, and felt the uncomfortable tightness in his chest intensify. She deserved someone who could stand beside her at the altar. Someone who wanted to. And he'd never be that person. 3 days later, Silas was in his studio when he heard the knock. He'd been working on a new piece, something abstract and angular that wasn't coming together the way he wanted. Frustration had left his shoulders tight, his movements sharp. It's open, he called. Maren poked her head in, her hair in a messy bun, wearing the oversized cardigan she favored when the evenings turned cool. Hey. Thought I'd come say hi before dinner. Hey. He set down his tools, wiping his hands on his jeans. How was teaching? Good. Exhausting. The middle schoolers discovered that they can make haikus about literally anything, so I got 12 poems about farts. Silas laughed despite himself. Poetic. Extremely. She wandered further into the studio, running her fingers along the edge of his worktable. What are you working on? Not sure yet. It's not cooperating. She moved to stand beside him, examining the sculpture. It was all sharp edges and negative space, something that felt aggressive and exposed at the same time. I like it, she said. It's different from your usual stuff. Different bad or different good? Just different. Which is good? She glanced at him. You okay? You've seemed off since the wedding. There it was. The opening. I'm fine, Silas said automatically. Maren didn't push, just waited, her presence steady beside him. It was one of the things he appreciated about her. she never demanded explanations, but she also didn't accept easy deflections. He sighed. I keep thinking about you at the wedding. Crying during the vows. Her eyebrows rose slightly. Okay. Do you want that? Marriage, all of it? She was quiet for a moment, her fingers still tracing the edge of the table. I don't know. Sometimes yes. Sometimes no. Depends on the day. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. She turned to face him fully. Why are you asking? Because I can't give you that. You know that, right? I know. Her voice was gentle but firm. I've always known. But maybe you should have it. Maybe you're, he stopped, struggling for the words. Maybe you're settling. Maren's expression shifted, something complicated passing across her face. Not anger. Not hurt. Something more like recognition. Is that what you think? She asked quietly. I don't know what I think. He gestured vaguely at nothing. You were so happy at that wedding. You could have that. The whole thing. With someone else. Yeah. Someone who isn't you. Yeah. She was quiet for a long moment, her gaze steady on his face. Then, and would that make you feel better? If I found someone else who wanted to marry me? The question landed like a punch. Would it? I want you to be happy, Silas said finally. I am happy. Are you? The words came out sharper than he intended. Or are you just telling yourself you are because it's easier than admitting this isn't enough? Maren flinched. It was barely visible, just a slight tightening around her eyes, but Silas saw it and immediately wished he could take the words back. Sorry, he said. I didn't mean it like that. No, it's okay. But her voice had gone carefully neutral, the tone she used when she was protecting herself. I should go. Dinner's probably starting soon. Maren. I'll see you later. She left before he could say anything else, the studio door closing with a soft click behind her. Silas stood there, staring at the space where she'd been, feeling like he'd just broken something fragile without meaning to. Maren made it halfway across the commune grounds before she had to stop, pressing her palms against her eyes. She wasn't crying. She wouldn't let herself cry. But her chest felt tight, her throat constricted, and she couldn't quite catch her breath. Are you just telling yourself you are because it's easier than admitting this isn't enough? God. Was she? She'd been so certain. 3 months of certainty, of this is working, of I found my person. And then one wedding, one conversation, and suddenly the ground felt unsteady beneath her. She had cried at the vows. She always cried at vows. She cried at movies, at commercials, at the particularly good episodes of cooking shows where someone's grandmother recipe finally came together. Crying at weddings didn't mean anything. Except maybe it did. Maybe some part of her did want that. The public declaration. The legal recognition. The certainty that came with standing in front of everyone you knew and saying, this person is mine and I am theirs. And Silas would never do that. Couldn't do that, she corrected herself. It wasn't about won't. It was about can't. Romance repulsed him. She knew that. She'd always known that. So why did it suddenly feel like a loss? Maren? She looked up to find Deo approaching, concern etched across her face. Of course. Deo noticed everything. I'm fine, Maren said, dropping her hands and attempting a smile. Deo just looked at her, patient and knowing, until Maren's smile crumbled. I don't know if I'm fine, she admitted. Come, Deo said, gesturing toward the main house. Let's talk. They ended up in Deo's studio, a warm, clay-scented space with windows that caught the last of the daylight. Deo put a kettle on the hot plate in the corner and settled into her favorite chair, waiting. Maren told her about the wedding. About Silas's question. About the uncomfortable feeling that had taken up residence in her chest. Do you think I'm settling? She asked finally. Deo was quiet for a moment, steam rising from her tea. Then, I think that's not the right question. What is? The right question is, does what you have with Silas feel like enough? Not in comparison to anyone else's relationship. Not in comparison to some abstract ideal. Just, is it enough for you? I thought it was. But now you're not sure. Maren wrapped her hands around her own mug, the warmth grounding. I don't know. At the wedding, watching them make those promises to each other, I felt. I don't know. Something. Longing? Maybe. Or just, awareness. That what Silas and I have doesn't have a script. Doesn't have built-in next steps. We're making it up as we go. And that scares you. It wasn't a question, but Maren nodded anyway. What if I wake up in 5 years and realize I gave up too much? What if he's right and I'm just convincing myself this is enough when really I want the whole traditional thing? Do you want the traditional thing? I don't know. The words burst out of her, frustrated. I love Silas. I love what we have. But I also loved the wedding. I loved the vows. I love the idea of that kind of certainty. Love is not one size, child, Deo said gently. But it must fit both people wearing it. Maren looked up at her. What if it doesn't fit? Then you have a choice to make. The words settled heavy between them. Maren stared into her tea, seeing her own reflection fragmented on the surface. I don't want to choose, she whispered. I know. Deo reached over, squeezing her hand. But sometimes love means being honest about what you need. Even when that honesty is uncomfortable. After Maren left, she didn't go to dinner. She went back to her own studio instead, to the small apartment above it, and sat on her couch in the gathering dark. Her phone buzzed. A text from Britt, dinner was boring without you. You okay? She typed back, yeah, just tired. Talk tomorrow? Another buzz, this time from Silas, I'm sorry about earlier. Can we talk? Maren stared at the message for a long time before typing, not tonight. Need to think. She turned her phone face down and pulled her knees to her chest, the bouquet from the wedding sitting on her coffee table in a makeshift vase. In the dim light, she couldn't tell if the roses were cream or white, but they smelled sweet and faintly green, like promises. And for the first time since meeting Silas, she wasn't sure if promises were enough when they didn't come with guarantees. Across the commune, in his own studio, Silas sat on the floor with his back against the workbench, phone in hand, waiting for a response that didn't come. On the wall, he could see the emergency contact form pinned to his corkboard. Maren's name in his handwriting. Her phone number. A declaration he'd made without ceremony months ago. It had felt like enough then. Now he wasn't sure what enough even meant. Fletcher's words echoed back, talk to her. Worst case, you figure out what you're both actually thinking. But what if figuring it out meant realizing they wanted different things? What if being honest meant losing her? Silas set his phone aside and picked up his tools, returning to the sculpture that wasn't cooperating. He worked through the night, the sharp edges and negative spaces taking shape under his hands, his mind turning over the same questions again and again. By the time the sky started to lighten, he had something that looked almost finished. It looked like doubt, given form. Chapter 12, The Question They Don't Ask. The email came on a Tuesday morning while Maren was between classes. Dear Ms. Lindley, we're pleased to offer you the position of Program Director for our Young Writers Initiative. This role would involve. She read it 3 times, sitting in her car in the school parking lot, students streaming past her windows. Program Director. A real title. Benefits. A salary that would let her stop cobbling together teaching gigs and actually save money. But the next paragraph detailed the hours. Full-time. Evening workshops twice a week. Weekend retreats once a month. The kind of schedule that didn't leave room for poetry, for the slow, meandering work of writing that happened in the margins of a day. She forwarded the email to Brit with the subject line, "Help." 3 dots appeared immediately, then, "Holy shit, Maren. Call me after school." She taught her afternoon classes on autopilot, her mind circling the decision. By the time she got back to the commune, she'd made a pro-con list on the back of a student's abandoned worksheet. The pros column was longer. The cons column felt heavier. Her phone rang as she was climbing the stairs to her apartment. "So?" Brit demanded. "I don't know. It's literally the job you've been wanting." "I know." "Then what's the problem?" Maren unlocked her door, dropping her bag on the couch. "The schedule. It's a lot. It's full-time, yeah. Like a normal job. I wouldn't have time to write." Brit was quiet for a moment. "When was the last time you wrote? Like, actually wrote, not just thought about writing?" The question stung because it was fair. Maren couldn't remember the last time she'd finished a poem. Started dozens, sure. But finished? Revised? Submitted anywhere? "That's not the point," Maren said. "Kind of is though. This job would give you structure. Real income. You could stop worrying about money all the time. And give up poetry. You're barely writing poetry now." Brit's voice gentled. "I'm not trying to be harsh. I just think you're scared of committing to something real. This is real. Your job. Or Silas?" Maren sat heavily on her couch. "That's not fair." "Maybe not. But have you talked to him about this? The job?" "Not yet." "Why not?" Because she didn't want to hear what he might say. Because she didn't want him to tell her to take it, to be practical, to prioritize her career over the fragile thing they were building. Because she didn't want him to not say anything at all. "I'll talk to him," Maren said. "I just need to process it first." "Okay. But Maren? You're allowed to want things. Big things. Things that might change everything." After they hung up, Maren stared at the email on her phone. She should be excited. She should call her parents, who'd been asking for years when she was going to get a real job. She should tell Silas. Instead, she opened a new document and tried to write. The cursor blinked at her, accusatory and patient. No words came. Silas got the bad news on a Wednesday. The gallery owner, the one who'd promised a solo show in the spring, who'd been talking about representing him long-term, sent a brief email that amounted to, "The market's tough right now. We're going in a different direction. Good luck." He read it standing in his studio, hands still dusty with clay, and felt something cold settle in his stomach. The commission he'd been counting on to cover the next 3 months of rent? Gone. The possibility of steady representation, of not having to hustle for every sale? Gone. He was back to square one. Fletcher found him an hour later, still standing in the same spot. "Dude. You good?" Silas showed him the email without speaking. Fletcher read it, his expression darkening. "Fuck. I'm sorry, man. It's fine." "It's not fine. They've been stringing you along for months. It's business." Silas set his phone down, turning back to his workbench. The sculpture from last week, the one that looked like doubt, sat half-finished, mocking him. "What are you going to do? Find another gallery? Take on more commissions?" "I don't know." Fletcher leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. "You could get a regular job. Like, part-time or something. Just until things stabilize." The suggestion made Silas's shoulders tense. "I'm an artist." "Yeah, and artists also sometimes need to eat." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. I can see you spiraling from here." Fletcher pushed off the doorframe. "Talk to Maren. Maybe she has ideas. She has her own stuff to deal with. That's literally what partners do. Deal with each other's stuff." "We're not," Silas stopped. "Were they partners?" They'd never used that word. Person, yes. Each other's person. But partners felt more official, more permanent. It felt like claiming something he wasn't sure he had the right to claim. Whatever you want to call it, Fletcher said. Just talk to her. After Fletcher left, Silas tried to work. Tried to lose himself in the familiar rhythm of creation. But his hands felt clumsy, his vision muddled. Every line came out wrong. He gave up after an hour and went for a walk, ending up at the commune's main garden where Ivy was tending the late-season vegetables. Hey, she said, looking up from the tomato plants. Maren was looking for you earlier. Yeah? Said she had news. Seemed kind of big. Silas's stomach twisted. Good big or bad big? Ivy shrugged. She didn't say. Just that she wanted to talk when you had time. He found Maren in her studio, surrounded by student papers, a pen between her teeth. She looked tired. Pretty, but tired. Hey, he said from the doorway. She looked up, and her face did something complicated when she saw him, relief and worry and something else he couldn't name. Hey. She set down her pen. Come in. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Ivy said you had news? Yeah. She picked up her phone, then set it down again. I got a job offer. Well, a promotion offer, technically. Program director for the Young Writers Initiative. That's great. He meant it. She'd been talking about programs like that for months, about wanting to do more than just teach grammar to middle schoolers. It's full-time, she said. Real benefits. Actual salary. Sounds perfect. It is. Mostly. Except, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a nervous gesture. The schedule's intense. I wouldn't have much time for writing. Or, other things. Other things. Like him. You should take it, Silas said automatically. Her face fell slightly. Yeah? It's a good opportunity. Financial stability. That matters. I know. She stood, pacing to the window. What about us? The question hung between them, heavy with implication. What about us? Silas echoed. Would we? She turned to face him. With this schedule, I'd barely see you. Evening workshops, weekend retreats. It's a lot. We'd figure it out. Would we? The doubt in her voice stung. Why wouldn't we? Because we haven't even talked about what we're doing, Silas. We don't have a plan. We don't have, she gestured vaguely. We don't have anything concrete. We have each other. But what does that mean? Like, actually mean? In 5 years, where are we? What are we doing? The question was the same one he'd been avoiding asking himself. He didn't have an answer. I don't know, he said finally. Does anyone know that? People in relationships usually have some idea. Like, are we building toward something? Or is this just, nice for now? It's not just nice for now. The words came out sharper than he intended. Then what is it? I don't know. He ran a hand through his hair, frustration bleeding into his voice. I don't know what to call this. I don't know what the next step is. I just know I want you in my life. In what capacity? What? In what capacity do you want me in your life? Her voice was steady but her eyes were too bright. As your friend? Your person? Your partner? What am I to you? The question felt impossible to answer. All of those things. None of those things. Something unnamed. He stopped. Started again. You matter to me. More than anyone else. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. She was quiet for a long moment, her gaze searching his face. I got offered something real today. Something with a future, with security. And I can't even think about whether to take it because I'm too busy wondering if we have a future. Maren. Do we? She stepped closer. Do we have a future? Or are we just coasting? The word landed like an accusation. Coasting. Was that what this was? I don't think we're coasting, Silas said carefully. But you don't know if we have a future. No one knows that. But people try. People make plans. People commit. I can't marry you. The words came out blunt, defensive. If that's what you're asking. I'm not asking you to marry me. Her voice cracked slightly. I'm asking if you can imagine a future where I'm still in it. Where we're still, whatever this is. Could he? Silas tried to picture it, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Maren still leaving sticky notes on his easel. Him still bringing her tea. The two of them older, maybe living in separate apartments at the commune or maybe sharing one. Holidays together. Bad days and good days. Her dating sometimes, him hooking up sometimes, both of them coming back to each other. It felt real. It felt possible. But saying it out loud felt like making a promise he couldn't guarantee. I want that, he said finally. I want you in my future. I just don't know what that looks like. That's not good enough. She wasn't crying, but her voice had gone soft, resigned. I need to know this is going somewhere. That it's worth organizing my whole life around. And if I can't give you that certainty? She looked at him for a long moment, her expression heartbreakingly sad. Then maybe I need to take the job and figure out who I am without you. The words hit like a punch. You want to end this? I don't know what I want. She wrapped her arms around herself. I just know I can't keep existing in this liminal space. I need to know if we're building something or if we're just killing time. Silas wanted to argue. Wanted to tell her they were building something, that what they had mattered, that it counted. But the words stuck in his throat because he didn't know how to prove it. Didn't know what building something looked like without the traditional markers of progression. I should go, he said instead. She nodded, not meeting his eyes. He left before either of them could say anything else, the silence behind him louder than any argument. That night, Maren sat at her computer, the job offer email open in one window, a blank document in another. She was supposed to be drafting her acceptance. Instead, she stared at the empty page. What do you want in 5 years? The question echoed in her mind. What did she want? She wanted to write. She wanted stability. She wanted Silas. But maybe she couldn't have all three. Her phone buzzed. A text from Silas, I'm sorry about today. She stared at it, then typed, me too. Another text, are we okay? That was the question, wasn't it? She typed and deleted 3 responses before finally sending, I don't know. Across the commune, Silas stared at her response, feeling the ground shift beneath him again. They'd been avoiding the big questions. Skirting around the edges of what they were, what they wanted, where this was going. And now those questions were demanding answers neither of them knew how to give. He set his phone down and looked around his studio. The emergency contact form was still pinned to his corkboard. Maren's name in his handwriting. It had felt like enough. But maybe enough wasn't enough anymore. The next morning, Deo found them both separately, Silas in his studio before dawn, Maren in the communal kitchen nursing coffee. To Silas, she said, you look like hell, child. To Maren, you're not sleeping. To both of them, though they didn't know it, love is not one size. But it must fit both people wearing it. And to herself, watching them circle each other with careful distance over the next few days, they'll figure it out. Or they won't. But they have to decide. The commune watched as Silas and Maren navigated around each other, polite, careful, the easy intimacy of the past months replaced with something fragile and uncertain. They still texted goodnight. They still sat together at communal dinners. But they didn't talk about the future. They didn't talk about the job. They didn't talk about what happened next. They just existed in the uncomfortable present, both aware that something had shifted, neither knowing how to shift it back. Or if they even should. Chapter 13, Late Night, Ladder Slips. Maren left for her cousin's wedding on a Friday afternoon. Silas helped her load her suitcase into Britt's car, the two of them making small talk about nothing important. The dress she'd picked. The 3-hour flight. Whether the hotel would have decent coffee. They didn't talk about the week of careful distance between them. They didn't talk about the job offer she still hadn't responded to. They didn't talk about the future they couldn't seem to imagine together. "I'll be back Sunday night," she said, adjusting the garment bag in the back seat. "Have fun." She looked at him for a long moment, something unspoken passing across her face. Then she hugged him, brief, tight, her chin tucking against his shoulder. "Take care of yourself," she said softly. "You too." He watched Britt's car disappear down the drive, Maren's hand raised in a wave through the back window. The gesture felt too much like goodbye. Silas shook off the feeling and headed back to his studio. He had work to do. By 10 p.m., he was still in the studio, restless energy keeping him moving even though his eyes burned with fatigue. The piece he'd been avoiding, the one the gallery had commissioned before pulling out, sat half-finished on his workbench. He should abandon it. Start something new. But something about it kept pulling him back. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe it was just the need to finish something when everything else felt unfinished. The ladder was old, paint-splattered, borrowed from the commune's shared tool shed. He'd used it 100 times to reach the high shelves where he stored his larger pieces. Tonight he needed to grab a sheet of metal he'd been saving, something that might work for the sculpture if he approached it from a different angle. He climbed up, stretching to reach the back of the shelf. Later, he wouldn't remember exactly what happened. Whether the ladder shifted. Whether he lost his balance. Whether the metal sheet slipped from his grip and he lunged to catch it. What he would remember, the sickening lurch as the world tilted. The crack of his head against the corner of the workbench. The sharp, wrong pain in his wrist as he tried to catch himself. The floor rushing up to meet him. And then Ivy found him. She'd been walking past the studios on her way back from the garden, her hands dirt-stained, her mind on the tomatoes that were threatening to overtake their beds. She'd noticed Silas's lights still on and had planned to poke her head in, maybe tease him about working too late. Instead, she found him crumpled on the floor, blood seeping from a cut above his eyebrow, his left wrist bent at an unnatural angle. "Silas?" Her voice came out high, scared. "Silas." He stirred slightly, his eyes fluttering open but unfocused. "Moki," he mumbled. "You're not okay. Don't move. I'm calling 911. Her hands shook as she pulled out her phone. The operator's voice was calm, asking questions Ivy tried to answer while kneeling beside Silas, her free hand hovering over him, afraid to touch him, afraid not to. "He's breathing. He's conscious. There's blood, not a lot, but some. His wrist looks wrong. Ambulance is on the way. Stay with him. I'm not going anywhere." Ivy shifted to sit beside him, her hand finally settling on his shoulder. "Silas, can you hear me?" "Yeah." His voice was rough, pained. "Stupid. Ladder. Don't talk. Just stay still." Other commune members started appearing, drawn by the commotion. Deo knelt on Silas's other side, her hand gentle on his forehead. "Child," she said softly. "What did you do?" "Fell." He tried to sit up and immediately regretted it, his face going gray. "Don't move." Deo's voice was firm. "Ivy, go check for his emergency contact information. There should be a form somewhere in here." Ivy scrambled to her feet, scanning the studio. She found it pinned to the corkboard above his desk, a standard form, mostly blank except for one carefully filled line. "Emergency contact, Maren Lindley." "And a phone number." "Got it," Ivy called. "Should I call her?" Deo looked down at Silas, whose eyes had drifted closed again. Yes. Maren was in a hotel ballroom in Colorado, wearing a bridesmaid dress the color of seafoam, when her phone buzzed in her clutch. Unknown number. She almost didn't answer. The reception was in full swing, her cousin making the rounds, everyone tipsy and happy. But something made her step into the hallway, pressing the phone to her ear. Hello? Hi, is this Maren? A young voice, female, nervous. Yes? This is Ivy. From the commune. I'm calling about Silas. The floor dropped out from under her. What happened? He fell. In his studio. We've called an ambulance, but he's asking for you. Is he okay? Her voice came out too loud, drawing looks from people passing in the hallway. She turned away, pressing her free hand over her other ear. I don't know. There's blood and his wrist looks bad and he's kind of out of it. Ivy's voice cracked. I'm sorry, I don't mean to scare you, you're listed as his emergency contact. Emergency contact. The words echoed in her head, pulling at something fundamental. I'm coming. The words came out automatic, certain. Tell him I'm coming. But aren't you? Deo said you were out of state. I don't care. I'm coming. She was already moving back into the ballroom, scanning for Britt. Which hospital? Ivy gave her the name. Maren hung up and found Britt near the bar, mid-conversation with someone's uncle. I need to leave, Maren said without preamble. Britt took one look at her face and excused herself immediately. What's wrong? Silas. He fell. He's hurt. I need to get to the hospital. But we're in Colorado. He's, 3 states away. I know. Maren was pulling up flight information on her phone, her hands shaking. I know. I'm going anyway. Maren. He's my emergency contact. She looked up at Britt, something fierce and terrified in her eyes. I'm his emergency contact. That means I go. Understanding flickered across Britt's face. Okay. Okay, let me help you find a flight. They found her parents near the bride's table. Her mother took one look at her and immediately stood. What's wrong? I have to go. She stopped. What was Silas? Someone I care about. He's hurt. I need to catch the next flight. Her father frowned. But the reception. I'm sorry. She was already gathering her clutch, her shawl. I'm so sorry. Tell Emma I'm sorry. I have to go. Is it that boy? Her mother asked. The one from the art commune? Yes. But I thought you weren't dating? Maren looked at her mother, and something crystallized in that moment, standing in a ballroom in a seafoam dress, her phone clenched in her hand, her heart pounding with the need to be somewhere else. It doesn't matter what we're calling it, she said. He needs me. I'm going. She changed in the bathroom, pulling on the jeans and sweatshirt she'd worn on the plane, leaving the seafoam dress in a pile on the counter. Britt drove her to the airport, both of them silent, the car eating up highway miles in the dark. Call me when you get there, Britt said, pulling up to departures. I will. Britt caught her hand before she could get out. Maren. For what it's worth. I think you're doing the right thing. Even if we're not dating. Especially because you're not dating. Britt squeezed her hand. You're going because you choose to. That matters. Maren bought a ticket on the next flight, a red-eye that would get her there by 2 a.m. She sat in the terminal, still wearing the smudged mascara from earlier tears during the ceremony, and sent a text she wasn't sure Silas would see. I'm coming. You're not alone. On the plane, she tried not to think about what she'd find when she got there. Tried not to imagine worst-case scenarios. Tried not to notice how her hands shook when she gripped the armrests during takeoff. Instead, she thought about emergency contact forms. About the casual way Silas had written her name on that line months ago. About how he'd never made a big deal of it, never presented it to her like a romantic gesture. He'd just done it. Because it was true. Because when something happened, she was who mattered. And now something had happened. The plane touched down at 1:47 a.m. She didn't have luggage to wait for, so she ran. Silas had been moved from the ER to a curtained bay by the time Maren arrived. He was propped up on a narrow bed, his left wrist wrapped in a temporary splint, a white bandage above his eyebrow. His eyes were half closed, his face pale under the fluorescent lights. A doctor was speaking to him, her voice professional and slightly impatient. Need someone to monitor you for the next 24 hours. Concussion protocol. Do you have family we can call? No. Silas's voice was rough, tired. Friends? She's coming. Your girlfriend? Partner. The correction was automatic, even through the obvious pain and confusion. Not like that. Just, partner. The doctor's expression flickered, not quite dismissive, but close. We really need someone who can. I'm here. Both of them turned. Maren stood in the doorway of the bay, still in her jeans and sweatshirt, her hair falling out of its earlier elegant updo, mascara smudged under her eyes. Silas's face did something complicated when he saw her. Relief. Confusion. Something that looked like gratitude. You came, he said, his voice cracking slightly. You're on the form. She moved to the chair beside his bed, pulling it closer. Where else would I be? The doctor looked between them, reassessing. You're the partner? Yes. Maren met her gaze steadily. You'll need to sign some paperwork. And you'll need to monitor him, wake him every 2 hours, watch for symptoms of worsening concussion. I can do that. It's serious. If you can't commit to. I can commit. Maren's voice was firm. What do I need to know? Something in the doctor's expression softened slightly. She ran through the symptoms to watch for, the protocol to follow, the follow-up appointments Silas would need. Maren listened, her hand finding Silas's uninjured one, her thumb tracing circles on his palm. A grounding touch. An anchor. When the doctor left, Silas looked at her properly for the first time. You were at a wedding, he said. Colorado. I was. You left? Of course I left. She squeezed his hand. You fell. But the wedding didn't matter. She reached up with her free hand, gently touching the uninjured side of his face. This mattered. You matter. He stared at her, his eyes bright with something that might have been tears or might have been the aftermath of the concussion. I'm sorry. For all of it. The last week, We can talk about that later. Right now, I'm just glad you're okay. I'm not sure I'm okay. Then we'll work on that too. She settled more firmly into the chair. But right now, you just need to rest. A nurse came by with discharge papers. Maren signed as designated caregiver, her handwriting cramped but clear. She listened to more instructions, accepted prescriptions, nodded at warnings about symptoms. Through it all, Silas watched her with an expression she couldn't quite read. Grateful, yes. But also something else. Something like understanding. When they were finally cleared to leave, Maren helped him into a cab, her body a steady support against his side. My place, she told the driver, giving her address. Then, to Silas, you're staying with me. Easier to monitor. He didn't argue. Just leaned his head against the window, his good hand finding hers in the space between them. The cab drove through the pre-dawn darkness, carrying them towards something neither of them had words for yet. But they were together. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 14, Showing Up. The hospital chair was the most uncomfortable thing Maren had ever sat in. Vinyl covered, rigid, designed specifically to prevent anyone from getting too comfortable. She shifted for the 100th time, trying to find a position that didn't make her back ache, and glanced at the clock on the wall, 4:37 a.m. An hour and 23 minutes until she needed to wake Silas again. She'd set alarms on her phone, every 2 hours, as instructed. The first check at 2:30 had been nerve-wracking, her hands gentle on his shoulder, whispering his name until his eyes opened. The required questions felt ridiculous at the time. What's your name? Where are you? What year is it? But he'd answered correctly, if groggily, and she'd let him drift back to sleep. Now she sat in the dark, the seafoam bridesmaid dress abandoned in some hotel bathroom in Colorado, her body aching with exhaustion and adrenaline. She should try to sleep. The doctor had said she could rest between checks. But every time she closed her eyes, she saw him on the floor of his studio. Saw the blood. Saw the wrong angle of his wrist. Even though she hadn't been there, her imagination had helpfully filled in the details. So she stayed awake, watching the steady rise and fall of his chest, the reassuring proof that he was breathing, that he was okay, that he was here. Her phone buzzed. A text from Britt. Did you make it? She typed back one-handed, yeah. He's okay. Concussion and fractured wrist. Home now monitoring. 3 dots appeared, then, you're at his place? Mine. Easier since I'm the one doing the monitoring. How are you doing? Maren looked at the question for a long moment. How was she? Terrified. Exhausted. Weirdly certain. I'm okay. Thanks for driving me. Anytime. Seriously. Call if you need anything. Maren set her phone down and let her head fall back against the wall behind the chair. Through the window, she could see the sky starting to lighten, the barest hint of dawn touching the horizon. In a few hours, she'd need to call Deo, let her know they were back and settled. She'd need to fill Silas's prescriptions. She'd need to figure out logistics, how long she could stay home from work, what he needed from his studio, whether he could climb stairs with a fractured wrist. But for now, she just sat. Just kept watch. Just existed in this strange, suspended space where nothing mattered except making sure he was okay. Her phone alarm went off at 4:45. She moved to his bedside, her hand gentle on his shoulder. Silas. Hey. I need you to wake up for me. His eyes opened, clearer than before but still clouded with pain and medication. Maren? Yeah, it's me. Do you know where you are? Your place. His voice was rough with sleep. You keep asking me that. I have to. Concussion protocol. She helped him sit up slightly. What day is it? Saturday. Early Saturday. He winced as he shifted. How long have you been awake? Don't worry about it. You need to sleep. I will. After the next check. She handed him the water glass from the nightstand. Small sips. He drank obediently, then settled back against the pillows. You should have stayed at the wedding. We're not doing this again. I'm serious. You flew across 3 states at 2 a.m. for a concussion. That's what anyone would do for their person. The words came out firm, leaving no room for argument. Now go back to sleep. His eyes searched her face in the dim light. Thank you. For what? Being here. He stopped, struggling for words. Everything. Her throat tightened unexpectedly. Go to sleep, Silas. He did, his breathing evening out within minutes. Maren returned to her chair, pulled her knees to her chest, and let herself cry, quietly, so she wouldn't wake him. Not from sadness. Not exactly. Just from the overwhelming weight of the last 6 hours, the terror and relief and bone-deep exhaustion all catching up at once. When the tears stopped, she wiped her face with her sleeves and checked the time. 1 hour and 45 minutes until the next check. She closed her eyes. Didn't sleep. Just breathed. Morning brought complications. The first was the discharge paperwork Maren had to track down when she realized she'd left half of it in the cab. The second was the pharmacy, which informed her they couldn't fill the pain medication prescription until the doctor's office electronically confirmed it. The third was Silas's phone, which had 17 missed calls from a number saved as Dad. "When did your father call?" Maren asked, handing Silas his phone. He looked at the screen, his expression closing off. "Last night, looks like. Ivy must have called him. You should call him back. Later." "Silas." I said later. The sharpness in his voice was unusual enough that Maren backed off. But the phone rang again 20 minutes later. Same number. Silas stared at it, clearly debating whether to let it go to voicemail again. Then, with a sigh, he answered. "Hi, Dad." Maren moved to the kitchen to give him privacy, but her apartment was small enough that she could still hear his side of the conversation. "I'm fine. Concussion and a fracture. Not a big deal. No, I don't need you to come." "Yes, someone's here." "Maren." "A friend." "No, not like that. Because she's my emergency contact." "Dad, I really can't do this right now. I know Mom would have wanted you to check, but..." "Okay. Yeah. Thanks for calling." He hung up and let his head fall back against the couch cushions, closing his eyes. Maren came back with tea she'd been making, setting a mug carefully on the table beside him. "How is he?" "Worried. Confused. Wishes I'd get a real job and settle down with a nice girl." He opened his eyes, looking at her. "The usual. I'm sorry." "Don't be. It's just how he is." He reached for the tea, then remembered his splinted wrist and switched hands awkwardly. "He doesn't get it. Any of it. The art, the commune, me being Arrow. And he definitely doesn't get you and me. Do we get you and me?" The question hung in the air between them. They hadn't talked about it, the last week of tension, the unasked questions, the future they couldn't quite imagine. "I don't know," Silas said finally. "But you came. When I needed you, you came." "Of course I came." "It wasn't of course. You were at a family wedding. You had a reason to stay. I had a better reason to leave." She sat beside him on the couch, carefully maintaining a small distance. "You're my person, Silas. That's not conditional on whether we have our shit figured out." He looked at her for a long moment. "What about the job? What about it? Are you taking it?" She'd been avoiding thinking about the job offer. The deadline was Monday, 2 days away. She'd drafted 3 different versions of her response and deleted them all. "I don't know yet," she admitted. "You should take it. Maybe. It's good for you. Career-wise." "I know. And we'd figure it out. The schedule thing." Would they? Maren wasn't sure. But sitting here in her apartment at 9 a.m. on a Saturday, both of them exhausted and uncertain and still somehow together, it felt possible. "Let's not talk about it right now," she said. "You need to rest and I need to pick up your prescriptions. I can come with you." "You absolutely cannot. You can barely sit up without wincing." She stood, grabbing her keys. "I'll be back in 30 minutes. Do not do anything stupid." "Like what?" "Like standing up. Or checking your email. Or literally anything that isn't sitting right there." He smiled slightly. "Bossy. Someone has to be." But her tone was fond. When she got back from the pharmacy, he was exactly where she'd left him, scrolling through his phone one-handed. "Good boy," she said, setting the medication bag on the counter. Condescending. Accurate. She started organizing the pills. "Deo called while you were asleep earlier. She's making soup and will drop it by tonight." "She doesn't need to. She's doing it anyway. Also, Ivy texted to check on you. And Fletcher wants to know if he should come by. Tell him it's fine." "I'm fine." Maren looked at him, really looked at him. At the bandage on his forehead, the splint on his wrist, the paleness of his skin, the shadows under his eyes. "You're not fine," she said gently. "But you will be." He held her gaze. "Will we be?" The question was quiet, vulnerable in a way Silas rarely allowed himself to be. "I don't know," Maren said honestly. "But I'm here. Right now, that's what I know." It wasn't a promise. It wasn't a guarantee. But it was true. And for now, it was enough. By evening, Maren had dozed off in the chair, her body finally demanding what she'd been denying it. When she woke, it was to the smell of soup and the sound of quiet voices. Deo was in the kitchen, ladling something that smelled incredible into bowls. Silas was still on the couch, looking more alert than he had all day. "Child," Deo said when she saw Maren stirring. "You look like you need this more than he does." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. Neither of you are fine. But you will be." Deo handed her a bowl. "Eat. Both of you." They ate in comfortable silence, Deo moving around the small apartment with the ease of someone who'd learned to exist in other people's spaces without overwhelming them. "The commune's been worried," she said eventually. "Ivy especially. She wanted to come, but I told her to give you both space." "She can come tomorrow," Silas said. "If she wants to. I'll tell her." Deo settled into the armchair, her gaze moving between them. "You two have been through it." It wasn't a question, but Maren answered anyway. "Yeah. We have." "And are you through it? Or still in it?" "Don't know yet," Silas said. Deo nodded, unsurprised. "Well. You're together. That's something." After she left, Maren helped Silas to the bedroom for his next rest period. He moved slowly, carefully, his body still protesting the fall. "You should take the bed," he said. "I can sleep on the couch. You have a concussion and a fractured wrist. You're taking the bed. Then where are you sleeping?" "The chair." "Maren. The bed is big enough for both of us," she said, the words coming out before she could second-guess them. "If you're okay with that. No weirdness. Just sleep." He looked at her for a long moment. "You sure?" "I'm sure." They settled on opposite sides of the bed, a careful distance between them. The alarm was set for the next check. The prescriptions were organized on the nightstand. Everything was as under control as it could be. Maren closed her eyes, finally allowing herself to sink toward sleep. And then, quietly, "Maren?" "Yeah?" "I've been thinking about what you said. About the future." She opened her eyes, looking at him across the pillow. "Yeah? I can't give you romance. I can't give you a wedding or traditional promises." His voice was low, careful. "But I can give you this. Me, showing up. You, showing up. That has to count for something." Her throat tightened. "It does count. Is it enough?" The question from before. The one they'd been circling. "I don't know yet," she said honestly. "But I know it matters. I know you matter." "That's not the same thing." "No. But it's true." He was quiet for a moment. "I don't want to lose you." "Then don't." The words came out more forceful than she intended. "Don't hide. Don't avoid. Don't pretend we're not building towards something just because it doesn't have a name." "What are we building toward?" "I don't know. But we're building. That's the point." She could see him processing this, his expression thoughtful in the dim light. "Okay," he said finally. "Okay? Okay. We're building. We'll figure out what toward." It wasn't a solution. It wasn't a plan. But it was something. Maren reached across the space between them, her hand finding his uninjured one, their fingers linking. "Get some sleep," she whispered. "You too." They slept like that, connected, the alarm set to wake them in 2 hours. And for the first time in days, neither of them felt quite so untethered. Chapter 15, The Uncomfortable Chair. Sunday morning arrived with pale sunlight through Maren's bedroom curtains and the sound of Silas trying to get dressed one-handed in the bathroom. Maren lay in bed, listening to the muffled cursing, debating whether to offer help. They'd maintained careful boundaries through the night, separate sides of the bed, hands linked but nothing more. She wasn't sure if helping him with his shirt would cross some invisible line. The bathroom door opened and Silas emerged, wearing the same shirt from yesterday but inside out, his hair sticking up in several directions. "I can't," he gestured helplessly at the shirt. "The splint makes everything impossible." Maren sat up, swinging her legs out of bed. "Come here." He approached hesitantly. She turned the shirt right side out, then helped him pull it off and back on properly, her fingers gentle as she navigated around the splint and the bruises blooming across his ribs. "Thanks," he said when she was done. "That's what I'm here for." "Still. Thank you." Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. A text from her mother. "Are you still in Colorado? Emma's asking about you." Maren stared at the message. She'd forgotten to tell her parents she'd left. They probably thought she was still at the wedding, dancing and celebrating, not monitoring someone's concussion in an apartment 3 states away. She typed back, "Had to leave Friday night. Emergency. I'm fine. Tell Emma I'm sorry." The response came quickly. "What kind of emergency?" "Friend got hurt. I'm helping." "The boy from the commune?" Maren hesitated, then, "Yes. I thought you said you weren't together." "We're not. It's complicated." 3 dots appeared and disappeared several times before her mother finally sent, "Call me when you have time to explain." Maren set the phone face down and looked up to find Silas watching her. "Your mom?" he asked. "Yeah. She's confused about why I left the wedding." "You didn't tell them?" "I was kind of focused on other things." She stood, moving toward the kitchen. "Coffee? Please." They settled into a quiet rhythm, Maren making coffee and toast, Silas scrolling through messages from the commune members checking on him. The morning felt domestic in a way that should have been awkward but somehow wasn't. The doctor's instructions had said he could resume light activity after 24 hours if he felt up to it. They'd also emphasized that someone should still monitor him, that the first few days post-concussion were critical. "I should probably go back to my studio," Silas said, watching her butter toast. "You've already done enough. You heard the doctor. You need monitoring." "I can monitor myself." "That's literally not how monitoring works." She set the plate in front of him. "Besides, it's Sunday. You're not supposed to be working anyway. I need to at least check on things. Make sure nothing else broke in the fall." She couldn't argue with that. "Okay. We can go after breakfast. But I'm coming with you." "Maren. Non-negotiable. You fell down because you were working alone late at night. I'm not leaving you alone in a studio full of potential hazards." The corner of his mouth twitched. "Potential hazards? Ladders. Power tools. Sharp objects. Heavy things that could fall on you." She ticked them off on her fingers. "Your studio is basically an accident waiting to happen. It's an art studio. Same difference." They finished breakfast, then made the slow walk across the commune grounds. It was unseasonably warm for late October, the trees showing off their autumn colors, the gardens heavy with the last of the harvest. People stopped them along the way, Ivy nearly crying when she saw Silas, Deo giving them both knowing looks, a few other commune members offering help and well wishes. By the time they reached the studio, Silas looked exhausted. "Sit," Maren commanded, pointing to his work stool. "I'm fine. You're pale and shaky. Sit." He sat, more because his body was demanding it than because she'd told him to. Maren looked around the studio, seeing it properly for the first time since the accident. The ladder was still there, pushed against the wall. The workbench had a dark stain that might have been blood. His tools were scattered where he dropped them. And on the floor, partially hidden under a tarp, was the sculpture he'd been working on when he fell. She picked up the ladder first, folding it and carrying it outside. Then she grabbed cleaning supplies from the small sink in the corner and set about wiping down the workbench. "You don't have to do that," Silas said. "I know. I mean it. You've already." "I want to." She looked at him over her shoulder. "Let me help." He fell quiet, watching her work. After a few minutes, he said, "Can you hand me that sketchbook? The blue one on the shelf?" She found it and brought it to him along with a pencil. He balanced the book on his knee and started sketching one-handed, the movements awkward but determined. They worked in comfortable silence, her tidying, him drawing. The studio slowly returning to order. "Thank you," he said eventually. "You keep saying that." "Because I keep meaning it." He set the sketchbook aside. "I know this isn't what you signed up for. Taking care of someone who can barely dress themselves. What did I sign up for?" She leaned against the workbench, crossing her arms. The question clearly caught him off guard. "I don't, what? What did I sign up for? When we became whatever this is, what exactly did I agree to?" He was quiet for a long moment. "I don't know. Good parts? Fun parts? Studio time and dinner and easy conversation? Not the hard parts? I never wanted the hard parts to be your responsibility. That's not how this works." She moved closer, sitting on the stool beside him. "You don't get to pick and choose which parts of you I'm allowed to show up for. But. No buts. If we're doing this, whatever this is, then I'm here for all of it. The art shows and the accidents. The good days and the concussions." She reached over, carefully taking his uninjured hand. "That's what being someone's person means." His eyes were bright, not quite tears but close. "What if I can't do the same for you?" "You already do. Not like this. You texted me first when you got into that gallery. You asked me to that wedding even though you hate weddings. You listened to me complain about middle schoolers and remember which students are struggling." She squeezed his hand. "You show up, Silas. Just differently than this." He looked down at their linked hands. "I'm not good at the romantic stuff. I know. And I never will be. I know that too. Then why are you here?" The question was asked with genuine confusion, like he truly couldn't understand why anyone would choose him, without the traditional markers of commitment. "Because when I got that call Friday night, when Ivy said you were hurt, I knew immediately that I was getting on a plane." Maren's voice was steady, certain. "I didn't hesitate. I didn't weigh the options. I just knew that the only place I could possibly be was wherever you were. That's not romance. No. It's better." She met his gaze. "It's choice. Every single day, I'm choosing you. And you're choosing me. That matters more than any romantic gesture ever could." He was quiet for a long moment, processing. "I want to believe that. So believe it. What about 5 years from now? 10 years? What happens when?" "I don't know," she interrupted gently. "I don't know what happens next week, let alone 5 years from now. But I know I want to figure it out with you. Even without the guarantees? Especially without them." She smiled slightly. "Besides, what guarantee did I have when I got on that plane Friday night? No promise you'd still want me around when you woke up. No guarantee we'd make it through the next week without another fight about the future. But you came anyway. I came anyway." He looked at her, really looked at her. At the smudged mascara still lingering under her eyes, the wrinkled sweatshirt, the exhaustion written across her face. "You should have stayed at the wedding," he said, but it sounded more like a question than a statement. "Probably. But then who would have helped you with your inside-out shirt?" He laughed, then winced. "Don't make me laugh. My ribs hurt. Sorry." But she was smiling. They sat together in the studio, the autumn light streaming through the high windows, and for the first time since the wedding where everything had started to crack, the silence felt comfortable again. "Maren?" Silas said eventually. "Yeah? I can't give you romance. I know. But I can give you this." He gestured around the studio with his good hand. "Space in my studio. Your name on my emergency contact forms. First person I text when something good happens. First person I want when something bad happens." Her throat tightened. "That's not nothing. Is it enough?" The question again. The one they kept circling back to. "I don't know yet," she said honestly. "But I know it's real. And I know it matters. And right now, that feels like enough to keep going." "Keep going where?" "Forward. Wherever that is." He nodded slowly. "Okay. Okay. Okay. We'll keep going forward." He paused. "Can we figure out where forward is later though? Because I'm exhausted and my head hurts and I really just want to go back to your place and sleep." She stood, offering him a hand up. "Come on. Let's get you home." Home. She'd said it without thinking, without meaning anything specific by it. But Silas's expression softened slightly, like the word meant something to him. They made the slow walk back across the commune, Maren matching her pace to his, their hands linked. People waved but didn't stop them this time, reading the exhaustion in both their faces. When they got back to her apartment, Silas headed straight for the bedroom. "I'm taking a real nap this time," he announced. "No alarms. No checking." "Doctor said." "I know what the doctor said. But it's been over 24 hours and I'm fine." He paused in the doorway. "But if it would make you feel better, you can wake me up in a couple hours." "It would." "Then that's what we'll do." He disappeared into the bedroom. Maren stood in the living room for a moment, processing the morning, the conversation, the strange feeling in her chest that felt suspiciously like hope. Her phone buzzed. "Britt, how's patient 0? "Better. Stubborn. Currently napping." "And how are you?" Maren thought about the question. About the sleepless night and the difficult conversations and the uncertain future that still loomed ahead of them. "I'm okay. Actually okay." "Yeah? Yeah. We talked. Really talked. And I think we're going to be okay. Even without knowing what you are? Especially without knowing what we are." Britt sent back a heart emoji, and Maren smiled despite herself. She settled onto the couch with her laptop, pulling up the job offer email. Monday deadline. Less than 24 hours to decide. The pros and cons list was still saved in another document. She looked at it, then closed it without reading. Instead, she opened a new email and started typing. "Dear Mr. Patterson. Thank you so much for the offer of program director. I'm honored and grateful for the opportunity." She paused, her fingers hovering over the keys. Then she continued. "However, after careful consideration, I've decided this isn't the right fit for my life right now. The schedule would require me to give up too much of my own writing practice, and I'm not ready to make that sacrifice. I hope you understand." She read it over 3 times, then hit send before she could second-guess herself. It was done. Maren sat back, waiting for panic or regret to hit. Instead, she just felt relieved. Lighter. Like she'd been carrying something heavy without realizing it and had finally set it down. The job would have been good. The stability would have been nice. But it would have meant giving up the margins, the slow work, the life she was building here at the commune. The life she was building with Silas. She checked on him an hour later, finding him deeply asleep, his face peaceful despite the bruises. She set an alarm for 2 hours and curled up in the chair, the terrible, uncomfortable chair that was becoming almost familiar. Outside, the afternoon light was golden, the commune settling into its weekend quiet. And inside, they were both exactly where they needed to be. Building something. Even if they didn't know what it was yet. Chapter 16, Recovery Days. The week after the accident passed in a strange, suspended rhythm. Maren worked from her couch, laptop balanced on her knees, grading papers while Silas dozed in the bedroom. She'd called in sick Monday and Tuesday, then negotiated remote work for the rest of the week. Her principal had been understanding, family emergency, she'd said, and hadn't elaborated. Silas sketched one-handed, frustrated by the limitations but too restless to do nothing. The splint made everything awkward. Simple tasks, opening jars, tying shoes, brushing his teeth, became exercises in humiliation that he refused to ask for help with until Maren simply started doing them without being asked. Wednesday afternoon, she found him in the bathroom, trying to wash his hair in the sink with his good hand. "You know I have a shower, right?" she said from the doorway. "Can't get the splint wet. We can wrap it. I have plastic bags." He looked at her skeptically. "That's not going to work. It'll work better than you giving yourself a concussion trying to lean over the sink." She pulled a garbage bag from under the sink. "Come on. I'll help." 20 minutes later, Silas was in her shower, the splint wrapped in layers of plastic and duct tape, feeling almost human again as hot water ran over his shoulders. Maren waited in the living room, close enough if he needed help but far enough to give him privacy. When he emerged, hair dripping, she handed him a towel without comment. "Thank you," he said. "You're welcome." It was the 20th time he'd thanked her that week. She'd stopped counting. Thursday, Britt came to visit. Maren had warned Silas ahead of time, giving him the option to hide in the bedroom. He declined, partly because his ribs were still sore and lying down for extended periods made them worse, partly because he knew he couldn't avoid Britt forever. Britt arrived with Thai food and a carefully neutral expression. "Hey," they said, setting the takeout bags on Maren's counter. "You look less dead than I expected." "Thanks," Silas said dryly. "That's the goal." Britt turned to Maren. "Can I talk to you?" "Kitchen?" It was barely 3 feet from the couch, hardly private, but Maren followed them anyway. Silas pretended to be absorbed in his sketchbook. "Are you okay?" Britt asked quietly. "I'm fine. You flew across 3 states for someone you're not dating." "I know. And now you're playing nurse for a week." "I know that too." "Maren," Britt's voice gentled. "I'm not judging. I just want to make sure you know what you're doing." "I do." "Do you?" "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're organizing your entire life around someone who can't promise you anything." Maren glanced at Silas, who was very deliberately not looking at them. "He doesn't have to promise me anything. I'm choosing this." "But why?" "Because when I got that call, I knew exactly where I needed to be. Because he matters to me. Because," she stopped, searching for words. "Because this is real, even if it doesn't look like what everyone expects." Britt was quiet for a moment. "You turned down the job." "Yeah. For him? For me. For the life I'm building. Which includes him, but also includes writing and the commune and not giving up the margins for a salary." Maren met Britt's gaze. "I know you're worried. I know this doesn't make sense from the outside. But I'm okay. Actually okay." Britt studied her face, then sighed. "Okay. I believe you." They looked over at Silas. "But if he hurts you?" "He won't." "You don't know that." "No," Maren admitted. "But I'm trusting it anyway." They ate Thai food on the couch, the 3 of them, Britt slowly relaxing as they watched Silas struggle to use chopsticks one-handed. By the time Britt left, something had shifted, not acceptance exactly, but a grudging acknowledgement that this, whatever it was, mattered to Maren. At the door, Britt hugged her. "Call me if you need anything." "Seriously." "I will." After Britt left, Silas said, "They hate me." "They don't hate you. They're protective." Same thing. It's really not. Maren started collecting the empty containers. They just want to make sure I'm happy. Are you? She looked at him, really looked at him. At the healing cut above his eyebrow, the splint on his wrist, the way he was sitting slightly hunched because his ribs still hurt. Yeah, she said. I am. Friday, Deo brought more soup and stayed for tea. She settled into Maren's armchair like she'd been there 100 times before, her bright head wrap a splash of color against the neutral furniture. You're both looking better, she observed. Feeling better, Silas confirmed. Mostly. Deo's gaze moved between them, knowing and warm. And how are you two doing? Really? Maren and Silas exchanged a glance. We're figuring it out, Maren said. That's what I like to hear. Deo sipped her tea. The commune's been asking about you. When you'll be back. Soon, Silas said. I'm going stir crazy here. Give it another few days, Maren interjected. Doctor said a full week before resuming normal activities. It's been almost a week. It's been 5 days. Deo smiled slightly, watching them bicker with the ease of long familiarity. You've settled in well here. The observation hung in the air. Silas looked around Maren's apartment, the space that had become oddly familiar over the past week. His sketchbook on her coffee table. His jacket on her coat rack. The way he knew which mug she'd use in the morning, which side of the couch she preferred, how she liked her tea. Yeah, he said quietly. I guess I have. After Deo left, they sat in comfortable silence. Maren was reading, Silas was sketching, the afternoon light slanting through the windows. Maren? Silas said eventually. Thank you. For all of this. She looked up from her book. You don't have to keep thanking me. I know. But I want to. He set his sketchbook aside. I've been thinking about what you said. In the studio. About showing up for all of it, not just the good parts. Yeah? No one's ever done that before. Not like this. Maren marked her page and set the book down. What do you mean? I mean, he struggled for the words. People have cared about me. Deo, Fletcher, other friends. But there was always this line. Like, I could be their friend but I couldn't be primary. I couldn't be the person they called first, the person they reorganized their life for. And now? Now I keep waiting for you to realize you made a mistake. That you signed up for too much. That this isn't worth it. Silas. But you're still here. You took a week off work. You've been helping me shower and making sure I eat and waking me up every 2 hours even though I know you're exhausted. His voice was rough with emotion. You're still here. Maren crossed the space between them, sitting beside him on the couch. I'm still here because I want to be. Not because I have to be. Not because we're dating or because of some obligation. Because I choose to be. Why? Because you're my person. She said it simply, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. That doesn't change just because things get hard. He looked at her for a long moment, something vulnerable in his expression. I can't give you romance. I know. You've said that about 40 times this week. But I can give you this. Showing up. Being present. Choosing you back. I know that too. Is that enough? The question he kept asking. The one she still didn't have a perfect answer for. I think so, she said honestly. I think it's more than enough. I think it's everything. Saturday brought a text from someone Silas hadn't heard from in a while. Hey. Heard you got hurt. You good? It was from Marcus, one of his regular hookups from before Maren. Not Fletcher, who he still saw occasionally, but another casual connection that had faded over the past few months. Silas stared at the text, then typed back, yeah. Concussion and broken wrist. Recovering. Damn. That sucks. Want company? The offer was implicit, familiar. The kind of uncomplicated physical comfort that had been a regular part of Silas's life for years. He glanced at Maren, who was in the kitchen making lunch. Then back at the text. Thanks, but I'm good. Still pretty banged up. Cool. Hit me up when you're better. Will do. He set his phone down, and Maren emerged with sandwiches. Who was that? She asked casually. Marcus. Old hookup. Checking in. That's nice of him. Silas watched her for any sign of discomfort, but her expression was genuinely neutral. He offered to come over. Do you want him to? No. The answer came easily, certainly. I'm good here. She smiled slightly. Okay. Later, when she was in the shower, Silas thought about the exchange. About how he'd turned down Marcus without hesitation, without even really considering it. How the idea of anyone else in this space, Maren's space, their space, felt wrong. He picked up his phone again, scrolling to Fletcher's contact. Random question. When did you know something had shifted with someone? Fletcher's response came quickly. Why, you getting feelings? Thought you were Arrow. I am. This is different. Not romantic. Just, different. Different how? Like I don't want anyone else around. Like being here matters more than anything else. Dude, that's called commitment. But not romantic commitment. Doesn't have to be. Still commitment. You're choosing her over other options. That counts. Silas read the message 3 times. Choosing her over other options. Was that what he was doing? He thought about the week. About Maren's apartment becoming familiar. About turning down Marcus without a second thought. About the way his emergency contact form still had her name on it, and how that felt right in a way he'd never experienced before. Yeah. He was choosing her. Sunday evening, the delivery arrived. Maren opened the door to find a courier holding a large box and a clipboard. Delivery for Silas Kovar? Silas appeared behind her, confused. I didn't order anything. Says it's from Adeo Okonkwo. Understanding dawned. Silas signed for the package and brought it inside. When he opened it, he found art supplies, the good ones, the ones he'd been meaning to replace for months but couldn't afford. Paints, brushes, a small portable easel that would work one-handed. There was a note in Deo's handwriting, for recovery. Create something beautiful. D. She's the best, Maren said, reading over his shoulder. Yeah. Silas touched the supplies carefully, his throat tight. She really is. He set up the portable easel in Maren's living room, and for the first time since the accident, started painting instead of just sketching. The movements were awkward with his non-dominant hand, the results rough and imperfect. But something was emerging. Something about the color of Maren's couch cushions in afternoon light. The way the shadows fell across her coffee table. The emergency contact form he'd brought over from his studio, now sitting on her bookshelf. He painted for hours, losing track of time, Maren reading beside him. When she finally went to bed, she paused in the doorway. You coming? He looked at the painting, half-finished, messy, but undeniably something. Soon. Just want to get a few more details. Don't stay up too late. I won't. But he did, working until his wrist ached and his eyes burned, trying to capture something that felt true. The painting didn't look like much, abstract shapes and muted colors, the suggestion of a space rather than the space itself. But when he finally stepped back, he saw it, home. Not his studio at the commune. Not anywhere physical. Just the feeling of it. The shape of choosing someone. The color of being chosen back. He cleaned his brushes and went to the bedroom, where Maren was asleep but had left the lamp on his side of the bed lit. A silent invitation. A place held. Silas turned off the lamp and climbed carefully into bed, his body still protesting movement. In the darkness, he could hear Maren's breathing, steady and sure. Tomorrow they'd go back to the commune. Tomorrow he'd sleep in his own studio again, return to some version of normal. But something had shifted. Something permanent. And for the first time, the thought of being someone's primary person didn't scare him. It felt exactly right. Chapter 17, Official. Monday morning, Silas woke up in his own bed at the commune for the first time in over a week. It felt wrong. Not the bed itself, the same narrow mattress he'd had for 4 years, the same worn quilt, the same window that caught the morning light. But the space around it felt too quiet, too empty, too much like being alone. He'd moved back Sunday evening, Maren helping him carry the art supplies Deo had sent plus a few things that had accumulated at her place over the week. They'd made 2 trips, neither of them commenting on how much of his life had migrated into her apartment without either of them noticing. At her door, she'd hugged him, brief but tight. "Call if you need anything," she'd said. "I will. I'm serious. Concussions can be weird for weeks." "I know. I'll call." But now, lying in his own bed as pale November light filtered through the window, he wished he'd stayed. Wished he'd asked if he could keep recovering at her place. Wished. His phone buzzed. A text from Maren. "How'd you sleep?" "Weird. Bed feels different. Want to come over for breakfast?" He smiled despite himself. "Yeah. Give me 20 minutes. When he arrived at her apartment, she already had coffee made and was scrambling eggs. They ate on her couch, the same spots they'd occupied all week, and it felt more like home than his studio had. "I've been thinking," Silas said, setting down his mug. "Yeah? About what happened?" "The hospital, all of it." She turned to face him, giving him her full attention. "I want to make it official," he said. "Not marriage. But legal. I want you to be able to make decisions for me. Medical stuff. Financial stuff if something happens. I want it on record that you're who matters." Her eyes widened slightly. "You mean like power of attorney?" "Yeah. And healthcare proxy. Whatever we need so that if something happens again, there's no question that you're the person who gets called. The person who has authority." "Silas. I know it sounds intense. But that night at the hospital, when the doctor was dismissing you because we're not married or dating, I realized," he stopped, searching for the words. "I realized that emergency contact isn't enough. It's not legally binding. It's just a line on a form. And I want more than that. I want it to count." Maren was quiet for a moment, processing. "That's a big step." "I know. It's basically saying I'm your next of kin." "Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying." She looked at him, her expression complicated. "Are you sure? Because this isn't something you do casually. It's legal documents. It's commitment." "I'm sure." He reached over, taking her hand. "You flew across 3 states when I fell. You took a week off work. You helped me shower and made sure I ate and sat in that terrible hospital chair watching me sleep. If that's not commitment, I don't know what is. But that was me choosing to do that. This is different. This is formal. That's the point. I want it to be formal. I want it to be real in a way the world recognizes." He squeezed her hand. "I can't give you romance. I can't give you a wedding or a ring or traditional vows. But I can give you this. Legal recognition that you're my person." Her eyes were bright, not quite tears but close. "You really mean this?" "I've never meant anything more." She was quiet for a long moment, her thumb tracing circles on his palm. Then, "Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's make it official." The research started that afternoon. They sat side by side on Maren's couch, laptops open, falling down the rabbit hole of legal documentation. Healthcare proxies. Durable power of attorney. Domestic partnerships. The terminology was dense, the forms overwhelming. There's so much, Maren said, scrolling through a government website. I had no idea how complicated this could be. We probably need a lawyer. One who specializes in this stuff. Non-traditional families. Silas pulled up a search. There's a guy in the city. Remy Soto. His website says he works with queer families, non-marital partnerships, chosen family legal structures. Maren leaned over to read. He looks legit. Good reviews too. Should I call? She looked at him. Are you ready for this? Once we start, it's real. It's already real. This just makes it official. She smiled. Then call him. Silas scheduled an appointment for Thursday afternoon. 3 days away. Enough time to prepare, not enough time to second guess. After he hung up, Maren said, we should probably tell people. Before it happens. Who? Deo, definitely. Britt. Fletcher. Your dad. Silas made a face. My dad won't get it. He doesn't have to get it. He just has to know. I'll think about it. Silas. I said I'll think about it. His tone was sharper than intended. He softened immediately. Sorry. It's just complicated with him. I know. She squeezed his knee briefly. But this is important. People who care about you should know. They told Deo first. Tuesday morning, they found her in her studio, working on a new pottery series. She looked up when they knocked, her hands clay-covered, and immediately smiled. Both of you. Together. This looks serious. Kind of is, Silas said. Deo wiped her hands and gestured for them to sit. Tell me. They explained, haltingly at first, then with more confidence. The decision to pursue legal documentation. The lawyer appointment. What it would mean. When they finished, Deo was quiet for a moment. Then she stood, crossed to them, and pulled them both into a fierce hug. About time you two made it official in your own way, she said. I'm so proud of you both. You're not worried? Maren asked. That we're rushing? Child, you've been choosing each other for months. The paperwork is just catching up. Deo released them, her eyes warm. This is good. This is right. You're building something real. Even though it's not traditional? Silas asked. Especially because it's not traditional. You're making your own path. That takes courage. After they left, Silas felt lighter. One conversation down. Several more to go. Fletcher's reaction was characteristically blunt. Hell yeah, man. That's commitment. They were at a coffee shop Wednesday afternoon. Silas had texted asking to meet, and Fletcher had shown up curious and slightly concerned. You sure about this? Fletcher asked, stirring sugar into his espresso. I mean, I'm happy for you. But power of attorney is serious shit. I know. And you're both okay with it? The commitment without the romance? Yeah. We are. Fletcher studied him. You look different. Different how? I don't know. Settled. Like you figured something out. Silas thought about that. I guess I did. I figured out that this, what Maren and I have, is worth making permanent. Even if it doesn't look like anyone else's relationship. Good for you, dude. Seriously. Fletcher raised his cup. To legal commitment and breaking the relationship escalator. Silas clinked his coffee against Fletcher's espresso. Thanks for getting it. I'm Arrow too, remember? I get it better than most. Fletcher took a drink. But I'm also genuinely happy for you. You found your person. Not everyone does. What about you? You ever think about doing something like this with anyone? Nah. I like my life exactly how it is. Multiple partners, no legal entanglements, maximum freedom. Fletcher grinned. But that's me. You're different. You want that anchor. And there's nothing wrong with that. After coffee, walking back to his car, Silas thought about Fletcher's words. Anchor. Yeah. That's what Maren was. Not weighing him down, anchoring him. Giving him a fixed point to return to. Britt was harder. Maren told them Wednesday evening, over video call. Silas wasn't there. They'd agreed that Maren should tell Britt alone first, let them process without feeling watched. You're doing what? Britt's voice came through tinny but incredulous. Legal documents. Power of attorney, healthcare proxy, probably domestic partnership for next of kin status. Maren. That's basically marriage. It's not marriage. We're not getting married. We're just making our partnership legally recognized. That's marriage without the word. It's commitment without romance. There's a difference. Britt was quiet for a moment. Maren could see them on the screen, processing, their expression complicated. Are you sure about this? Britt asked finally. I'm sure. Because once you do this, you're legally entangled. If things go south. They won't. You don't know that. No, Maren admitted. But I'm trusting it anyway. Just like I trusted getting on that plane. Just like I trusted turning down the job. I'm trusting this. Britt sighed. I still don't fully understand your relationship. I know. But I can see that it matters to you. That he matters to you. He does. And you're happy? Yeah. I really am. Another pause. Then, okay. If you're sure, I support you. But I reserve the right to say I told you so if this blows up. Maren laughed. Fair enough. When's the appointment? Thursday afternoon. You want me there? For moral support? I think we're okay. But thank you. After they hung up, Maren texted Silas, told Britt. They're skeptical but supportive. That's progress. Yeah. Your dad. Long pause. Then, tomorrow. I'll call him tomorrow. Thursday morning, Silas called his father. He sat in his studio, phone in hand, staring at the contact for a full 5 minutes before finally pressing call. Silas? Lowell's voice was gruff, surprised. Everything okay? Your head? I'm fine, Dad. Healing up. Good. Good. Your mother would have wanted me to check. I know. Silas took a breath. Listen, I'm calling because I wanted to tell you something. Maren and I, the friend who was at the hospital, we're making it official. Legally. Silence. Then, you're getting married? No. Not married. Just legal documents. Power of attorney, healthcare proxy. Making sure we can make decisions for each other. I don't understand. If you're not dating, why? Because she matters to me, Dad. More than anyone else. And I want that recognized legally. But that's what marriage is for. Marriage is for romantic couples. We're not romantic. We're just, how to explain it? We're partners. Chosen family. It's different but it's real. Lowell was quiet for a long moment. Your mother would have liked to see you settled. I am settled. But not with a wife. Not with, he stopped. I'm trying to understand, kid. I really am. But this doesn't make sense to me. I know it doesn't. And that's okay. You don't have to understand it. I'm just telling you because it's important. Silas's voice was steady, certain. Maren is my person. That's all you need to know. Another pause. Then, gruffly, she the one who came to the hospital? Yeah. Across 3 states? Yeah. In the middle of the night? Yeah. Lowell sighed. Well. She must care about you then. She does. And you care about her? More than I know how to say. Then I guess, Lowell struggled with it. I guess that's what matters. Even if I don't understand the details. It wasn't acceptance. It wasn't understanding. But it was something. Thanks, Dad. Take care of yourself, kid. And that girl. She sounds good for you. After he hung up, Silas sat in his studio for a long time, processing. His father would never fully get it. Would probably always be waiting for Silas to come to his senses and get normally married. But he'd acknowledged it. Acknowledged Maren. And that was more than Silas had expected. Thursday afternoon, they dressed carefully. Not formal, Silas in clean jeans and a button-up, Maren in a simple dress, but intentional. This mattered. They wanted to look like people who took it seriously. The drive to the lawyer's office was quiet, both of them processing. In the parking lot, Maren reached over and took Silas's hand. You ready? She asked. Yeah. You? Yeah. She squeezed his hand. Let's go make it official. They walked into the building together, hand in hand, about to turn their emergency contact form into something legally binding. About to choose each other in a way the world could recognize. About to prove that love without romance was still love worth witnessing. Chapter 18, Chosen Family Agreement. Remy Soto's office was nothing like Silas had expected. No mahogany furniture or imposing bookshelves. Instead, the space was bright and welcoming, plants on every surface, colorful art on the walls, comfortable chairs arranged in a conversational circle rather than across a desk. It felt more like a community center than a law office. Remy himself was warm and professional at once, standing to greet them with a firm handshake. He was maybe mid-40s, brown skin, graying at the temples, wearing a sharp suit that somehow managed to look both polished and approachable. Silas, Maren, welcome. Please, sit. He gestured to the chairs. Can I get you water? Coffee? They declined, settling into the chairs. Silas's hand found Maren's automatically, their fingers linking. Remy sat across from them, tablet in hand but not immediately focused on it. Instead, he looked at them both. So, he said. Tell me about your relationship. The question was open, non-judgmental. Silas glanced at Maren, who nodded slightly. We're partners, Silas said. Not romantic partners. Just partners. Chosen family. How long have you known each other? About a year, Maren said. We live at the same art commune. Started as friends, became something more, but not romantic. And what brings you here today? They told him about the accident. About the hospital. About the moment when emergency contact hadn't been enough, when Maren's authority had been questioned simply because they weren't married or dating. Remy listened without interrupting, occasionally making notes, his expression understanding. What you're describing is unfortunately common, he said when they finished. The medical and legal systems are built around very specific relationship structures. When your relationship doesn't fit that mold, you can find yourself without rights or recognition, even when you're clearly the person who should have authority. That's what we want to fix, Silas said. Good. That's what I'm here to help you do. Remy leaned forward. The good news is, there are legal tools designed exactly for situations like yours. The challenge is that most people don't know they exist, or they assume they're only for romantic couples. What are our options? Maren asked. Remy pulled up a document on his tablet. Let's start with the basics. Healthcare proxy. This gives you the legal authority to make medical decisions for each other if one of you is incapacitated. It's more binding than just being listed as emergency contact. Yes, Silas said immediately. That's exactly what we need. Next is durable power of attorney. This covers financial and legal decisions. If one of you becomes unable to manage your own affairs, the other can step in. Maren glanced at Silas. That feels big. It is big, Remy agreed. It's a significant amount of trust and responsibility. But it's also protection. If something happens and you can't speak for yourself, you've designated someone you trust to handle things. We want it, Silas said. Both ways. Mutual. Remy made a note. All right. We'll set up reciprocal documents. Each of you will have power of attorney for the other. He continued down his list. Cohabitation agreement. This outlines rights and responsibilities in your living situation. Are you currently living together? Not officially, Maren said. But it's becoming more fluid. Then I'd recommend setting one up anyway. It can cover things like shared expenses, property division if the relationship ends, that kind of thing. Think of it as protecting both of you. They nodded. Hospital visitation authorization. This explicitly grants you both the right to visit and receive information if one of you is hospitalized. After what you experienced, I'm guessing you want this. Definitely, Silas said. And digital asset access. Passwords, social media accounts, creative work. If something happens to one of you, the other can access and manage those assets. Silas thought about his artwork, his unfinished pieces, his digital portfolio. Yeah. I want Maren to have access to my work if something happens. Same, Maren said. My writing, my accounts. It should be his. Remy made more notes, then looked up at them. There's one more option to consider. Domestic partnership. The words hung in the air. Silas and Maren exchanged a glance. What would that give us? Maren asked carefully. In terms of legal rights, it varies by state and sometimes by municipality. But generally, it can provide hospital rights, though you'll have those covered with your proxies. It can add health insurance options, some tax considerations, and importantly, next of kin status. Next of kin, Silas repeated. It means you're legally recognized as each other's closest family. If something happens, death, serious illness, legal issues, you're the ones who get notified and consulted. Not biological family, not friends. You. Silas's throat tightened. Next of kin. The thing he'd always thought he'd never have, the status reserved for spouses and blood relatives. I want that, he said. I want it on record that she's who matters. That she's my family. Maren's hand tightened in his. Are you sure? Domestic partnership, people will assume we're romantic. Let them assume whatever they want. We know what we are. Remy was watching them with a gentle smile. For what it's worth, I think that's a beautiful reason to pursue domestic partnership. Not because it's expected, but because you're actively choosing to be family to each other. Can we do all of it? Maren asked. All the documents plus domestic partnership? Absolutely. In fact, I recommend it. The more layers of legal protection you have, the better. Remy pulled up a new document. Let me walk you through what each document will look like, and then we'll get everything drafted. The next hour was a blur of legal language and careful explanations. Remy walked them through each document, explaining what it meant, what rights it granted, what responsibilities it entailed. He asked questions about their specific situations, Silas's art, Maren's teaching, their finances, their families. Your father, Remy said to Silas. How do you want to handle notification? If something happens to you, should he be informed? After Maren, Silas said without hesitation. She's first. Always. Remy made a note. And for you, Maren? Your parents? Same. Silas first, then my family. All right. I'm noting that you're each designating the other as primary contact and decision-maker, with biological family as secondary. It felt radical, saying it out loud. Choosing each other over blood. Making it official. One more question, Remy said. And this is something to think carefully about. What happens if you separate? If this partnership ends? Silas's stomach dropped. He hadn't considered that. These documents can be revoked, Remy continued. But it's worth discussing now. If your relationship changes, if you're no longer each other's person, what's the process? Maren looked at Silas. We tell each other. Honestly. And we come back here and undo it. We don't hide, Silas added. We don't avoid. We're honest about where we are. Good, Remy said. That's the foundation of any healthy partnership, romantic or otherwise. Communication and respect. By 3 o'clock, the documents were drafted. Remy printed them out, page after page, each one representing a different piece of their legal commitment to each other. Healthcare proxy. Durable power of attorney. Cohabitation agreement. Hospital visitation authorization. Digital asset access. Domestic partnership registration. This is a lot of paper, Maren said, looking at the stack. It's a lot of commitment, Remy corrected gently. Each signature is a promise. Each document is a choice. They started signing. Silas went first on the healthcare proxy, his signature careful and deliberate. Then Maren signed hers. Back and forth, page after page, their names appearing side by side. With each signature, Silas felt something settling into place. Not weight, lightness. Like he'd been carrying around the fear of being secondary his whole life, and now he was setting it down. When they reached the domestic partnership registration, Remy paused. This one is different. Once I file this, you're legally registered as domestic partners. It's public record. It appears on tax forms, medical documents, anywhere that asks about marital status. We're ready, Maren said. You're sure? Because this is the one that's hardest to explain to people. When someone sees domestic partner, they'll make assumptions. Let them, Silas said. We know what we are. They signed the final document together, their signatures on the same line, their names linking. Remy witnessed and notarized each page, his seal making it all official, binding, real. When it was done, he gathered the documents into a folder and handed it to them. Congratulations, he said, standing to shake both their hands. You're now each other's legally designated chosen family. The words landed soft and certain. Chosen family. Not by blood, not by romance, but by choice. Thank you, Maren said, her voice thick. Yeah, Silas added. Thank you for making this possible. Remy smiled. It's my favorite part of the job. Helping people create the families they choose. He walked them to the door. One more thing, I recommend keeping copies of these documents in multiple places. One set at home, one with a trusted friend, digital backups. And both of you should carry the healthcare proxy and power of attorney cards I'm giving you. If something happens, you can show them immediately. He handed them each a small card, wallet-sized, laminated, stating their legal authority to make decisions for each other. Silas stared at the card. His name. Maren's name. The words healthcare proxy and power of attorney in official type. It was real. They walked out into the late afternoon sun, folder of documents between them, neither quite sure what to say. That was, Maren started. Yeah, Silas finished. They stood on the sidewalk for a moment, processing. Want to get lunch? Maren asked. Celebrate? Silas thought about it. Sitting in a restaurant, making small talk, trying to act normal when nothing felt normal anymore. When everything felt significant and strange and perfect. Can we just go home? He asked. Order in? She smiled. Perfect. Home. He'd said home without thinking, without specifying which home. And Maren had understood. They drove back to the commune in comfortable silence, the folder of documents on Maren's lap like something precious. When they got to her apartment, she set them carefully on the counter. We're legal, she said. We're legal, Silas echoed. They ordered Thai food and ate it on the couch, the same comfortable distance between them. The folder sat on the coffee table, present but not demanding attention. How do you feel? Maren asked. Silas thought about it. Different. Good different. Like I finally, he struggled for the words. Like I finally matter in a way the world recognizes. You always mattered. I know. But now it's official. Now there's paperwork and witnesses and legal standing. He looked at her. Now if something happens, there's no question that you're who I want. Who I choose. Who I trust. Her eyes were bright. Same. All of it, same. They finished eating in silence, then migrated to sitting closer together, Maren's head near Silas's shoulder, his good hand finding hers. We should tell people, she said eventually. Tomorrow. Tonight, I just want it to be ours. Okay. They sat like that as the sky darkened outside, the folder of documents on the table, proof that love without romance was still love worth witnessing, worth legalizing, worth choosing every single day. Silas? Maren said softly. Yeah. Thank you for doing this. For making us official. Thank you for saying yes. He squeezed her hand. For choosing me back. Always, she said. And she meant it. Chapter 19, The Commune Solution. The commune meeting was called for Saturday morning. Silas saw the notice Friday evening, pinned to the main house bulletin board, emergency community meeting, 10 a.m., attendance mandatory, financial situation. His stomach sank. He'd known this was coming, Deo had mentioned it months ago, the rising property taxes and maintenance costs, the way expenses were slowly outpacing their collective income. But seeing it in writing, seeing emergency in bold letters, made it real. He found Maren in her studio, grading papers. Did you see the meeting notice? He asked. Yeah. She set down her pen. It doesn't sound good. It's not. Deo told me last month they're behind on property taxes. If we can't catch up, the county could force a sale. Maren's eyes widened. Could we actually lose the commune? Maybe. Probably. Unless we figure something out. They sat with that for a moment. The commune wasn't just a place, it was home for dozens of artists, a refuge for queer folks who didn't fit anywhere else, a space where people could create without apology. Losing it would scatter everyone. There has to be something we can do, Maren said. I don't know what. We're all broke artists. No one here has the kind of money this would take. But Silas's mind was already working, turning over possibilities. The legal documents sitting in Maren's apartment. The domestic partnership that gave them certain tax benefits. The fact that two incomes combined had more buying power than one. What if, he started, then stopped. What? Nothing. I need to think about it. The meeting Saturday morning was tense. Everyone gathered in the main house common room, sitting on mismatched couches and floor cushions, mugs of coffee clutched like lifelines. Deo stood at the front, her usual warmth dimmed by obvious stress. Thank you all for coming, she said. I'm going to be direct because we don't have time for anything else. The commune is in financial trouble. She laid out the numbers. Property taxes had increased significantly. Maintenance on the old building was expensive. The grants they'd been relying on had dried up. They were 3 months behind on payments, and the county had sent a final notice. If we can't pay what we owe by the end of the year, they'll force a sale, Deo said. We have 6 weeks. The room erupted in worried conversation. People throwing out ideas, fundraisers, crowdfunding, reaching out to wealthy donors. All things they'd tried before with limited success. How much do we need? Someone asked. Deo named a number that made several people gasp. Silas did the math quickly. Split among all the residents, it was manageable if everyone had savings. But most people here lived paycheck to paycheck, grant to grant. They didn't have savings. What about selling part of the property? Ivy suggested. Like, could we sell the back acreage? The property has to stay intact for the zoning, Deo explained. We can't subdivide. A business loan? Banks won't loan to an art collective with a regular income. The ideas kept coming, each one hitting a wall. Silas watched Deo's face grow more strained, watched the community he loved slowly realize they might be out of options. Then Maren caught his eye across the room. A question in her expression. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? He nodded slightly. When the meeting ended without solutions, just a plan to reconvene in a week with more ideas, Silas and Maren slipped away to her apartment. We could do it, Maren said, pacing her living room. Couldn't we? The two of us? Maybe. Silas was doing calculations on his phone. If we pool our resources. My savings, your savings, what we could get from selling some of my bigger pieces. Plus with the domestic partnership, we could qualify for loans as a household. How much do we have? He showed her the number. It wasn't enough to buy the commune outright, but it was enough for a significant down payment. Enough to make them serious investors. We'd be co-owners, Maren said. Not just residents. Yeah. That's a huge commitment. We just signed legal documents making each other next of kin. This feels proportional. She stopped pacing, looking at him. You're serious. You actually want to do this. I want to save this place. And I want to do it with you. Silas stood, crossing to her. We're partners now. Legally, officially. This is the kind of thing partners do, make big decisions together, invest in a shared future. But what if we're not ready? What if we're moving too fast? We literally just made each other our power of attorney. We're already all in. He took her hands. Maren, this place matters to both of us. It's where we met. Where we built this thing between us. Saving it together feels right. She was quiet for a long moment, thinking. We'd need to talk to Deo. See if she'd even be open to this kind of arrangement. Let's go talk to her. Right now. Deo was in her studio, hands working clay with more force than artistry. She looked up when they knocked, hope and exhaustion warring on her face. Hey. You two okay? We have an idea, Silas said. About saving the commune. They laid it out for her. Their combined resources. The domestic partnership making them a household for loan purposes. The willingness to become co-investors, to take on the responsibility of co-ownership. Deo listened without interrupting, her expression unreadable. When they finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then, you'd be taking on significant debt. And responsibility. This isn't a small thing. We know, Maren said. And you too, Deo looked between them. You're sure about this? You're sure about each other? We just signed documents making us legally responsible for each other, Silas said. This feels like the natural next step. This is different from healthcare proxies. This is property. This is years of commitment. Decades, potentially. We know, Silas repeated. And we're ready. Deo's eyes were bright. You'd be saving this place. Saving all of us. We'd be investing in our home, Maren corrected. In our community. I need to run the numbers. Talk to my partners, to the lawyer. But, Deo's voice cracked slightly. If this works, if you can actually do this. We can, Silas said with certainty. Over the next 3 days, they worked with Deo and the commune's lawyer to structure the deal. It would be a collective ownership model, Silas and Maren as primary investors and co-owners, with the existing residents maintaining their stake through sweat equity and continued contributions. The numbers worked. Barely, but they worked. By Tuesday, they had a proposal ready for the commune. The second meeting was different from the first. Where before there had been panic and desperation, now there was cautious hope. Deo stood at the front again, but this time Silas and Maren stood with her. We have a potential solution, Deo announced. Silas and Maren have offered to become co-investors in the commune. She explained the structure. The collective ownership. How it would work legally and financially. The room was silent, processing. Then Fletcher spoke up. So you two are basically buying the commune? Not exactly, Maren said. We're investing in it. We'd be co-owners with everyone here. It's still collective, still community-run. We're just providing the financial backing to make it sustainable. And you can afford this? Someone asked skeptically. With loans and selling some of my work, yeah, Silas said. It's tight, but it's doable. Why would you do this? Ivy asked, her voice small. Silas and Maren looked at each other. Then Silas answered, because this is our home. Because we want to protect it. And because, he reached for Maren's hand. Because we're partners. This is the kind of thing partners do. Not as a romantic couple, Maren added. As chosen family. As people building a life together. There was a moment of silence. Then Ivy said, her voice wondering, that's possible? That's real? Yeah, Silas said. It is. The vote was unanimous. Everyone wanted to pursue the solution, to let Silas and Maren invest, to save the commune. After the meeting, people crowded around them, asking questions, offering thanks, processing what this meant. Ivy hugged them both, tears streaming down her face. You're showing us what's possible, she said. You're showing me. The paperwork signing happened a week later. This time it was in a different lawyer's office, sterile and corporate, nothing like Remy's warm space. But the act itself felt just as significant. Silas and Maren sat side by side, Deo beside them, signing page after page. Purchase agreement. Co-ownership structure. Loan documents. Their names appearing together again and again, linking them not just personally but financially, legally, permanently. When it was done, they owned, collectively with the community, the place that had brought them together. How does it feel? Deo asked as they walked out. Terrifying, Maren admitted. Right, Silas added. Both at once. Deo smiled. That's how you know it's real love. When it's terrifying and right simultaneously. That evening, they stood in the commune garden, looking at the main house, the studios, the space they'd just committed to protecting for years to come. We did it, Maren said softly. We did. We own property together. We're legally entangled in approximately 40 different ways now. She laughed, leaning against him. No going back. Wouldn't want to. He wrapped his good arm around her shoulders. This is what I want. You, me, building something that matters. Even without romance? Especially without romance. This is better. This is choice, every day, choosing each other and choosing this life. Above them, the November sky was darkening, stars beginning to appear. Around them, the commune hummed with evening activity, people cooking, creating, living their unconventional lives. And Silas and Maren stood at the center of it, having just bet their financial futures on love without labels, partnership without romance, commitment that looked nothing like what the world expected. It felt revolutionary. It felt exactly right. Chapter 20, Emergency Contact. 3 weeks after signing the commune ownership papers, on a quiet December evening, Silas and Maren sat in their apartment. Not his apartment. Not hers. Theirs. The shift had happened gradually, then all at once. His art supplies had migrated to her living room. Her books had filled his shelves. They'd stopped saying, my place, or, your place, and started saying, home, without specifying which one. Eventually, they'd just acknowledged it. Moved his bed into her bedroom, gave up his studio apartment to a new commune resident, combined their spaces officially. Another piece of paperwork, another signature, another choice made legal. Now they sat on the couch, comfortable distance between them, takeout containers scattered on the coffee table, both scrolling through their phones in companionable silence. The legal documents from Remy's office sat on the bookshelf, neatly organized in their folder. The commune ownership papers were filed away in a drawer. Everything official, everything binding, everything real. Maren set down her phone and looked at the emergency contact form pinned to their shared corkboard. Silas had framed it, the original form from his studio, her name in his handwriting, slightly creased from being carried to the hospital. "I still can't believe you framed that," she said. Silas followed her gaze. "It matters. It's where everything started. A line on a form? A choice on a form." He set his own phone aside. "The first time I admitted you were who mattered most." She was quiet for a moment. "When did you know? That this was what you wanted?" "Probably before I admitted it to myself. But definitely in the hospital, watching you fight for me." He shifted to face her more fully. "What about you?" "The phone call. When Ivy said you were hurt and I didn't hesitate." Maren pulled her knees up to her chest. "I knew in that moment that there was nowhere else I could possibly be. That's when I knew this was real. Even without romance? Especially without it." She smiled. "Romance would have made it simpler to explain to people. But what we have is better because it's intentional. We're not following a script. We're writing our own." Silas reached over, taking her hand. "I used to think I'd always be adjacent to people's lives. Important but never primary. Always secondary to someone's romantic partner, their real family. And now? Now I know that's bullshit. You can be primary without romance. You can be family without blood." He squeezed her hand. "We witnessed ourselves. We said, this counts. And it does count. Yeah. It really does." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Maren said, "Your hookup app is still on your phone." "Yeah. Yours too. Doesn't bother you?" "No." He was quiet, thinking. "I'm still Arrow. I'm still Aloe. Those parts of me didn't change just because we made this official. I might hook up with someone again someday. I know. And I might go on a date. Would that bother you? If I did hook up with someone?" Maren considered it honestly. "I don't think so. Not as long as you come home. Not as long as I'm still your person. You are. You always will be." He paused. "But I haven't wanted to. Since the accident, since all of this," he gestured around the apartment. "I haven't had any urge to. It's weird. Maybe it's not weird. Maybe you're just satisfied. Can you be satisfied in a non-romantic relationship? We're literally living proof that you can." She leaned against him, her head finding his shoulder. "I think satisfaction isn't about romance or sex or any specific thing. It's about having what you need. Feeling secure. Being chosen. I do feel chosen." "Good. Because you are." A text notification buzzed on Maren's phone. She glanced at it and smiled. "Britt wants to know if we're free for brunch tomorrow." "Both of us?" "Yeah. They're bringing someone they want us to meet. New partner, I think." Silas raised his eyebrows. "Britt has a partner?" "Apparently. They've been seeing someone for a few weeks." Maren typed back a response. "I'm glad. They deserve something good. Do they still think you're settling?" "I don't think so. Not after seeing how we actually are together." She set her phone down. "They sent me a message after we bought the commune. Said they were wrong about us. That what we have is real, even if they don't fully understand it. That's progress." "Yeah." They settled into comfortable silence again. Outside, December rain pattered against the windows. Inside, their shared space was warm and lived in, his paintings on the walls, her poetry books on the coffee table, both their jackets hanging by the door. "Silas?" Maren said eventually. "Yeah? Do you ever regret it?" Making it all legal and official? He thought about it seriously. No. Never. Do you? No. It feels right. Like we finally caught up to what we already were. Yeah. Exactly. He pulled out his wallet, finding the laminated card Remy had given them. Healthcare proxy. Power of attorney. His name, her name, officially linked. I carry this everywhere now. Me too. She pulled out her matching card. Just in case. Just in case I fall off another ladder. Just in case anything. I want to be able to show it if I need to. Prove that I'm your person. You don't need a card to prove that. I know. But it helps. When the world doesn't understand us, I can show them paperwork and make them understand. Silas looked at the cards in their hands, official, legal, binding. We really did it. We made ourselves a family. Yeah. We really did. Later that night, both lying in bed in the dark, Maren said, I love you. The words hung in the air. They'd said it before, a few times, carefully navigating the complicated language of love without romance. I love you too, Silas said. Not romantically. No. Not romantically. But completely. Is that enough? She asked it without fear, just curiosity. Will it always be enough? I used to think love without romance was less than. Like I was offering people a discount version of caring. Silas turned to face her in the darkness. But this, what we have, it's not less. It's just different. And it's exactly what I want. Me too, Maren whispered. I'm not going to suddenly start wanting romance. I'm not going to change. I know. And I'm not giving up my romanticism. I'll probably still cry at weddings. I know that too. So where does that leave us? Right here, Silas said. You being romantic on your own terms. Me being arrow on mine. Both of us choosing each other anyway. Both of us home. Yeah. Both of us home. They were quiet for a while. Then Silas said, I used to think I'd always be adjacent to someone's real life. That I'd never be primary to anyone. And now? Now I know I was wrong. I'm primary to you. You're primary to me. That's real. That matters. It's everything, Maren agreed. Sleep pulled at them both. In the morning there would be brunch with Britt, and after that studio time, and all the ordinary moments of building a life together. But for now, there was just this, the two of them in the dark, legally bound and emotionally certain, having built something that looked nothing like the world expected and everything like what they needed. Sunday morning, early, Silas woke before Maren. He lay there for a moment, watching her sleep, the pale winter light filtering through the curtains. Then he carefully extracted himself from bed and padded to the living room. The painting he'd started during recovery, the one that looked like home, was finished now, propped on an easel by the window. He'd titled it, Chosen, in small letters at the bottom. Beside it, the framed emergency contact form. And on the bookshelf, the legal documents that made their partnership official. Evidence. Proof. Witnesses to their choice. Silas made coffee, his movements quiet, and stood at the window watching the commune grounds wake up. Ivy emerged from her studio, paint-stained and yawning. Deo was already in the garden, tending to winter vegetables. Fletcher's car pulled up, probably coming back from a night elsewhere, living his own uncomplicated life. Everyone building their own version of family, their own version of home. And Silas, for the first time in his life, felt like he belonged to that home in a way that mattered. Not as adjacent. Not as secondary. As primary. As chosen. As someone's emergency contact, legally and actually. Hey. He turned to find Maren in the doorway, wrapped in his sweatshirt, her hair a mess. Hey. Coffee's ready. Thanks. She joined him at the window, accepting the mug he handed her. What are you thinking about? How different things are from a year ago. Good different? The best different. They stood together, watching the commune come alive, steam rising from their coffee, their shoulders touching. Thanks for being my person, Silas said softly. Maren looked up at him, her expression warm and certain. Thanks for letting me. It was the same exchange from that first night in the hospital, but now it meant so much more. Now it was backed by legal documents and shared property and years of commitment stretching ahead of them. Now it was real in every possible way. Later, at brunch with Britt and their new partner, Maren found herself explaining their relationship for what felt like the 100th time. So you're together but not dating? Britt's partner asked, trying to understand. We're partners, Silas said. Domestic partners, legally. But not romantic partners. Like roommates? More than roommates, Maren corrected. We're each other's next of kin. We co-own property. We've made each other our healthcare proxies and power of attorney. But you don't date. No. We're aromantic and romance positive, respectively, Silas explained. Which means I don't experience romantic attraction, and Maren does but doesn't need it reciprocated. Britt's partner looked between them, processing. And that works for you both? It's the best relationship either of us has ever had, Maren said simply. Later, walking back to the commune, Britt fell into step beside Maren while Silas walked ahead with their partner. They seem confused, Britt observed. Most people are at first. Does it bother you? Having to explain all the time? Not really. I mean, we know what we are. The explaining is just for everyone else's benefit. Maren watched Silas ahead of them, gesturing animatedly about something. It's worth it. You're really happy, Britt said. It wasn't a question. I really am. I'm sorry I doubted it. Doubted him. You were protecting me. I get it. Yeah, but I was wrong. What you two have, Britt shook their head. It's real. It's solid. It's probably more committed than half the married couples I know. It feels that way, Maren agreed. Good. You deserve that. That evening, back in their apartment, Silas pulled out his sketchbook. I want to document this, he said. This moment. This feeling. What feeling? Arrival. Like we finally got to where we were going. Maren settled beside him on the couch, watching him sketch. The lines were loose, gestural, but clearly forming shapes, two figures, sitting close but not entwined. Comfortable distance. Chosen proximity. Is that us? She asked. Yeah. She watched him work in silence for a while, then said, Do you think we'll always be like this? This certain? I don't know. I can't predict the future. He paused, looking at her. But I can tell you that right now, this moment, I'm choosing you. And I plan to keep choosing you tomorrow, and the day after that, and for as long as it feels right. And if it stops feeling right? Then we'll be honest about it. We'll talk. We'll figure it out. He went back to sketching. But I don't think it will. I think this is it for me. My person. My home. Yeah, Maren said softly. Me too. She picked up her own notebook, starting to write. Poetry about domesticity without romance. About legal documents as love letters. About emergency contact forms as vows. They worked side by side as the evening deepened into night, both creating, both content, both exactly where they wanted to be. The hookup app stayed on their phones, occasionally checked but rarely used. The dating app stayed installed, possibilities left open. But mostly, they were just here. Together. Home. And that was more than enough. It was everything. On the bookshelf, the framed emergency contact form sat beside a new edition, a photo from the commune ownership signing. Silas and Maren standing with Deo, all three holding the deed, all three smiling. Evidence of love without romance. Proof that family could be chosen. Witnesses to the revolutionary act of building something that defied every script the world offered. And in the kitchen, 2 laminated cards sat in a small bowl by the door: healthcare proxy, power of attorney, ready to be grabbed on the way out, just in case. Because they were each other's emergency contact now. Officially. Legally. Completely. And they always would be. Epilogue: 1 year later. The anniversary of the accident fell on a Friday. Silas woke to find a sticky note on his pillow. 1 year since you scared the hell out of me. State of us conversation tonight? M. He smiled, carefully peeling the note off and adding it to the collection on his desk. A year of sticky notes, some with doodles, some with reminders, some with nothing but a heart that meant I love you in the complicated language they'd built together. He found Maren in the kitchen, already dressed for teaching, her hair in a messy bun. "Morning," she said, handing him coffee. "You saw the note?" "Yeah. State of us sounds good." It had become their tradition, an annual check-in, honest and unflinching. A chance to recalibrate, to make sure they were still on the same page, still choosing each other actively rather than coasting. "Your place or mine?" she asked, then laughed. "Sorry. Habit. Our place. Studio or apartment?" "Studio. I want to show you what I've been working on." She kissed his cheek, a casual gesture that had become normal over the year, affectionate without being romantic. "See you at 7? 7. The commune had changed in a year, but in good ways. The financial crisis was a memory now, replaced by stability. The property taxes were current. Maintenance was happening on schedule. New artists had moved in, 3 in the past 6 months alone, drawn by word of mouth about the queer art collective that actually functioned. Silas walked the grounds after Maren left for school, coffee in hand, taking inventory. The garden was thriving under Ivy's expanded care. She'd taken over the plots Deo could no longer manage, her back giving her trouble. But Deo was still here, still creating, just adapting. Fletcher's car was in the lot. He'd stayed over last night with Marcus, the relationship between the 3 of them easy and uncomplicated. Silas had seen them briefly at communal dinner, had felt nothing but friendly warmth. The jealousy he'd feared might develop never had. In his studio, he found the piece he'd been working on for the past month. A commission, ironically, from the same gallery that had dropped him a year ago. They'd reached out 6 months later, apologetic and interested. He'd taken the commission because the money was good and because it felt like closure. The sculpture was almost done. Abstract but grounded, all negative space and careful balance. He'd titled it Primary. Maren's day was full, teaching, then a department meeting, then a poetry reading she'd committed to months ago. During her lunch break, she scrolled through her phone and found a text from someone she'd been on 2 dates with last month. "Hey, want to grab dinner this weekend?" She thought about it. The dates had been nice. Easy conversation, some chemistry, the possibility of something developing. But "I'm not really looking for anything serious right now," she typed back. "But I had fun." "Thank you." The response came quickly, "No worries. If you change your mind, let me know." She wouldn't change her mind. Not because dating was off the table entirely, she might go on dates again someday, but because right now, her life felt full. The teaching job she loved. The poetry she was actually writing and submitting. The home she'd built with Silas. The commune community that had become family. Adding romance to that mix felt unnecessary. Maybe someday. But not today. At 6:30, Silas set up the studio for their conversation. 2 chairs facing each other. Snacks on the work table. The painting he'd done during recovery, chosen, on the wall where he could see it. And beside it, a new piece, a small mixed media work incorporating the actual emergency contact form, the one that had started everything, preserved under resin. Maren arrived exactly at 7, carrying takeout and wearing the oversized cardigan he loved. "I brought pad thai," she announced. "Perfect." They ate first, catching up on the day, her meeting, his progress on the commission, commune gossip. Easy conversation, the kind that came from a year of living together, of knowing each other's rhythms. When the food was done, Maren said, "Okay. State of us. How do you want to do this? Same as last time? Questions? Questions work." They developed a structure, 3 questions each, asked and answered honestly. No defensiveness allowed. No avoiding the hard stuff. Silas went first. "Are you happy?" "Yes." No hesitation. "Are you?" "Yes." Just as certain. "Has anything changed that we need to talk about?" Maren asked. "I hooked up with someone. 3 weeks ago. Someone at a gallery opening." Her expression didn't change. "Okay. How was it?" "Fine. Uncomplicated. I told you the next day." "I remember. It didn't bother me." "Good." He paused. "You went on dates." "2 of them, last month." "I did. They were nice, but I'm not pursuing it further." "Because of me?" "Because of me. Because my life feels full already." She leaned back in her chair. "Does it bother you? That I dated?" "No. I trust you. I trust us." They were quiet for a moment, both processing. A year ago, these conversations would have been terrifying. Now they were just honest. "Do you still feel chosen?" Silas asked. "Or am I taking you for granted?" Maren's expression softened. "I feel chosen every day. The way you text me first when something good happens. The way you save me the good coffee. The way you didn't even question when I wanted to use our savings to help Ivy buy art supplies." She reached over, taking his hand. "I've never felt more chosen in my life." "Good. Because I choose you. Every day." "I know. I feel it." She squeezed his hand. "My turn for a hard one. Do you ever regret it? Making it all legal? Tying yourself to me?" "Never. Not once." He was completely serious. "Do you?" "No. But I wonder sometimes if you feel trapped. If the commitment is too much." "Maren, I chose commitment. Actively. I wanted the paperwork and the legal binding and all of it." He gestured around the studio. "This isn't a cage. It's a foundation." "Okay." She smiled slightly. "Okay. I believe you." "Last question," Silas said. "Where do you see us in another year?" "Here. Still building. Maybe I'll have published a poetry collection. Maybe you'll have that solo show you're working toward." But fundamentally, she looked at him. "Here. Together. Choosing each other." "Yeah," he said. "Same." Later, after the formal check-in was done, they sat in comfortable silence. Maren was reading on the studio couch. Silas was sketching, adding final details to the commission piece. "There's something else," Maren said eventually. "Something I wanted to tell you during State of Us but forgot." "Yeah?" "A new artist is moving in next week. Deo asked if we could do the welcome dinner thing, help them get oriented." "Sure. That's normal. They're 23. Non-binary. Still figuring out their relationship orientation." Maren set down her book. "Deo thought we might be good people for them to meet. Since we're, proof that alternatives exist." Silas looked up from his sketch. "We're the queer elders now?" "Apparently. That's terrifying. That's life." She smiled. "But I think it's good. Someone helped us figure this out. We can help them." "Yeah. Okay. We can do that." The welcome dinner was the following Friday. The new artist, River, they slashed them, nervous and eager, arrived at communal dinner to find the long table already full. Deo made introductions, and River ended up sitting between Silas and Maren. "So you two are," River hesitated. "Sorry, I don't want to assume." "Partners," Maren said easily. "Domestic partners, legally. Not romantic." "Oh." River's eyes widened. You can do that?" "Yeah," Silas said. "You can do that." Over dinner, River asked careful questions. How it worked. How they'd figured it out. Whether people understood. "Some people get it," Maren said. "Some people never will. But the people who matter, our chosen family, they get it. Or at least they respect it." "And you're happy? Both of you?" "The happiest I've ever been," Silas said simply. After dinner, as people were clearing dishes, River approached them again. "Thank you," they said quietly. "For being open about your relationship. I've been struggling with figuring out what I want, what's possible. Seeing you two," they stopped, searching for words. "It helps. Knowing there are options." "There are always options," Maren said gently. "You get to build whatever feels right for you. Even if it doesn't look like anyone else's relationship." "Especially then," Silas said. River smiled, tentative but genuine, and headed off to meet more commune members. Maren leaned against Silas. "We did that. We're the proof." "Yeah. We are." That night, back in their apartment, they went through their evening routine. Silas at the sink, washing dishes. Maren on the couch, grading papers. Both of them on their phones periodically, Silas scrolling through a hookup app he rarely used anymore, Maren checking a dating app that had sat dormant for months. Neither threatened. Neither worried. Just present. Around 9, Fletcher texted, "Drinks tomorrow?" "Me, you, Marcus, maybe that gallery guy you met?" Silas typed back, "Maybe. I'll let you know." He glanced at Maren, who was absorbed in a student's poetry. The idea of going out, of maybe meeting someone, felt fine. Possible. But also less urgent than it used to be. "Fletcher wants to grab drinks tomorrow," he said. "You should go. You've been working too hard on that commission. Want to come?" "Nah. I'm meeting Brit for brunch." "Girls' Day." "Sounds good." The casualness of it, the ease of separate plans, separate lives that intersected at home, still amazed him sometimes. Later, in bed, Maren said, "I'm proud of us." "Yeah? Yeah. We did the impossible thing. Built a life that doesn't fit any script, made it legal, made it last. It's only been a year. It's been a good year." She rolled to face him. "And I think we'll have a lot more." "Me too." They fell asleep like that, comfortable distance, hands linked, both certain. Sunday afternoon, Silas found himself in his studio with River. They'd asked if they could watch him work, learn about his process. He'd agreed, remembering how Deo had let him do the same thing 4 years ago. "Can I ask you something?" River said, watching Silas add texture to the sculpture. "Sure. How did you know? That you were aromantic?" Silas paused, considering. "I always knew romance felt wrong. Performative. Suffocating. But I didn't have the language for it until I was in my early 20s. He went back to working. Once I had the word, everything made sense." "And you never wanted it? Romance?" "Never. It's not that I'm afraid of it or avoiding it. It's just not something I experience." He looked at River. "But that doesn't mean I don't want connection. Partnership. Love. I just want it without the romance." "And Maren's okay with that?" "More than okay. She gets to be romantic on her own terms, without the pressure of it being reciprocated. And I get partnership without the expectation of romance. We both win." River was quiet for a moment. "I think I might be like you. Arrow. But I'm not sure yet. That's okay. You don't have to be sure. Just pay attention to what feels right. And if I figure out I want something that doesn't fit any category, then you build it anyway. That's what we did. Silas gestured around the studio. There's no rulebook. You just figure out what works and make it real. River smiled. Thanks. That helps. After they left, Silas stood in his studio, looking at the year's worth of work surrounding him. The commissioned piece, almost done. The sketches for future projects. The painting title chosen on the wall. And there, on his easel, a new sticky note from Maren, still my person. He smiled, pulling out his phone. Still yours, he texted back. 3 dots appeared, then, always. That evening, the commune gathered for one of Deo's legendary dinners. She'd insisted on cooking despite her bad back, and the long table was covered with dishes, Nigerian pepper soup, jollof rice, plantains, and the American comfort food she'd learned to love over decades here. Everyone was there. All the residents, plus Fletcher and his partners, plus Britt who'd become a regular presence, plus a few others from the broader community. Silas sat beside Maren, their knees touching under the table, watching their chosen family eat and laugh and argue about art. Deo stood at some point, raising her glass. A toast, she announced. To this place. To the community we've built. And especially to Silas and Maren, who saved it when we needed saving most. Here, Fletcher called. But more than that, Deo continued, her gaze settling on them both. To the example they set. That love comes in many forms. That family can be chosen. That commitment doesn't require romance. She smiled. You've shown us, shown the world, what's possible. And I'm proud to call you family. Glasses clinked. People echoed the sentiment. Silas felt Maren's hand find his under the table. Speech. Ivy called. Silas shook his head, but Maren stood, pulling him up with her. We don't have a speech prepared, she said. But I'll say this, a year ago, I got a phone call that Silas was hurt. And I didn't hesitate. I got on a plane because he was my emergency contact, and I was his. Still am, Silas added. Still are, Maren agreed. And in this past year, we've made that official in every way possible. Legal documents. Shared property. A life built together without romance but with everything else. And it works, Silas said. It really works. Not because it's easy, it's not always. But because we choose it. Every day. So here's to choosing, Maren raised her glass. To building families that make sense to us, even when they confuse everyone else. To love in all its forms. To love, the table echoed. They sat back down to applause and good-natured teasing. Under the table, Maren's hand stayed in Silas's. Later, walking back to their apartment in the dark, Maren said, that was good. Tonight. Yeah. It was. You think River will be okay? I think they'll figure it out. Just like we did. They reached their door. Home. The place they'd built together, legally and actually. Inside, the emergency contact form was still framed on the bookshelf. The legal documents were still filed in their drawer. Everything official, everything binding, everything chosen. Silas pulled Maren close, not romantic, just grounding. Thanks for being my person, he said. She looked up at him, her expression warm and certain and completely free of doubt. Thanks for letting me, she said. And outside, the commune hummed with evening life. Artists creating. Queer folks living authentically. Chosen families building homes that looked nothing like the world expected and everything like what they needed. Proof that love without romance was still love. Still legitimate. Still forever. The end.